As she spoke, her voice suddenly rose. "Oh my god, don't tell me it's some kind of alternate world?" Her loud voice startled everyone, and they instinctively turned to look at her. Chupe asked seriously, "What do you mean, alternate world?" Suelon replied with a straight face, "You know, the kind where if we get close, a beam of light sucks us in and we get transported somewhere else." Zhao Ping'an couldn't help twitching his mouth and interrupted, "Mom, you really need to return those novels to your idol tomorrow. Stop reading them already." Aunt Hu shot him a sideways glance. "Are you saying reading novels has made me stupid?" She then put her hands on her hips and declared, "Let me tell you, the world is full of wonders. There are definitely things like transmigration and reincarnation out there, in places we don't know about." Zhao Ping'an retorted, "You never even believed in the apocalypse before, and now you believe in this stuff?" Suelon shot back, "You used to believe in the apocalypse, and now you don't believe in this." Zhao Ping'an. He was at a loss for words. That was scientific analysis. Predictions backed by data. How is that the same as your wild nonsense? Suelon huffed, "You're the one talking nonsense. My transmigration and reincarnation theories have their own basis." Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of basis?" Suelon lowered her voice mysteriously. "Someone we know, for starters." And Nan, who had been focused on the blue light, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat at these words. She nervously rubbed her fingers and glanced subconsciously at Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu gave her a reassuring look, then turned his gaze to Aunt Hu, just about to say something, when she continued. "I think that little Tang Chiun, she might actually be someone who transmigrated or was reborn." Gu Jiu shut his mouth and exchanged a glance with a Nan. "This old lady is something else." But Zhao Ping'an just clicked his tongue. "Mom, don't be ridiculous. What's up with Xiaotang?" Chupe couldn't help chiming in, "Aunt Hu, weren't you reading that novel, The World's #1 Beast Tamer, a transmigration story, yesterday?" Suelon nodded righteously. "That's right." Chupe sighed, "I knew it." Seeing that everyone clearly thought she was crazy, Suelon slapped her thigh and began analyzing in earnest. "Look, in this situation right now, the sea has swallowed up the land. It's obvious that if you don't get on the ark, you're dead. But think about Xiaotang's reaction. She was right beside us when we first got news of the new disaster. She knew that sticking close to the authorities was the only way to survive, so why did she leave? And after she left, where did she go? That you family kid had people guarding the boarding gate, checking everyone one by one. She definitely didn't get on the ship. She's not stupid, would she just stay on land and wait to die?" Aunt Hu's eyes grew more determined as she spoke. "She must have had somewhere else to go, like another world. That girl has some mysterious power. Yuchin locked her in a room, but she came and went from the house like it was nothing. And think about it, why can't anyone else tame beasts, but she can?" Zhao Ping'an opened his mouth, about to say it was because Yuchin's lab had experimented on her, but Aunt Hu raised her hand in a silencing gesture, as if she knew what he was going to say, and refuted him directly. "Yuchin's experiments have been going on for years. Why didn't he modify anyone else? Or, if he did, why did all the other modifications fail, but only hers succeeded?" And Nan said that even before she was experimented on, she already had an unusual affinity with animals. In short, Tang Chiun is just like the main character in the novel I read. There's a 99.99% chance she's a powerful transmigrator with special abilities. Suelon looked supremely confident, her thorough and logical analysis leaving everyone speechless. Finally, she tugged in Nan's arm. Nan, tell me, doesn't my analysis make sense?" Caught off guard, and Nan froze for a moment, then forced a dry laugh. I think maybe." "Ugh." Before she could finish, a violent retching sound came from behind. Everyone jumped in surprise. Turning around, they saw Sherhan, face pale as a sheet, leaning against the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. Long Tsongan immediately forgot all about the blue light and mysterious Tang Chiun, and rushed to his wife's side, patting her back and worrying aloud. "Honey, are you okay?" He'd just come out of the wardrobe and gotten distracted by Zhao Pingin's shout about the sky, almost forgetting that his wife was a chronic sufferer of motion sickness. That bout of violent shaking earlier must have nearly rattled her soul out of her body. Sherhan couldn't even answer her husband, retching a few more times uncontrollably. Then she turned to Nan and Gujiu, giving them an apologetic look. "Sorry. I really couldn't hold it in." She weakly raised her hand and added, "At least I didn't throw up on the floor." The weather had been cooler these past few days, so she'd layered a long knitted skirt over her pants. Just now, in a moment of panic, she'd yanked the skirt up and used it to catch the mess she'd just thrown up. Sherhan thought to herself, better to sacrifice a skirt than to throw up all over someone else's bedroom floor. Seeing how miserable she looked, and Nan hurried out to the living room to find her a bottle of water. After the violent shaking earlier, the living room was a complete mess. And Nan couldn't immediately find any bottled water, so she quietly took one from her space while no one was watching. She also grabbed a trash can, then returned to the bedroom and handed them to Sherhan. "Don't worry, rinse your mouth and drink some water first. Then go back to your room and get some rest." Sherhan nodded, took a few sips of water, and threw up a bit more before finally, with the help of Long Songin and Long Xiaobao, taking off the dirty skirt and cleaning herself up. Chupe came over and pressed a few acupoints to help with the dizziness. "Feeling any better?" Sherhan nodded and thanked her. "Much better." She let out a long sigh. "Thank goodness Nan and gave me motion sickness pills earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far, I'd have passed out in the closet." And Nan glanced at Aunt Hu nearby. Thanks to Sherhan's interruption, she seemed to have forgotten the previous topic. Taking advantage of the moment, and Nan started ushering people out. "We've all had a rough time just now. Let's go back and rest. I don't think there'll be any more danger for a while." She paused, glancing out the window. "If anything happens, we'll notify each other. For the next couple of days, don't open the balcony doors in your rooms, just in case something unexpected happens." Long Songin nodded and immediately took his wife back to rest. Chupe and Hoot Suelon were worried about their supplies at home, who knew how much had been damaged, so they left quickly too. Before Zhao Pingan could leave, and Nan stopped him and asked, "Are there any natural disasters that can change the color of the sky?" Zhao Pingan thought of the strange blue light in the distance. "You think there's a new disaster coming?" And Nan nodded. "We have to prepare for the worst." They'd just set out to sea. If another disaster hit now, things could get ugly. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment, frowning. "I can't think of any. Some disasters can change the shape and color of clouds, but I've never heard of anything that makes the sky glow blue." He added, "It's fine. I'll go back and review all possible disasters, then report to the higher-ups. Hopefully, they can come up with a contingency plan based on the current situation." And Nan nodded. "Tornadoes, sea storms, those are all possible." Gu Jiu chimed in, "Just because a disaster has happened before doesn't mean it can't happen again." Zhao Pingan nodded. "You're right. I'll go write the report now." After sending everyone off, and Nan took out an astronomical telescope from her space and aimed it at the blue light. She stared at the horizon for a long while but still couldn't figure out the cause of the light. Compared to what she'd seen with the naked eye, the telescope's image was much clearer. She could see that the light wasn't stable, it flickered, kind of like a fluorescent light shorting out. Still baffled, and Nan handed the telescope to Gu Jiu. The two of them took turns watching for a while, but still couldn't make sense of it. Gu Jiu rubbed his eyes and straightened up. "If something's this unusual, there's got to be something strange behind it. Let's leave the telescope set up so we can keep an eye on it." And Nan nodded, then pointed at the blue light and asked the four little ones nearby, "Do any of you feel anything?" Animals always have a keener sense of danger than humans, especially these four, who are always extra sensitive to threats. But to her surprise, Fuguay, Lai Fu, Lord Rabbit, and White Tiger all shook their heads. "Nothing." And Nan sighed. "All right, let's just keep watching for now." Then she remembered something, crouched down, and carefully examined Fuguay's round belly. "What's going on with you?" Isn't a dog's pregnancy about 60 days? It's been 3 months. Why haven't you gone into labor yet? Fuguay shook her head in confusion. I don't know. And Nan. The puppies, they're still alive, right? Fuguay nodded immediately. Of course. One of them just kicked me. And Nan frowned. This was really strange. The due date had long passed, but Fuguay seemed perfectly healthy and the puppies were still active. So why wasn't she going into labor? She turned to Gujiu, confused. Gujiu was just as baffled. I have no idea. And Nan put her hand on Fuguay's belly and muttered, Are you pregnant with Neza or something? Fuguay was a mutant animal, and so was Xuefeng, so their puppies probably would be too. Maybe that's why the pregnancy wasn't following the normal timeline. The reality was different from what Nan had crammed from books, and it made her uneasy. Fuguay, on the other hand, wasn't nervous at all. Don't worry. When it's time, I'll let you know. And Nan looked at her. When will that be? Fuguay, I don't know. She paused, then added, You'll know when it happens. And Nan. Small animals really are casual about giving birth. They don't count the days, don't need to check into a hospital. When it's time, they just squat and have their babies, then run around like nothing happened. Compared to that, humans are so much more fragile. And Nan sighed. All right. Just be careful, and if you feel even a little off, tell me right away. She thought for a moment, then added, and if the puppies stop moving, let me know immediately. Fuguay grinned. Okay, don't worry. And Nan stood up and turned to Gujiu, about to say something else, when suddenly a commotion erupted in the hallway outside. The room was pretty well soundproofed, so from inside the bedroom, they could only vaguely hear men and women shouting, seemed like someone was arguing. But they couldn't make out what was being said. And Nan and Gujiu hurried to the entrance of the living room and stood by the door, listening closely. The Ark had just set out to sea. The situation was unstable, and all the neighbors nearby were important strangers. They needed to stay alert to anything unusual. But before they could figure out what was happening, the door to the room next door opened, and they clearly heard Chupe rush out, shouting loudly. Hurry! Let me see. See what? And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance, didn't hesitate, and followed her out the door. You beast! Where the hell have you hidden all the doctors? Hand them over now. I'm warning you. If anything happens to Madam or her baby, I'll make sure you pay with your life. As soon as Nan stepped out, she saw 2 familiar figures not far away, shoving and pulling at a man in his 40s. Looking closely, she realized it was Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao. The man they were grabbing was quite fat, the kind of fat you almost never saw in the apocalypse. His belly was round, his face greasy and shiny, clearly someone who was more than well-fed. And Nan couldn't help but stare at him a few more times. After all these years in the apocalypse, someone's still eating this well? If he'd just cut back a little on the white rice, refined flour, and fatty meat, he'd never be this plump and shiny. The fat man's collar was tightly clutched in their hands, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. His face was dark with anger. How is it my business that you can't find a doctor? Why would I hide them? Puh. Fang Yaoao spat at him viciously. Not your business? There's nothing despicable you wouldn't do. Even the always gentle Sheng Xia sounded shrill now. Even animals know to be kind to pregnant women and children. You're worse than a beast. Hand over the doctors now. You 2 shrews, are you crazy? Behind the fat man stood a tall, slim young man, with fair skin and striking features so good-looking he'd turn heads anywhere. Before the disaster, with looks like that, he could have been a famous celebrity, or at least an internet influencer or male model. He was clearly on the fat man's side, anxiously trying to pry Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao's hands away, but he wasn't having much luck. Sheng Xia even managed to kick him twice in the chaos. All he could do was shout in frustration, You're going too far. Let go of Director Fang. Director Fang? And Nan suddenly understood. So this was the other leader of the Western base, the one on equal footing with Li Yu's husband. No wonder Li Yu's side managed to seize the opportunity to rise up. Director Fang's figure was just too conspicuous. In an apocalypse where everyone else was gaunt and sallow, he, a leader, had managed to keep himself plump and pampered like Jubeji. The optics were terrible. He might as well have the word greed tattooed on his forehead. And Nan clicked her tongue and couldn't help but study the young man beside him. He didn't look like a bodyguard. A man over 6 feet tall, yet completely overpowered by Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao, unable even to rescue Director Fang's color. He didn't seem like a relative either. Not only did they look nothing alike, but his way of addressing Director Fang was oddly formal. And he definitely didn't seem like a secretary. Secretaries for big leaders were usually professional and serious, but this guy, how to put it? He had an inexplicable air of world weariness about him. His clothes were loose and rumpled, maybe from the earthquake on the Ark or maybe from being pulled by Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao. Either way, his shirt wasn't even buttoned properly, and you could see hints of abs beneath the hem. Such a great body, but so weak? All looks, no substance. As Nan was quickly analyzing the people and situation, her view was suddenly half-blocked by Gu Jiyu. She looked up and met his teasing, fox-like eyes. And Nan clicked her tongue and confidently pushed him aside. "Don't mess around, I'm busy here." She glanced at those abs. No, at the situation again, and quickly shifted her attention to Pepe. By now, Chupe had squeezed her way over to the group, trying to speak up amid the shoving. "Stop fighting. I told you, take me to see her." Zhao Ping'an, worried Chupe might get hurt, hurried over as well. Seeing no one was paying attention to her, he was afraid his girlfriend might get caught in the scuffle, so he quickly called out, "Stop fighting. Here's a doctor, she's a doctor." That finally hit the mark. Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia stopped, turning to look at Chupe and Zhao Ping'an. They were a bit surprised. "It's you." Over the past month since boarding early, Liu had often brought Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia to hang out with a Nan, so they'd met Chupe and the others. They weren't close, but they'd spoken before. But as for Chupe being a doctor, she'd never mentioned it, and neither had a Nan, so Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao had no idea. Now, hearing she was a doctor, the two were overjoyed. They immediately let go of Director Fang and excitedly grabbed Chupe's hand. "Sis, you're a doctor? That's wonderful. Please, help us, Sister Yu is hurt. She took a blow to the stomach and is in terrible pain. We don't know how the baby is." Chupe nodded, but made things clear up front. "I'll go take a look. But I'm not an OB-GYN, I can only do some emergency care, and I know a bit of acupuncture, so I can." Sheng Xia understood her concerns and quickly reassured her before she could finish. "Don't worry. No matter what, you're our benefactor. Don't feel pressured, just do your best." Then she told Fang Yaoao, "You stay here and keep looking for those 2 OB-GYN specialists. I'll take Dr. Chu to check on Sister Yu first." Since they knew Chupe was with a Nan, Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoao didn't have any reservations about her. Especially since, glancing back, they saw a Nan watching from a distance by the door. So Sheng Xia gratefully nodded at a Nan, waved as a greeting, then left Fang Yaoao behind and hurried off with Chupe. Zhao Ping'an, worried for Chupe, quickly followed. Soon, only Director Fang, the young man, and the relentless Fang Yaoao were left in the corridor. And Nan now understood what was going on. It was just a power struggle between 2 men, dragging their families into it. Liu was pregnant, and with the dangers of setting out to sea on the Ark, her husband, Director Chi, must have arranged for a doctor in advance. When the tsunami hit, even ordinary people were shaken to the core, let alone a pregnant woman like Liu. The situation must have been even more dangerous for her. But just when they desperately needed a doctor, Director Fang somehow made it so they had no one to help. That's what sparked the conflict. Fang Yaoao and Sheng Xia had always been tough, and in the past 2 years had only gotten stronger. The 2 of them managed to overpower 2 grown men without breaking a sweat. A few other nearby rooms had opened their doors, drawn by the commotion, but once they realized it was a dispute between the 2 leaders, they quickly retreated, not wanting to get involved. Normally, with Annan's personality, She wouldn't get involved in these power struggles among those at the top. Gu Jiu is the same. When the apocalypse first hit, the fight for power between the government and the military was fierce, but even then Gu Jiu didn't pick a side. But this time was different. Chupe had already rushed over, with Fang Yaoao and Shang Xia watching nearby. Anan couldn't very well stop her and refused to let her save someone. She didn't have any grudge against Li Yu, and they'd gotten along pretty well before. Of course, you couldn't blame Chupe for getting involved either. Pepe Jia was a doctor herself, and after losing her own child in the past, she had psychological scars. Nothing scared her more than seeing a mother suddenly miscarry. Plus, she'd played cards with Li Yu just a few days ago. With all these factors combined, there was no way she could just stand by and watch Li Yu and her baby die. So, given the circumstances, this was inevitable. Anan stood at the door, calmly meeting Director Fang's openly hostile gaze. Earlier, she and Chupe had almost opened their doors at the same time, and before Shang Xia took Chupe away, she'd greeted Anan. Anyone with eyes could tell Chupe was with her. Since they'd already been marked, Anan didn't bother being polite and stared right back, completely unafraid. Who cares if you're a director? It's not like I haven't killed one before. If you want to start something, I'll just take you out. Besides, it wasn't like Director Fang and Director Qi were the only big shots on the arc. There was also Song Guiqiang and Li Mingqing. This wasn't even a real, pick-a-side situation for her. If anything, she was actually closer to Li Mingqing and Song Guiqiang. The power dynamics on the ship were complicated, and she had good relations with 3 of the top leaders. If Director Fang had any brains, he wouldn't try to mess with her. Thinking this, Anan lifted her chin and looked at him down her nose. He needed to know that she and Au were strong and had powerful backing. He wouldn't dare make a move against them lightly. Sure enough, Director Fang, who had been looking hostile, was suddenly taken aback. What's going on? Why is this little girl so cocky? He was the #1 leader in the West. Even Director Qi could only fight him to a draw. Yet this young woman, not even that old, was bold enough to look down her nose at him. His mind raced. First, for this girl to be living here, her status had to be unusual. The suites in this area were limited and reserved for important officials and top talent. Even as a director, he hadn't managed to get his own bodyguard and personal doctor into these rooms. Director Qi's family only got an extra room for Li Yu's 2 female bodyguards because Li Yu was pregnant and had no other relatives. But this arrogant girl not only had a suite for herself, she'd even arranged for her own doctor to stay here. He knew everyone from the West who had suites. She definitely wasn't one of them. So she had to be from another region. But why would someone from another region be on such good terms with Director Qi? Suddenly, Director Fang realized something, and his face darkened. It was Li Yu. It had to be that damned Li Yu. That woman was a master at networking, always flitting around like a social butterfly, building her connections. Over the past 2 years, she'd caused him plenty of trouble with her tactics. She must have cozied up to these people when he wasn't paying attention. Director Fang looked at Anan and Gu Jiu with growing suspicion. Who are they? Song Guiqiang's people? Or from one of the other 2 bases? How did they get close to Li Yu? How deep did their relationship go? Would they join forces with other factions against him? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and his hatred for Li Yu grew. He knew very well that Director Qi owed all his success to Li Yu's behind-the-scenes scheming and support. In other words, the real rival fighting him for power was Li Yu herself. What a wasted opportunity today. Pregnancy was a woman's most vulnerable time, and with the Ark just at sea, danger lurked everywhere. Today had been a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get rid of Li Yu. He'd sent people to kidnap the Qi family's doctor in advance, thinking it would guarantee both Li Yu and her baby would die. But out of nowhere, this unexpected hero had shown up. He glared at Anan, both angry and uneasy, but didn't dare act rashly. He made up his mind to have her thoroughly investigated tomorrow. Before he could sort out his thoughts, Fang Yaoyao tugged on his sleeve again. Hurry up. Hand over the doctor. Or I swear I won't let this go. Although a doctor was already helping, they weren't an OB/GYN specialist. Fang Yaoao wouldn't be at ease until the original doctor was found. Not far away, Annan didn't linger. She turned and went back to her room with Gu Jiyu. She trusted Chupe's medical skills. Whether or not Fang Yaoao found the OB/GYN, it wouldn't make much difference to the outcome. If anyone could save Liu, it would be Pepe Jia. Back at Maple Grove, she'd set up a street stall to treat all kinds of illnesses just to earn food, and she could handle pretty much anything. Before the catastrophe, she'd been a top medical student with solid theoretical knowledge and excellent surgical skills. Now, her skills in traditional Chinese medicine, pulse reading, and acupuncture had improved even more. If she couldn't save someone, then no other doctor probably could. Sure enough, not long after, Chupe and Zhao Ping'an returned, beaming with success. The next day, Director Qi personally came with Shang Xia and Fang Yao to thank them, bringing gifts not just for Chupe but also for Annan and her group. They accepted the gifts graciously, and the two sides became even closer. Over the next few days, just as Annan expected, Director Fang didn't try any tricks. He'd probably found out about her background in the north, and how Song Guoqiang had looked after her in the east. Annan didn't let her guard down, but life went on as carefree as ever. That strange blue light on the horizon was still there, but thankfully it hadn't caused any problems, and the Ark continued to operate normally. Zhao Ping'an and the others gradually returned to work, while Annan and Gu Jiyu, the two unemployed drifters, spent their days lounging in their room watching movies, practicing martial arts, and occasionally joining Liu for a game of mahjong. Life couldn't have been better. Until one day, the weather was unusually nice, with both the moon and stars shining bright. Annan and Gu Jiyu were on the terrace, sipping coffee and enjoying the sea breeze while gazing at the vast, starry sky. Just as they were relaxing, a metal grappling hook suddenly flew up from outside, one end tied to a rope, the other firmly catching onto the terrace railing. Startled, Annan and Gu Jiyu quickly got up to check. The rope attached to the grappling hook was pulled taut clearly. Someone was climbing up. What the hell? This was the open sea. There were actually people alive out there? And they were trying to climb onto the Ark. The Ark was enormous, and Annan's room was on the upper levels, very high above sea level. She and Gu Jiyu leaned over the terrace railing, peering down along a rope. Sure enough, they soon spotted someone at the bottom of the Ark, struggling to climb up the rope. Not far from him floated a small boat, with another person seemingly standing aboard. Annan clicked her tongue. Looks like these two are trying to sneak aboard while our ship's stationary. To conserve energy, the Ark had been anchored in place for a while now. When they first entered the sea, the ship had shifted eastward to avoid the mountains of Maple City becoming hidden reefs if water levels changed, which could threaten the ship carrying the nation's survivors. But now that the area was relatively safe, there was no need to waste energy moving around, so the Ark had stayed put. Who knew when these two had set their sights on them? Annan looked up thoughtfully at the grappling hook beside her. This thing's pretty nice. Should I just put it in the storage space? The grappling hook was good quality. She could give it to Long Xiao Bao, who'd been obsessed with martial arts novels lately and would surely love it. The storage area couldn't hold living things. If she put the grappling hook in, the person hanging from the rope would be instantly ejected and fall into the sea. Gu Jiyu nodded in agreement, but then suggested, wait a bit. Let him climb higher, almost to the top, then put it away. Falling from this height doesn't hurt much. Annan smirked. You're ruthless. Even though there was water below, from a certain height, hitting the surface was no different from hitting concrete. Let's wait then. From sea level up to their terrace was about the height of a skyscraper. Climbing up would take quite a while. They stepped back from the railing, withdrew 2 guns from storage, and stood guard. Annan asked, who do you think these two are? Gu Jiyu thought for a moment. No idea. Haven't seen any ships nearby lately. That little boat was like a speck of dust in the vast ocean, practically invisible. And with darkness all around, if they hadn't thrown a grappling hook onto their ship, no one would have noticed them. Could they be survivors who didn't make it aboard before? Annan frowned. We shouldn't kill innocent people by mistake. If someone had gone through hell to catch up, hoping to board and survive, only to be thrown into the sea by them. That would be tragic. But Gu Jiu shook his head decisively. No way. With a tsunami that big, even our giant ark barely made it. How could their little boat survive? Anan nodded. True. Only boats stored on a giant ship could have lasted until now. So they're not leftover survivors. Gu Jiu held up 2 fingers. Only 2 possibilities. 1, they came from another giant ship, sneaking over in a small boat, hoping to do something shady. 2, they're already on the ark, but couldn't get into the sweet area from inside, so they're trying to break in from the outside. Either way, the fact that they had a professional grappling hook and were sneaking around rooftops meant they were up to no good. Anan nodded. You're right. Either outsiders or traitors. She leaned toward the second possibility. After all, not far from their room was someone who bore a grudge and was always watching for an opportunity. Anan mused, so that Director Fang has been so quiet, turns out this was his plan. Send 2 assassins to sneak in from outside, carry out the hit, and then slip away unnoticed via the terrace. That way, there'd be no evidence linking him to the crime. Neither Director Qi, nor Li Mingqing or Song Guoqiang would be able to do anything about it. At that thought, Anan changed her mind. What's the point of just tossing them into the sea? Let's catch them alive and interrogate them. Make them spill the beans about who sent them. Gu Jiu agreed. That's a good idea. A few minutes later, the sweating man finally managed to climb up. He cautiously poked his head over the edge. Made sure the terrace and bedroom were empty, then carefully vaulted the railing and landed on the terrace. The moment he touched down, he drew a pistol from his waist and chambered a round, then warily opened the terrace door. It wasn't locked, he just pressed the handle and it opened. He laughed inwardly at their carelessness and strode boldly inside, planning that as soon as he saw anyone he'd. Before he could finish scheming, the moment he stepped into the bedroom, he was struck hard on the head. His vision went black and pain exploded in his skull. 2 figures emerged from either side. The blow left him dizzy and unable to focus, eyes wide but unable to make out more than a man and a woman. He couldn't even see their faces clearly. The man held a gun in one hand and a baseball bat, stained with blood, in the other. As for the woman, before he could get a good look at her, she suddenly flashed in front of him and lightly brushed his hand. Huh? What was that? Was she taking advantage of him? The stunned man felt a warm trickle on the top of his head, slowly streaming down his forehead. He instinctively reached up to touch it, then looked at his hand, only to see it covered in bright red blood. His head was bleeding? Wait. Something wasn't right. Where was his gun? The man froze for 2 seconds before finally realizing. That woman hadn't been trying to take advantage of him just now, she'd stolen his gun. Panic set in immediately. He didn't even care about his bleeding head anymore. He opened his mouth to say something, but the blood running down blurred his vision even further. Just then, the woman whose face he couldn't make out suddenly spoke. TSK, this guy's got a hard head. You hit him that hard and he's still not out. Then came a man's voice, almost. 3, 2. He didn't even make it to 1. The next second, the unlucky thief who'd been clubbed over the head finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, passing out cold. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself tightly bound. He shook his throbbing head, trying to rub it with his hand, only to realize his hands were tied behind his back and he couldn't move. All he could do was force himself to stay alert and try to observe his surroundings. He turned his head and immediately met 2 pairs of sharp, watchful eyes. Gu Jiu said, "He's awake." The man jumped in fright, about to scream, but then his attention was caught by Gu Jiu's hair. How many years had it been since he'd seen such a carefully styled haircut? And Nan was playing with the gun she'd confiscated from him. Yo! Finally awake. You sure can sleep. Seeing him staring fixedly at her man's hair, and Nan couldn't help but laugh, pride obvious in her voice. New style, side part, 3/7 split. Handsome, right? She glanced at the man's own greasy, matted hair and kicked him in disgust. Handsome or not, Stop staring. With your monkey face, no amount of styling will help. Then she pressed the gun to his temple. Talk. What did that phone guy promise you? Where'd you get the little boat? How'd you get it in the water? Tell us everything, and maybe I'll spare your life. The man looked confused, then glanced at Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu hefted his baseball bat and gave the man a hard whack on the back. My wife's talking to you. Why are you looking at me? Answer her. The man screamed, feeling as if his spine had been broken. He cursed instinctively Bakairu. Both Nan and Gu Jiu were stunned. And Nan twitched her lips. Feng actually hired a Japanese? Gu Jiu frowned. Would the Japs even be able to get on the boat? And Nan raised her hand and slapped the man hard across the face. You've got 2 minutes to come clean. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The man's ears were ringing from the blow, but he still refused to cooperate. Without even looking at them, he shouted desperately toward the balcony. Yukiro! Yukiro! And Nan frowned and turned to Gu Jiu. What's he saying? Gu Jiu shook his head, guessing either it's a companion's name, or he's calling for help, or telling someone to run. Those were the most likely options. And Nan nodded, pulled out a triangular bayonet, and stabbed it viciously into the man's shoulder. Stop howling. Your partner's here too, she said, pointing to the corner of the room. There, another man lay unconscious, his head covered in blood. He hadn't taken the beating as well and still hadn't woken up. The man clutched his bleeding shoulder, glanced at his companion, and his expression turned fierce. In broken Chinese, he spat out his first words. Bastards! If you have the guts, kill me. The Empire's warships will avenge me. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged glances. The Empire's warships? Then it hit them. We misjudged old Feng. These guys really are outside infiltrators. They'd thought he was an inside man before. Not afraid to die? Then I won't kill you, and Nan said, stabbing him again. I'll just make you wish you were dead. Her triangular bayonet hurt far more than a regular knife. After a few stabs, the man's lips turned white. And Nan demanded, spill it. Sneaking onto our ship, what are you after? This time, the man didn't bother hiding it. He let out a cold laugh and started threatening them. Do whatever you want. Your ark will soon be ours. Dying for the Empire is my honor. And Nan frowned and kicked him hard, sending him flying into the wall. Gu Jiu said, there must be a Japanese ship nearby. These two were probably sent to scout things out, or maybe to cause chaos so they could ambush us. Too bad their luck was bad. Of all the rooms on the ark, they'd picked the one with Nan and Gu Jiu. And Nan thought for a moment. Since they weren't after us specifically, let's send them to Chief Song for interrogation. He's got more people and more ways, he'll make them talk. Gu Jiu nodded. All right. Each of them took charge of one prisoner and prepared to deliver them to Song Guiqiang's office. On the way, and Nan couldn't help but sigh, it's strange, how come so many of these Japs can speak Chinese? After the apocalypse, almost every Japanese they'd run into could speak fluent Chinese. But hardly any Chinese could speak Japanese. Gu Jiu said casually, maybe it's a kind of admiration. They'd coveted China for years. Too bad all those years of daydreaming came to nothing. Even the apocalypse didn't help them realize their ambitions. And Nan sneered. Before the disaster, they wanted our land. After the disaster, they want our ship. They really are desperate. The man listened to their mocking banter the whole way, finally snapping you. Don't get cocky. Today is the day you die. And Nan ignored him and delivered him straight to Song Guiqiang. Just as she was about to speak in Song Guiqiang's office, she suddenly noticed that the blue light outside the window, which had never faded, seemed to flash twice, sharply. Song Guiqiang was sitting with his back to the window, so he hadn't noticed anything unusual outside. He simply looked at the people in Nan and Gu Jiu were holding with a puzzled expression. What's going on here? Neither in Nan nor Gu Jiu replied. Both of them watched the window warily. Following their gaze, Song Guiqiang turned to look outside as well, and his brow furrowed. That light is getting closer. It seems to be following us. And Nan nodded. It flashed a few times just now. This kind of thing had never happened before. When viewed through the astronomical telescope, that light had always flickered, but the flickering was completely invisible to the naked eye. Now, however, it was changing in a way they could see. And Nan couldn't shake a sense of unease. She turned around and grabbed the little notepad guy by the chin, squeezing hard. "Is this your doing?" But she saw that the notepad guy was also staring at the blue light outside, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gu Jiu frowned. "It probably has nothing to do with them." And Nan saw it too and couldn't help but sigh. So, what was going on? Song Guiqiang pointed at the two men, their heads bloodied, and asked again, "And these are?" And Nan shoved the man tied up like a dumpling forward and kicked the other, who was still unconscious. "They're invaders from the Notepad Nation." Song Guiqiang was a little surprised. "From the Notepad Nation?" And Nan nodded and explained what had happened earlier in the room. Song Guiqiang's expression grew serious. "Looks like they've been watching us for some time." He frowned. "But our equipment didn't detect any other vessels or life forms nearby. How did they manage that? They hid themselves so well." The notepad guy sneered and shouted, "The Empire's technology will always be superior to yours." And Nan kicked him hard. "Will you die if you stop bragging?" The kick was a bit much. The man had already been stabbed several times, and now, with this kick, he nearly passed out. Song Guiqiang studied him with a grave look, then said to Nan and Gu Jiu, "Leave them to me. I'll—" Before he could finish, the intercom on the table suddenly crackled to life. "Reporting, sir. A large warship is approaching nearby. Heading straight for us." And Nan instinctively looked out the window. The lights outside were on, and the weather was good tonight. Moonlight bathed the sea, so visibility was decent. But as far as she could see, there was nothing out there. They'd probably need radar or satellite surveillance to detect anything. But logically, the notepad guys had been watching them for days already. Why hadn't the Ark discovered them before, and why were they suddenly showing themselves now? And Nan felt something was off. She glanced at the notepad guy, his head covered in blood, and saw that he wore an expression of heroic sacrifice mixed with twisted pride, like he was ready to die for his cause and was perversely pleased about it. Judging by his look, their warship must be preparing to attack. Song Guiqiang picked up the intercom and replied decisively. "Give 3 warnings. Prepare to fire at any moment." "I'm on my way." "Yes, sir." The next second, a stern warning echoed around the Ark. "Warning. You are too close. Stop your approach immediately." Song Guiqiang told Nan and Gu Jiu, "Wait here for a moment," then hurried off toward the command center with the intercom in hand. And Nan opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, he'd already closed the door and left. The two of them looked at the 2 tightly bound notepad men and had no choice but to stay put, sitting on the office sofa to wait. Song Guiqiang didn't seem to be on guard against them at all, leaving them alone in his office just like that. Ever since hearing the warning, the notepad guy's face had been a shifting display of emotions, flushed with excitement, pride, smugness. He might as well have had "You're all doomed" written on his face. And Nan shot him a cool glance, then leaned back on the sofa, completely ignoring him. Seeing this, the man quickly lost his smugness and, looking angry, asked, "Aren't you scared? Our Empire's warship won't spare a single person here." He tried to threaten them. "If you let us go now, maybe I'll consider letting you 2 die with your bodies intact." And Nan couldn't help but laugh at his cluelessness. The man, like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on, snapped, "What are you laughing at? A dog telling jokes to amuse its master, shouldn't the master laugh?" And Nan shot him a disdainful look. "The mighty Ark of a great nation, why should we fear your little tin can of a ship?" That successfully enraged him. "Baka. You're about to die. And Nan gave him a cold look, then stood up, pulled out a bottle of alcohol and poured it over his wounds. His shrill screams echoed through the office. He was covered in wounds, none of them healed. The alcohol burned like fire, the pain so intense his heart nearly seized. "Don't worry, you could die 800 times and I still wouldn't die," and Nan said, putting away the alcohol and looking him up and down. But for now, I'll let you live a little longer so you can watch your little ship get wiped out. I'm not keeping you alive to listen to your barking." Then, using her backpack as cover, she pulled a foot towel out of her space and stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Jiu glanced at the towel. Poor foot towel, having to be used to plug up his stinky mouth. The man? What's this about plugging my mouth? A foot towel. Puh. Who's pitiful? I'm the pitiful one here. He tried to spit the towel out in disgust, but Nan had stuffed it in tight. There was no way to get it out. Seeing the man trying to talk, but only managing muffled noises, Nan finally sat back down on the sofa. The world is quiet again. Although she didn't know what tricks the enemy warship had up its sleeve, nor what countermeasures her own side had prepared, she trusted Song Guoqiang and trusted even more in her country's strength. Back in the toughest days, they'd managed to drive out those little Japs. How could they possibly be afraid now? When the natural disaster first struck, those little Japs islands were the first to sink. Now, there were probably only a handful of their navy left. How could they possibly compare to their own massive ark, assembled with the nation's full military might? Gu Jiu was thinking the same thing. He leaned back comfortably against the sofa, pulling Nan close to reassure her. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Once Chief Song gets back, we can go back to enjoying the moon." And Nan nodded. She wasn't particularly worried about the Japanese warship. What caught her attention was that blue light. Just then, the man who had been unconscious suddenly opened his eyes and shouted at them. "Ha ha, don't get any funny ideas. We've already planted new bombs all around your ship. As soon as our warship gets a little closer, we'll set them off. If you want to." Before he could finish, that blue light in the distance suddenly started flashing wildly. Gu Jiu immediately jumped up and hurried to the window. The Japanese man shut his mouth too, forgetting all about his threats, his face tense as he stared outside. Strange phenomena in the sky were always the most terrifying. No matter how much humans fought, when it came to natural disasters, everyone was equally vulnerable. They were out at sea, with nowhere to set foot on land. If anyone fell overboard, they'd be dead in no time, let alone if a major disaster struck. The blue light flickered a few times, then suddenly changed color, flashing white. Blue and white intertwined, the different lights twisting and flickering like little snakes, tangling together. Suddenly, inspiration struck Nan. Her eyes widened. "I get it. This is..." Before she could finish, a thunderous boom erupted, shaking the whole sea. In the deafening roar, the rest of Nan's sentence was almost drowned out. "It's lightning. Thunder." Even though he hadn't heard her clearly, Gu Jiu could see what was happening. He immediately pulled Nan back, away from the window as far as possible. At the same time, those blue, white, and even purple lights suddenly converged, forming a massive bolt of lightning thicker than anything they'd ever seen, like an ancient dragon baring its fangs, ready to tear the sky apart. 2 seconds later, with another earth-shattering crash, that giant bolt of lightning struck down hard in the distance. For a moment, it felt like the whole world was being shattered. And Nan felt the floor lurch violently beneath her feet. She grabbed onto the desk beside her just to stay upright. For such a huge arc, and at such a distance, to still feel such a strong shock, it showed just how powerful that lightning strike was. Luckily, it had struck far away. If it had hit their arc, she doubted the ship could have survived. Who would have thought that blue light, after building up for so long, would turn out to be a thunderbolt? When it finally exploded, it was truly terrifying, like it was going to destroy the world. A minute later, the arc finally stabilized. Before Nan could even breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 Japanese men suddenly became agitated. Despite being tied up, they struggled desperately toward the window. And Nan thought they were trying to attack her and dodged aside, only to realize they weren't coming for her at all. Gu Jiu was startled too. Then, seeing the 2 men standing by the window, peering out in agitation, he frowned. Did they get scared out of their minds? They were staring in the direction where the giant lightning had just struck. Following their gaze, and Nan noticed something odd. "Hey, look over there. Is that a ship?" Gu Jiu looked carefully for a while, then nodded. Yeah, but it looks like a wreck and abandoned ship. As soon as he said that, the two Japanese men became even more agitated, turning to babble at them in rapid Japanese. Watching their reaction, and Nan suddenly realized something. She pulled out a small telescope and looked carefully at the wreck. One look, and she almost burst out laughing. She turned to Gu Jiu. That's no wreck. That's their warship. Look, it's still smoking. So that massive lightning bolt had struck the Japanese warship dead on? Good. Serves them right. What a rolling thunder. When you've done too many bad things, heaven itself will punish you. They didn't even have to lift a finger. Just then, the sky flashed again. Just like before, countless little snakes twisted and gathered, merging into a giant dragon. And Nan and Gu Jiu retreated further from the window. It looked like the thunderstorm wasn't over yet. The thick lightning bolt hung in the sky like a divine sword, ready to strike at any moment. And it was aimed at the same spot as before. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the distant warship was struck by lightning again. Again and again, 4 times in total, the lightning struck the same spot before finally stopping. And Nan stared, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but quip, "Weren't you going to ambush us? Why does it look like you're the ones going through a heavenly tribulation? Planning to ascend to immortality or something?" The two men's faces were ashen. They didn't even bother to reply, just stared fixedly at the distant warship. And Nan picked up the telescope and took another look, clicking her tongue. No need to look. There's no way anyone survived that. The ship was completely blown apart. Forget about the people inside, even the steel hull had turned brittle. If anyone touched it now, it would crumble to dust. Unlike the two Japanese men, who were frowning in despair, and Nan was in high spirits. She handed the telescope to Gu Jiu and said with a smile, "Still planning to blow us up? There's not a soul left on your ship who's going to set off the bombs." Before she could finish, Gu Jiu suddenly frowned and said, "Wait, look at that flag." "Flag? What flag?" And Nan took the telescope and looked in the direction Gu Jiu indicated. Sure enough, floating on the distant sea was a national flag. It must have fallen off before the lightning struck. Though it was tattered, you could still make out which country it belonged to. It definitely wasn't the Japanese flag. At that moment, the man beside her spoke up. "Girl, you're celebrating too soon. That's not our ship." Floating on the water's surface was the flag of the beautiful country. As the group spoke, 2 more ships gradually appeared behind the wreckage of a battered warship in the distance, slowly making their way over. These 2 were also warships, but much smaller than the previous one. Compared to the giant ark they were on, they looked like toy boats for children. However, the flags fluttering on these 2 ships were unmistakably those of the island nation. And Nan, holding a pair of binoculars, immediately reported the situation to Gu Jiu. The 2 island nation men beside them, who didn't have binoculars and couldn't see clearly, visibly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Nan's words. Their expressions quickly turned arrogant again. The man who hadn't been gagged shouted in awkward Chinese, "Looks like your hopes are dashed. Our warships are perfectly fine. Soon, we'll be able to detonate the bombs here." But Nan wasn't the least bit anxious. She glanced at him calmly and replied unhurriedly, "First time I've seen someone so happy after their father died. What a filial son you are." The man, who had just calmed down, immediately got agitated again. "You? What are you saying?" And Nan put down her binoculars and shrugged. "What? Wasn't that ship struck by lightning from the beautiful country?" The man nodded instinctively. "Yes." And Nan curled her lips. "Then that's your daddy, isn't it? Don't you always treat the beautiful country as your father? Your old man just got struck by lightning, and you unfilial descendants can still laugh." Gu Jiu almost burst out laughing beside her. And Nan had always had a sharp tongue. She wouldn't rest until she'd angered someone. Seeing the 2 island nation men's faces turn green with rage, she didn't let up, continuing, "Oh, right, almost forgot. You're not sons, at best you're grandsons." The man who'd been shouting earlier was so angry his mouth twisted. The other, whose mouth was stuffed with a towel, could only let out muffled mmm sounds in fury. This woman's words were just too infuriating. Father, what father? That was their ally. Back when the disaster struck, their country's small islands were the first to sink. In other words, they'd been wiped out in the very first wave of catastrophe. Only this one naval unit had survived by sheer luck, struggling to survive at sea for years, clinging to the hope of reviving their empire. At first, they'd wanted to land and settle in the nearby Fuguay, China. But as soon as they entered the eastern waters, before they could even get close to shore, they were beaten back in utter defeat. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, Fuguay's coastal defenses would still be fully operational? They waited a long time, but Fuguay never collapsed. With no other choice, they tried to land in southern Fuguay, only to run into an extreme cold snap and a massive tsunami. Their unit was almost completely wiped out. Only these last two ships survived. By sheer luck, they'd been separated from the main fleet by a storm and delayed by a day, narrowly avoiding the tsunami. The commanders of the two warships, seeing the situation, figured that sooner or later the ocean would swallow all the land. If they did manage to land, who knew when another disaster would strike? So they decided to live at sea from then on, becoming a seafaring people. But the past few years had been tough. Though they could eat seafood, water filtration was inefficient, fresh water was desperately scarce, and all other supplies were in short supply. On top of that, they'd endured extreme heat, cold, and all sorts of harsh weather. By now, they were at the end of their rope. Fortunately, not long ago, they'd run into an aircraft carrier from the beautiful country. With their own resources exhausted, this encounter gave them hope again. This was a naval unit from the beautiful country, with the deck packed with the latest fighter jets, a force that was clearly formidable. Unlike Fuguay's Ark, there wasn't a single civilian survivor on this massive warship. All several thousand people aboard were highly trained soldiers. So, the island nation's warships had no intention of confronting them. Instead, they tried their best to curry favor, hoping to join forces and seize resources from other survivors at sea. Especially now that the rising sea had swallowed so much land, even Fuguay had become a nation of drifters, forced to wander the ocean. This juicy, big fat prize only strengthened the alliance between the two navies. Of course, alliance was just a nice word. In reality, the island nation was just playing the lackey, acting as escort ships, running errands, and doing grunt work. After all, they didn't have the numbers or military strength to match the beautiful country's fleet. So, when it came to risky missions like approaching Fuguay's Ark, the job fell to them. Still, even knowing all this, the two island nation men were fuming at Nan's mocking father-son remarks. They couldn't win a fight, couldn't win an argument, so all they could do was stare expectantly out the window, praying their two ships would hurry up and come save them and kill this infuriating woman. Baka, just you wait. Our warships are almost here, and soon we'll detonate. And Nan rolled her eyes and cut him off. Oh, shut up. Those little rust buckets of yours don't even have missiles left. How dare you call them warships? The two men were instantly shocked. How did you know? How did she know their warships were out of missiles? And Nan shot them a look. Duh. If they still had missiles, would these two losers have gone to all this trouble to plant new bombs on the Ark? They'd have just fired a missile and been done with it. Clearly, they were desperate, down to their last few bombs, hoping to blow a hole in the Ark and take it over. But there was no need to explain all that to them. She just sneered. We Fuguay people have 5,000 years of culture behind us. When it comes to brains, not everyone can compare. Your little schemes? Any kid here could figure them out in no time. She couldn't be bothered with them anymore, so she picked up her binoculars again to observe the situation outside. From the start, their Ark had been retreating, and now it was moving at full speed. The two island nation warships in the distance were already struggling to keep up. And Nan knew that Song Guqiang and the others couldn't possibly be afraid of those two little boats. They were most likely trying to avoid the lightning. That apocalyptic, heavenly tribulation, with its world-destroying power, was what truly terrified everyone. Sure, The previous bolts of lightning had all struck the enemy, but who could guarantee the next one wouldn't suddenly target their own arc? Naturally, the farther away they got, the better. She stared nervously at the sky. There was no more blue light to be seen, hopefully. That meant there wouldn't be any more massive lightning strikes, right? But even if the lightning had stopped, who could say for sure there wouldn't be a violent storm afterward? A storm at sea was a terrifying disaster in its own right. Even if it wasn't enough to sink the ship, days of violent rocking would be more than enough to make everyone aboard miserable. Especially someone like Sherhan, who already suffered from seasickness. If the ship kept rocking for days, it would practically take half her life. While Nan was lost in thought, the two Japanese captives' little notebooks beside her felt deeply insulted by her disregard. What's that supposed to mean? Did this woman look down on their warships? So, what if they didn't have any missiles? Those damn Chinese had always lived comfortably on land. How could they possibly understand the hardships of years spent wandering the seas? Back when all those mutated sea monsters appeared out of nowhere, they'd used up all their missiles just to survive. The fact that they were still alive now was proof of their strength. Wasn't it perfectly normal not to have any missiles left? They might be out of missiles, but they still had some new bombs. Their ships were even coated with the same advanced stealth paint as the Americans, letting them evade tracking and surveillance. As long as they didn't get too close, no one would ever detect them. They'd been lurking near the Ark for so long without being discovered. Wasn't that proof enough of their capabilities? According to the original plan, they were supposed to quietly approach the Ark, let the Americans launch a surprise airstrike, and then have their own warships move in and detonate the bombs they'd secretly planted on the Ark. A two-pronged attack, guaranteed to cripple the Chinese Ark and let them loot all its resources. But things hadn't gone their way. The American warships and fighter jets had been completely wiped out by lightning. The two Japanese captives cursed, "The heavens are blind," in their hearts, then shouted at Nan. "What are you so smug about? So, what if we don't have missiles anymore? Does your Ark have any? Built in the middle of a disaster, what could it possibly be worth? It's just a big boat for running away. Aren't you all still fleeing in panic? Just wait. When our warships catch up." Before he could finish, the sky outside suddenly lit up, followed by a thunderous explosion. All four people in the room instinctively recoiled, thinking it was another lightning strike. After a few seconds of ringing in their ears, they realized something was wrong. There was no lightning, just a towering column of fire in the distance. It was clearly an explosion. And Nan froze for a moment, then realized the authorities had just blown up the Japanese warships. She couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. "Sorry, but it looks like we really do have missiles after all." So, what if it's the apocalypse? Even in the apocalypse, they weren't lacking in hardcore weaponry. That's real strength. She raised her binoculars and took a careful look, confirming that the two Japanese warships had been destroyed by missiles. That gaudy, obnoxious Japanese flag had been reduced to ashes. "Well, looks like you're finished." Since the two Japanese captives were still tightly bound, and Nan very considerately held the binoculars up to each of their faces in turn. "Here, take a good look. Don't think I'm lying to you." Then she added, "We've never gone looking for trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. You were given chances, re-warnings, in fact, but you just wouldn't give up. Serves you right." The two Japanese men stared in disbelief for a moment, then quickly collapsed, slumping to the floor and wailing. One of them had his mouth gagged, so his words were muffled, but the other's voice was loud and clear. "The plan to revive the Empire has failed just like that. I am guilty. I am a sinner." He started bawling, then glared at Nan with bloodshot eyes, fixating on her triangular bayonet. "Give me the knife. Give me the knife. I want to die with the Empire. I want to commit seppuku." The other captive, gagged with a towel, whimpered nonstop. Judging by his eyes, he wanted to say the same thing. And Nan twitched her lips. These Japanese devils always had this weird sense of conviction. But their convictions always seemed to be fixated on the strangest things, with a touch of madness. In other words, they had obsessive-compulsive personality disorders, commonly known as being mentally ill. She pulled Gu Jiu back a few steps, moving away from them in disgust, then said expressionlessly, "Now that you're on our ship, you don't get to die just because you want to. Who knew if they had any other accomplices out at sea?" Judging by their look of utter despair, Japan was probably finished, but there was still America. Who knew if, besides the warship that got struck by lightning, there were any others hiding in the shadows? These two would definitely be subject to a thorough interrogation by the authorities. She wasn't about to help them escape. Not long after, Song Guiqiang's secretary arrived on orders from the chief to take the prisoners away. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss and Mr. Gu. The chief is tied up at the moment, so you two can head back. We'll make sure these two are strictly interrogated." And Nan nodded and told him about the bombs planted on the ship. The secretary promised to have all the bombs safely removed, then ordered his men to take the two still screaming Japanese captives away. And Nan and Gu Jiu quickly took their leave. "Then we won't trouble you any further." Once they left the official offices, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The blue light in the sky had disappeared, so at least they didn't have to worry about any more freakish weather for now. Looking back, today had been pretty dangerous. Their own side was strong, but hidden bombs and enemy fighter jets were no joke. Luckily, those two Japanese had climbed onto their balcony and not someone else's. And even luckier, the lightning had struck the enemy, not the Ark. To survive in the apocalypse, you needed more than just strength, you needed luck, too. As the two of them relaxed and headed toward the suite area, and Nan suddenly stopped in her tracks, stunned. Then her expression changed dramatically, and she broke into a run, tense and anxious. Gu Jiu was startled and hurried to catch up. "Anan, what's wrong?" And Nan didn't slow down. As she ran, she called out, "Hurry, back to the room." When the two of them rushed back to the room, Gu Jiu finally realized what was happening. Fuguay was about to give birth. The second the door closed, and Nan darted straight into the space, moving so fast she nearly left Gu Jiu behind. She ran over to the spring, looking anxious. That was where she'd set up a special birthing area for Fuguay. Right now, Fuguay was curled up obediently on the bedding, panting nervously with her tongue out. White Tiger and Grandpa Rabbit stood by her side, both looking worried. Even Lai Fu, who usually didn't get along with her, was flapping his wings nervously and keeping watch nearby. The atmosphere made it obvious. The dog was about to give birth. The puppies, who should have been born 2 months ago, had finally decided to come out and see the world after more than 4 months. The temperature in the manor was comfortable and stable, unlike the Ark, which could shake without warning. The spiritual spring water could also help the dog stay strong and energized. So, and Nan and Gu Jiu had already discussed it and laid out soft, comfy bedding by the spring as Fuguay's birthing area. Earlier, when they ambushed those two little notebook-wielding window climbers, and Nan had simply put the 4 animals into the space to keep them from getting too excited and making noise that would alert the enemy. She hadn't expected that in just a short while, Fuguay, who had been bouncing around moments ago, would suddenly go into labor. As Nan was heading back to the room, she casually checked on the manor with her mind and happened to notice something unusual with the 4 animals, so she hurried back. Even though she'd prepared for everything, now that the moment was here, and Nan was still incredibly nervous. While quickly taking out the birthing supplies she'd prepared, she checked on Fuguay. "Fuguay, how do you feel?" It was Fuguay's first time being a mom, and she was clearly nervous too. She panted for a while, tongue lolling, before replying breathlessly, I kind of feel like I need to poop." And Nan, Gu Jiu, Lai Fu, and Grandpa Rabbit. Only White Tiger answered seriously, "It's okay, go ahead and poop, I'll keep watch for you." And Nan. Their antics made her relax a bit. She reached out to gently stroke Fuguay's head to comfort her. "It's fine, just pretend you're pooping. Don't worry, just let it out." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to help with the birth, silently going over the steps she'd learned. First, she fed Fuguay a few sips of spiritual spring water to help her regain some energy. Then, while Fuguay was straining, she re-sterilized the scissors she'd prepared. Once the puppy's head appeared, she'd help pull it out and cut the umbilical cord. And Nan watched Fuguay like she was facing a formidable enemy, ready for a long battle. No matter the species, giving birth is always a dangerous ordeal. She had to. Before she could finish her thought, the puppy slipped out, glistening and wet. Oh wait, was born. Fuguay's grimacing face instantly relaxed. Sister Nan, I'm done. Huh? And Nan was dumbfounded. From the start of labor until now, it hadn't even been 2 minutes, right? It was already over. Are you sure this was giving birth and not just pooping? And Nan stared in disbelief for a few moments, checking several times before finally confirming that the brown lump Fuguay produced was indeed a puppy, not a giant turd. Once she realized, she immediately reached out to help. First step, break the amniotic sac. The puppy was wrapped in a thin, transparent membrane. If it wasn't torn open in time, the puppy could suffocate. But before she could do anything, Fuguay turned around, stuck out her big tongue, and licked the membrane off the puppy in a few swift strokes. And Nan was stunned. Fuguay was a natural at this. So she pulled her hand back, ready for the next step. She picked up the sterilized scissors. All right, time to cut the umbilical cord. But before she could get the scissors close, Fuguay opened her mouth and bit through the umbilical cord herself. In a few quick bites, the cord was severed and the puppy started squeaking. And Nan froze. What else was she supposed to do? Turns out, nothing. Fuguay had handled everything herself. Feeling a bit lost, she turned to look at Gujiu. Gujiu looked even more confused than she was as he watched Fuguay. Is it really that easy for dogs to give birth? And Nan replied, it's not supposed to be. Giving birth is tough for dogs too. Maybe it's because Fuguay is a mutant dog. Gujiu nodded. Could be. Fuguay's been drinking spring water for years. She's not your average dog. And Nan picked up a small towel and dried off the wet puppy. Then she glanced at the new dog mom and praised, Fuguay, you're amazing. Fuguay didn't reply. She was already munching on the placenta. And Nan found it a little gross, but she held back. When it came to giving birth, dogs seemed to know what to do instinctively. There must be a reason for everything they did. Maybe eating the placenta helped the mother regain nutrients. She set the puppy down and checked Fuguay over carefully. Fuguay, is there just one? Are there any more? Dogs usually have a whole litter. Fuguay thought for a moment, then shook her head. Nope. That's it. All done. And Nan. Well, looks like this one's an only child. And Nan looked at the little brown ball, eyes still closed, and felt like she was dreaming. The chaos and danger she'd imagined never happened. Fuguay's first birth was unexpectedly smooth and skilled. The whole process took just a few minutes. The puppy was already snuggled up to Fuguay, happily nursing. And Nan finally let out a sigh of relief. Even though she'd studied so hard, she hadn't really helped at all, but at least Fuguay hadn't suffered. It was an easy, natural birth, and Fuguay seemed to be in good spirits afterward. And Nan helped clean off the blood and dirt from Fuguay, gently stroked her head, and said with some affection, "Good girl, you worked hard. From now on, you're a puppy's mom, but you'll always be my little baby." Fuguay still looked like a child herself, rubbing against Nan's hand and grinning goofily. Even though she'd given birth by instinct, she clearly wasn't used to being a mom yet. Feeling the puppy nursing, Fuguay's eyes went wide in disbelief, looking completely baffled. What's going on? Is this toothless little thing biting me? And Nan watched as Fuguay licked its lips and curiously stretched its head out to sniff the newborn puppy. She couldn't help but remind it out loud. Fuguay, you can't eat this one. Gujiu, standing nearby, chuckled. Fuguay isn't that dumb. And Nan replied seriously, don't be so sure. With this greedy little fool, who knows what it might do? She had to keep a close eye on it, just in case the silly dog decided to treat her puppy like a snack. And Nan squatted down beside them, quietly observing the tiny newborn. It was a brown male puppy. Maybe it was because this was a single pup litter, or maybe because it was also a mutant dog, but this little guy was especially sturdy. Not only was he big for a newborn, but he was strong when nursing too. At first glance, he looked like a miniature calf. His fur and coloring were like Zhuai Fang's, but his features resembled Fuguay. His forepaws were thick and large. It was obvious he wouldn't stay small for long. Judging by his looks, he'd probably grow up to be even more like a Tibetan Mastiff than his mother. And Nan, loving the puppy by association, found him cuter and cuter the more she looked. Time in the space was limited. Once Fuguay and the puppy were both stable, and Nan took them out of the manor and returned to the Ark. Next to Nan and Gujiyu's room was a dedicated pet room. As the head of the household's pets, Fuguay had always had the bedroom to herself. Lord Rabbit liked the little kitchen, while Lai Fu and White Tiger slept in the living room. Each pet had its own cozy spot. But to take care of the pregnant dog, White Tiger had been sleeping outside the bedroom door for a while, always ready to respond to any call from inside. Now that the puppy was born, Fuguay's maternal instincts were suddenly in full swing. She bared her teeth and wouldn't let Lai Fu or Lord Rabbit come near. Of course, she was still polite to her two humans. She even tried to show off, nudging the puppy toward Nan as if presenting a treasure. So the other pets were all chased out to the living room, leaving only Nan, Gujiyu, and the two dogs, one big, one small, in the bedroom. Holding the puppy, Nan said to Gujiyu, "Let's give him a name." Without thinking, Gujiyu blurted out, "How about Neza?" Although the puppy hadn't stayed in his mother's belly for 3 years like Neza, he had taken twice as long as normal before finally being born. And Nan twitched her lips. "That's realistic, but it doesn't sound very nice." Gujiyu raised an eyebrow. "Not nice?" She'd named dogs Fuguay and Lai Fu, and she thought Neza sounded bad. After a moment's thought, he suggested tentatively, "How about Wonkai?" And Nan nodded in agreement. "That's a good name. Very auspicious." Gujiyu. Fuguay let out a dissatisfied bark. She'd watched plenty of TV dramas over the past 2 years, and all the dogs in them were named Wonkai. It was too common. She didn't like it. And Nan looked down and couldn't help but laugh. "You don't like it? I'll think of something else." But when she looked up again, she suddenly sensed something unusual. "Huh?" She pointed out the window. "Jiyu, look. There's a strange light over there." Gujiyu followed her gaze and saw a streak of orange-red on the horizon. He stared in surprise, then quickly got up and walked to the balcony. After watching for a while, he said in amazement, "That looks like sunlight." "Sunlight?" And Nan shot to her feet and hurried to the balcony to look out. Under their gaze, the light grew brighter and spread wider. The surrounding clouds became clearer, tinged with layers of golden light. Most importantly, at the place where sea met sky in the distance, something round seemed to be quietly rising. And Nan was both shocked and delighted. "That's the sun. It's really the sun." She couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a picture of the horizon. "I thought after the thunder there'd be a storm, but I never expected to see the blazing sun." "It's the apocalypse. Nothing happens like before," Gujiyu said with emotion. Who would have thought those bolts of lightning would not only destroy the American warships, but also take away the eternal night? And Nan gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting a gentle golden glow. "Is the eternal night really over?" Gujiyu wasn't sure either. "I think so." And Nan frowned. "It won't turn into an endless day now, will it? Like, no night at all, 24 hours of daylight?" Gujiyu shook his head. "I don't know. We'll have to watch for a day and see what happens tomorrow." Then he added, "But now that we're living at sea, even if it does turn into endless day, it's still better than eternal night." And Nan nodded. "Yeah, at least we can see clearly now. No need for lights, and we'll save a lot of energy." She took a deep breath, looking at the morning glow in the distance. "No matter what, I love the sun. People always yearn for the light. Not just people." Fuguay was wagging her tail excitedly at the window too. And Nan turned back and glanced at the newborn puppy. He came, and so did the sun. "Let's call him Lucky Star, okay? Little Lucky Star." Fuguay barked. This time, she was very satisfied. It wasn't just Nan and Gujiyu who were happy. As the sun fully rose and hung high in the sky, The entire arc erupted in celebration. Even though the two of them stayed in their room, they could hear the cheers from outside. After surviving so long in darkness, people finally saw the light again. And this time, the sun not only rose, but set on time as well. In the days that followed, it rose and set as usual, and the sky completely returned to normal. People's hearts finally settled. The eternal night was truly over. No endless day, no other disasters, everything was so normal, it almost felt strange. No matter what, life was finally back on track. Song Guiqiang led his team in a thorough search, safely dismantling all the bombs hidden outside the Ark by the little notebook. Taking advantage of the bright daylight and clear visibility, they patrolled everywhere and took out a few more American warships hiding in the shadows. In less than a month, they dominated the entire Eastern Sea. The survivors all took up their roles on the ship, resuming farming and various kinds of production. The Ark was thriving, full of harmony and vitality. And Nan didn't have to work, so her days were even more leisurely. With the darkness gone, her room had become a gorgeous ocean view suite. Aside from keeping an eye on the scheming Director Fang, life was almost too good to be true. One morning, as usual, and Nan got up feeling relaxed and comfortable. But as soon as she stepped out of her room, a dark shadow flashed by and lunged at her. Startled, she instinctively dodged aside and drew her triangular dagger and pistol. When she raised her gun to aim, and Nan took a closer look and realized that the one charging at her was actually Fuguay. Its tail was wagging furiously, and it had one of its own puppies in its mouth, sneaking over with a mischievous look. And Nan put away her weapon, a bit exasperated. Seriously, why do you keep bringing your puppy to me? These past few days, whenever she showed her face, Fuguay would immediately dump its puppy on her to babysit. Yesterday, she even went out of her way to lock the door from the pet room to her side, hoping for a day of peace and quiet. Who would have thought this clever dog would still find a way to sneak over? And Nan scolded with a stern face, "Take care of your own kid. I'm only responsible for feeding you." Lately, she'd been making all sorts of nutritious meals for Fuguay, fattening it up so much that it was even healthier than before giving birth. Its milk was plentiful and rich, and the puppy was growing fast and strong. Maybe it was because they were mutant dogs, but unlike normal puppies who open their eyes at 10 days, start teething at 14, and only walk at around 20 days, Lucky Star was completely different. Barely a week old, it was already teething and able to walk all over the place. Its intelligence was also off the charts. It had its own opinions and a stubborn temper. The moment things didn't go its way, it would start howling nonstop. Scolding didn't work, hitting didn't scare it, and even milk couldn't calm it down. Nothing worked, soft or hard approaches. It would just squeeze its eyes shut and wail. It would only stop when you finally managed to coax it into a good mood. Fuguay was driven crazy by it every day. Even though Nan had fed it so well that it was plump and shiny, you could see the exhaustion on its face. Feeling sorry for Fuguay, and Nan would occasionally take the puppy away, hoping it could finally get a good night's sleep. But once Fuguay got a taste of long-lost freedom, it simply didn't want to take care of its puppy at all. It ignored Nan's scolding, put on an innocent face, wagged its tail cheekily, dropped Lucky Star off, and darted away. It even slammed the door shut behind it as it escaped back to the next room. And Nan looked at the puppy gnawing on her slipper at her feet, both amused and exasperated. Whoever takes care of the kid gets worn out. Fuguay was living the good life again, while she'd been a lot more irritable these past couple of days. This little one was a high-needs baby, super clingy, unwilling to be put down for even a second. If you tried, it would start howling. And now that it was teething, whether it was itchy gums or something else, it loved to chew on things. Its tiny teeth couldn't really hurt anyone yet, but it always left her covered in sticky drool. If that wasn't enough, it insisted on eating human food. If she didn't give it any, it would yell, no matter how much Nan explained that it could only have milk for now, it just wouldn't listen. After all, it was just a baby puppy, she couldn't exactly hit it. And Nan finally understood what the old couple from the Yu family had gone through. This little thing's stamina for crying was every bit as strong as you dog's wings. Watching Nan purse her lips in helplessness, Gu Jiu smiled, kissed her on the cheek, and patiently took the puppy from her arms. "It's fine. Go eat. I'll take care of the little one." And Nan shot him a grateful look and immediately went off to have breakfast. As she ate, she watched Gu Jiu gently playing with the puppy and couldn't help but think to herself, all the trouble chasing wind caused, in the end, it's always my Ayu who has to clean up the mess. A runaway dad, an irresponsible mom, and an impatient owner. Lucky Star's healthy upbringing was all thanks to Gu Jiu. He really was a natural at taking care of babies, patient, attentive, and never losing his temper, able to coax the little one all day long. After they switched shifts and both finished eating, and Nan, annoyed by the puppy's constant yapping, decided to leave the room and go for a walk by herself. The moment she stepped out, she ran into Yuchin, who looked unshaven and completely lost. He hadn't smiled once since boarding the Ark. "Morning." Even though his face was gloomy and his eyes lifeless, he still managed to greet Nan, the landlord, out of courtesy. And Nan glanced at him, nodded, and asked, "Going to look for Xiao Tang again?" Yuchin grunted, "Going to look for Xiao Yukai." And Nan sighed, "Haven't you already searched the whole Ark by now?" Yuchin's face immediately darkened. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying she's not on the Ark?" And Nan, did she really need to say it? Wasn't it already obvious to everyone? This guy had already organized several rounds of exhaustive searches. By now, everyone on the ship knew that the Yu family's young madam was missing, and the famously devoted young Master Yu was searching for her every day. But seeing the dark circles under his eyes, and Nan didn't say anything more. His mental state was clearly not normal. Let him keep searching in vain, at least it gave him something to do, so he wouldn't completely fall apart. Seeing her fall silent, Yuchin quickly excused himself, "I'm off to look for her. See you." And Nan nodded, "Bye." She watched as Yuchin strode away, muttering to himself like a madman. "She's not dead. She's definitely not dead. She's on this ship. She's on the ship. It's all my fault for not searching hard enough. I must have missed some detail. Yes, I haven't checked every single place yet. Maybe she's still mad at me, hiding somewhere to test me. I can't give up. I have to keep looking, keep looking." Watching the muttering, almost deranged young Master Yu, and Nan couldn't help but sigh at fate's twists and turns. Where was the dashing, confident man from before? The chasing wife at the crematorium trope was real, romance novels didn't lie. She sighed, left the Yu family's affairs behind, and continued on her way. She was already very familiar with the suite area's lobby, but she hadn't really explored the public areas outside the suites. Since she was in a good mood today, it was the perfect time to look around. Outside, there were lots of shuttle buses that would stop at a wave. Just swipe your points when you get on, and you could go anywhere, just like a city bus, picking up and dropping off passengers. And Nan didn't drive, she just hopped on a shuttle to explore. Unlike the quiet of the suite area, everywhere else was bustling with people. The supermarket was the most crowded, with people selling all kinds of seafood for points, and others happily buying piles of food, clothes, and daily necessities, waiting to check out. Even the usually deserted hospital had a long, lively queue. Although there was still a shortage of medicine under Chupe's leadership, the hospital had set up a dedicated acupuncture department. Simple ailments like headaches, fevers, backaches, and sore legs could all be treated with acupuncture. While the results weren't as immediate as injections or pills, it was still effective for treating illnesses and could even help improve overall health. Since there was little cost for medicine, the number of points needed for treatment was low. As long as you booked an appointment and waited your turn, everyone could get treated. As for the residential area, whether it was the dorm rooms or the partitioned spaces, it was still incredibly crowded. After being settled in for some time, the place had even developed that distinct sweaty, musty odor that comes from too many people living together. Still, everyone seemed to be in decent spirits, as if each person had their own things to do. Of course, this was mainly because life on the ship had basically settled into a routine, and social activities were well organized. The weather and temperature had returned to normal. Besides the mutant sweet potatoes, the authorities had started encouraging people to plant other vegetables, and the large amount of black soil brought on board before departure was finally being put to use. Everyone was actively participating in the labor, both to earn points and in the hope of eating fresh vegetables in the future. Now, with abundant seafood, plenty of fish, shrimp, and shellfish protein was well supplied. The mutant sweet potatoes ensured a steady supply of carbs. If they could add fresh vegetables to the mix, their diet would be perfect. So now, almost everyone was involved in planting. People had things to do during the day, and at night, they'd return to their rooms exhausted, falling asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow, barely noticing how tough the living conditions were. In addition, the authorities had set up a special sea fishing area. As long as you paid a certain number of points, you could go in and fish, and most people came away with a big haul, earning plenty of points. Life was clearly getting better for everyone. And Nan spent the morning wandering around, and after an hour of fishing in the sea fishing area, she headed home with a bucket full of seafood, still not quite satisfied. As she was getting on the shuttle bus, a couple got off at the same stop, and Nan thought they looked familiar. But it was just a brief encounter, and as she was about to take a closer look, the driver urged her to get on. So Nan hurried onto the bus and found a seat. When she looked back, she only saw the couple's figures receding into the distance. The man was tall and sturdy, the woman petite and slim. When they passed through a crowd, the man would carefully shield the woman. Who were they? Why did they look so familiar? The shuttle bus turned a corner, and the couple disappeared from view. And Nan looked away, not thinking about it further. If she couldn't remember, they probably weren't anyone important. When she got back to her room, the little puppy was already asleep, and Gujiu was in the kitchen, wearing an apron and cooking. And Nan quickly put down her bucket, rolled up her sleeves, and went over to help. Seeing the fish she brought back, Gujiu was a bit surprised. "Did you buy these? Want seafood for lunch?" And Nan shook her head. "No, I caught them myself. Just for fun." As she spoke, she told him about her morning. Gujiu listened as he continued cooking, occasionally responding, "Let's give these fish to Ma Qiangzhuang and the Jiang brothers later." After the disaster, the two of them were actually a bit wary of eating seafood. All the animals on land had mutated. Who knew if the ones in the sea were still normal? They had enough seafood in their storage space to last a lifetime. Since these fish were just caught for fun, it made sense to give them away. Ma Qiangzhuang and the Jiang brothers usually ate these kinds of fish anyway, so it was perfect. Besides, those two families had been sending little gifts recently to show goodwill, so it was only right to reciprocate. After lunch, they took the fish out and shared them with their friends. Then, while the growing puppy slept soundly, the two of them snuggled on the sofa and watched 2 movies together. As night fell and the puppy woke up, fussing for milk, they lazily got up from the sofa and called Fuguay over to feed Lucky. Since they'd eaten a lot of fried chicken and popcorn during the movies, they skipped dinner and changed straight into workout clothes to practice their exercises. But just as they finished changing, there was a knock at the door. "Hello, is anyone home? Our Director Fang would like to see you." And Nan and Gujiu exchanged a glance. So that chubby guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. But what excuse did he have for calling them over so directly? Apparently, hearing no response from inside, the person outside added, "We need you to come to the main hall. Your companions are there, waiting for you." Companions? Did they mean Sister Pepe and the others? And Nan frowned and took an assault rifle out of her storage space, handing it to Gujiu. "Let's go see what's up. What had to come would come eventually." Whatever the other side wanted, it was better for them to make a move openly than to keep plotting in secret. And in the main hall, with everyone watching, he'd have to restrain himself a bit. After all, Song Guiqiang and Li Mingqing's people were all around, not to mention Chief Chi, who had always been at odds with him. As long as that chubby guy did anything out of line, she and Au could fight back openly and justifiably. They opened the door to find two stern-faced soldiers waiting. Following them to the main hall, they were led straight to the billiards area. And Nan immediately spotted Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an, both red-faced and arguing heatedly with the people across from them. And right across from them was Director Fang himself, still as plump and greasy as ever. As soon as he saw Nan and Gu Jiyu arrive, he gave them a meaningful smile, his chubby cheeks squishing his eyes into slits. "Well, you're here." Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an turned at his words and were surprised to see Nan and Gu Jiyu. "Idol, Brother Gu, what are you doing here?" "President Gu, benefactor, why are you here?" Clearly, they hadn't known that Fang had called Nan and Gu Jiyu over. Those two soldiers had lied about their companions waiting for them. But Nan didn't have time to respond to her friends. Her attention was caught by the handsome young man standing beside Director Fang. Sure enough, Director Fang had another pretty boy with him, but it wasn't the same one as last time. It was someone she recognized. "Hey." And Nan frowned, eyeing him warily. The young man smiled slightly and greeted her, "Long time no see." Beside her, Gu Jiyu frowned as well, recognizing him. "Xiangyang." A perfect smile curved at the corners of Xiangyang's lips as he greeted Gu Jiyu with warmth. "It's me." "Brother Gu, sisterin, hello." Gu Jiyu shot him a cold glance. Back at the villa on the hillside, this guy was a rare specimen of a green tea man. Not only did he charm both Chupe and Hutsuelon into favoring him, but he also stirred up constant arguments between Zhao Ping'an and Chupe. Later, he even tried his tea tricks on Nan and Gu Jiyu themselves. Gu Jiyu had never liked him. He didn't bother responding to his greeting, didn't even want to waste another word, and simply shut his mouth. And Nan, on the other hand, gave him a half-smile and nodded, "Long time no see." "Mr. Xiang, you're working for Chief Fang now? Well, congratulations." After the doctor-snatching incident last time, and Nan had heard from Liu that this Chief Fang swung that way, he only liked men. But he didn't have any study partners, just kept swapping out fresh-faced young men every few days. And Nan had felt a wave of disgust at the thought. She could hardly imagine that greasy, bloated man wrapping his arms around a different handsome youth every time. What she hadn't expected was that this time the gossip would hit so close to home. Xiangyang was sticking close to that old pervert, and anyone with half a brain could guess what their relationship was. Catching the meaningful look in Nan's eyes, Xiangyang's brow twitched ever so slightly. But he quickly recovered, smiling as usual. "Brother Gu, sisterin, you're both so capable. I thought you'd be living in the sweet area too, but I didn't expect to see you so soon." And Nan replied coolly, "You're not lacking in ability yourself, Mr. Xiang. You're here too, aren't you? By the way, which room are you in? I haven't seen you around before." Xiangyang's smile froze for a moment at her words. He shot a glance at Chief Fang beside him, but didn't answer which room he lived in, only replying to the latter part. "I only moved in recently. I don't really like leaving my room, so it's normal we haven't run into each other." And Nan just said, "Oh," but didn't let it go. "No worries, there's plenty of time. Which room number are you in? We can come visit you sometime." Xiangyang opened his mouth, but no words came out. He just clenched his fist lightly and forced a laugh. Sure, you're welcome anytime." Still, he never said which room he lived in. And Nan smiled and dropped the subject. She knew full well that Xiangyang couldn't possibly have his own room. He was definitely staying in Chief Fang's quarters. There were only so many suites, and they were precious. That old man changed his boy toys every other day, no way he'd assign them their own rooms. And Nan had asked on purpose, just to make Xiangyang uncomfortable. Actually, she hadn't had a bad impression of Xiangyang before, just thought he was a bit complicated and preferred not to get too close. She'd never spoken to him so pointedly. But now that he was with Chief Fang, she had no reason to be nice. From the start, Chief Fang had been listening to their small talk with a beaming smile, not the least bit surprised they knew each other. Clearly, Xiangyang had told him about their connection in advance. So it was obvious Xiangyang had an agenda today. For all she knew, This whole setup was his idea. This man was not to be underestimated. Seeing Nan's guarded and distant attitude, Xiangyang stopped forcing the conversation and turned to Chief Feng, introducing them in a serious tone. Brother Feng, these two were my neighbors before. We got along well, we're old friends. The way he called him brother was light and intimate, with a hint of coyness and closeness that even Nan, as a straight woman, could pick up on. She got goosebumps on her arms. She couldn't help but gossip inwardly. If she remembered right, last time the boy toy had addressed him as Chief Feng. Judging by the title, Xiangyang's status was clearly higher than the last one. Chief Feng chuckled, giving him plenty of face, so you're friends of eyeing us. Well, that makes everything easier. Before he could finish, Zhao Ping'an, who had been fuming at the side, couldn't help but spit out, "Who's his friend?" "We're not close at all." He hadn't liked Xiangyang since the villa days, and now seeing him with Chief Feng, his disgust was even more obvious. And Nan knew Zhao Ping'an was usually steady and reserved. Even if he disliked Xiangyang, he wouldn't openly embarrass a chief in front of everyone. Clearly, something unpleasant must have happened between him and Chief Feng before she and Gu arrived. Gu Jiu was thinking the same thing. He glanced at Chief Feng and cut straight to the chase. "Deputy Chief Feng, you called us over, what do you want?" That deputy chief was clearly a bit provocative. Chief Feng's face darkened. Now that the four major bases had merged, only Song Guiqiang was the official chief, and the others were all deputy chiefs in charge of different areas. But no one ever called them deputy, they all just used chief. After all, they'd all been top dogs in their own territories, and each still had their own factions. Chief Feng, in particular, always put on the biggest airs. Even Song Guiqiang just called him Chief Feng, never adding deputy. It was obvious Gu was deliberately disrespecting him. A cold glint flashed in Chief Feng's eyes. He'd thought the man was handsome and had given him a few extra looks, but now he just wanted to chop him up and feed him to the fish. Chief Feng looked like he was about to eat someone, but Gu Jiu didn't flinch at all. He and Nan had discussed it before coming. Since trouble had found them, their best bet was to provoke the other side as much as possible, throw them off balance. If that old bastard lost his temper and tried something dangerous, they could immediately act in self-defense and take him out. No one could blame them for that. Liu had told Nan in a recent chat that Chief Feng had managed to stay on top because he monopolized all the official connections in the West. Basically, every leader in the Western base was his person. So even though Liu and Chief Chi had public support, they couldn't get rid of him. One side had the people, the other had the officials. They were evenly matched in the West. Right now, nearly a quarter of the suite residents were former Western base leaders, Chief Feng's loyalists. So if Nan and the others wanted to move against him, they'd need a rock-solid, just cause, or else life would get very difficult for them down the line. Director Fang looked at the young couple across from him, their expressions growing more arrogant by the second, and he almost couldn't hold back his temper. It was Xiangyang who coughed lightly at his side, prompting him to adjust his breathing and emotions. With a forced smile, he replied, "It's nothing major. It's just that your two friends broke something of mine and can't afford to pay for it, so I had to trouble you to come over." Broke his stuff? And Nan knew Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an weren't the careless type. Sure enough, Zhao Ping'an's face darkened. "Idle, he's talking nonsense. He's clearly trying to scam us." Long Song'an, standing beside him, explained the whole story to Nan and Gu Jiu. Turns out, the two of them had been playing pool in the lounge area earlier. By accident, they struck the cue ball and it shattered. Right after, Director Fang suddenly showed up with a group of people, claiming the ball was his and demanding compensation. And the price he named was outrageous. He wanted enough points to equal all of Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an's assets combined, multiplied by at least 10. In short, it was a price they could never afford. Naturally, Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an refused to accept this. Never mind whether the ball was worth that much. How could a ball placed in a public area suddenly be Director Fang's private property? Besides, pool is a game of striking balls. The cue ball is meant to be hit with the stick and then hit other colored balls. It's supposed to be durable. There's no way it would shatter from a single strike. Long Tsungen said they secretly swapped out the original cue ball for a glass one, even made it milky white so it looked just like the real thing. We didn't know, so when we hit it, it shattered. Director Fang replied, still wearing his fake smile. My young friend, that's not fair. What do you mean secretly? I just like playing with glass balls, so I swapped the original for a glass one. Is that a problem? I've played with this ball many times before, and it's never broken. How come it shattered as soon as you touched it? Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but interrupt nonsense. When have you ever played here? We come here every day and have never seen you once. Both Zhao Ping'an and Long Tsungen liked playing pool. The lounge's pool table was cheap, just a few points for a yearly pass, and you could play every day. There wasn't much entertainment in the apocalypse, so after getting their passes, the two of them came to play almost daily. Director Fang said calmly, my work hours are different from yours. I usually play during the day, so it's normal we haven't run into each other. Zhao Ping'an glared at him. Even so, what makes you say this ball is yours? If it's really your custom-made private ball, you should keep it safe. Leaving it out here on purpose, aren't you just setting us up? Long Tsungen chimed in exactly. No one was using the table, and as members, we're allowed to play. There was no sign, no warning, and you swapped the real cue ball for a fragile one. How is that our fault? And Nan listened quietly, not saying a word. She knew Director Fang's real goal wasn't compensation. He must have something else up his sleeve. There was no way she'd pay him some ridiculous amount of points, nor was there any need to argue about right or wrong. She'd just wait for him to show his true colors and deal with it then. Director Fang glanced at Nan and Gujiu, then stopped arguing with Zhao Ping'an and Long Tsungen. He simply insisted. Enough. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. No matter what, this ball was a keepsake from my beloved wife. You broke it, so of course you should compensate me. He turned to Nan and Gujiu. From what I can see, those two can't pay. What about you? As their friends, are you willing to help them out? And Nan and Gujiu stared at him expressionlessly, saying nothing. Zhao Ping'an opened his mouth, wanting to tell Nan not to bother, but when he saw she had no intention of speaking, he closed his mouth as well. The four of them just stared at Director Fang, treating his words like hot air. In front of all his subordinates, Director Fang felt a little embarrassed by their cold response. At this moment, Xiangyang spoke up at just the right time. Brother Fang, they really are my friends. For my sake, can't you just let it go? Director Fang was silent for a moment, then coughed lightly. Since you've asked, and since they really can't pay, how about this? If they give me a sincere apology, I'll let it go. He emphasized, but this was my beloved wife's keepsake. No matter what, I need an explanation. And Nan felt disgusted listening to this. Beloved wife? He's gay, how can he even say that with a straight face? And she didn't believe for a second that Director Fang had gone to all this trouble just for an apology. There had to be more to it. So she and Gujiu still said nothing, continuing to give him the cold shoulder. Zhao Ping'an and Long Tsungen stayed silent too. There was no way they'd apologize. They hadn't done anything wrong. Why should they apologize? Amid the silence, Xiangyang tried again. Brother Fang, we're all friends. They didn't do it on purpose. Director Fang cut him off angrily. They won't pay. They won't apologize. What do they want? I want a sincere attitude today. He paused, then suddenly acted as if he'd just thought of something. How about this? Xiao Lu, go get me a bottle of my baijiu. If they can each down a shot as an apology to my late wife, I'll let it go. He looked challengingly at Nan and Gujiu. For people, just one bottle. Don't say I'm bullying you. And Nan curled her lips, instantly understanding. So this was what their little act was leading up to. Their real goal today was clearly this bottle of liquor. There must be something wrong with it. Was it poisoned? Or was there some other trick? Either way, there was no way they'd succeed in harming her. In fact, she'd make sure they got a taste of their own medicine. And Nan's eyes flashed, and she quickly put on a show of falling for his provocation. It's just a bottle of liquor. No need for 4 people. I can drink it all myself. Director Fang's lips curled up, a vicious glint in his eyes. Little girl, don't talk so big. And Nan looked completely calm. I never boast. Just bring the wine over. Director Fang was silent for a moment, then glanced at Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an, his tone displeased. The main culprit not taking a sip? That doesn't make sense, does it? And Nan's eyes showed a hint of impatience. Director Fang, aren't you just looking for an attitude? If I drink a whole bottle by myself, isn't that sincere enough? There was definitely something wrong with the wine they provided. She could pretend to drink, secretly pouring it into her storage space without taking a drop. But Zhao Ping'an and the others couldn't do that. The man wiped the grease off his nose. That's not quite right. After all, it was those two who. Before he could finish, and Nan waved her hand, cutting him off. Fine, then I won't drink. You guys go ahead. This really has nothing to do with me anyway. Director Fang was stunned, momentarily dumbfounded. She's not going to drink? And Nan didn't care about his reaction. She grabbed Gu Jiu and made as if to leave. Looks like Director Fang doesn't need the two of us. Let's head back. She knew very well that Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an weren't the real targets. Fang had gone to all this trouble to bring her and Au here. He was clearly after them. There was no way he'd just let them walk away. Sure enough, as Nan and Gu Jiu turned to leave, Director Fang grew anxious and shouted, "Stop. You can't leave." At his words, his men immediately stepped forward to block their way. And Nan didn't hesitate. She raised her gun, her attitude hard as steel, pointing it straight at the soldiers. What do you think you're doing? Just because you're the director, you think you can detain people at will? I haven't broken any rules or laws. If anyone dares to restrict my freedom, don't blame me for what happens next. Direct. Tor Feng was left speechless by her retort, his face darkening, but for the moment, he truly didn't dare make a move. He'd done plenty of background checks lately. He dug up everything he could about her and her family. He knew this woman had every reason to be bold. Never mind her own abilities, just seeing how Song Guiqiang and Li Mingqing treated her, he didn't dare lay a finger on her without solid cause. Offending 2 directors at once? That was asking for trouble. And don't forget, there was still his longtime rival, Director Qi, watching for any chance to bring him down. If he made a move against Nan without justification, he'd be handing his enemy ammunition on a silver platter. But he couldn't just let Nan and Gu Jiu walk out either. After all, he'd gone to great lengths today for one reason, to get rid of Nan and Gu Jiu. It wasn't just about teaching Qi and Li Yu a lesson. More importantly, he was worried that Li Yu and her husband would use their connection with Nan to cozy up to Song Guiqiang and Li Mingqing. He'd been able to outmaneuver Qi for so long mainly because his connections in the western region were stronger. If his rival used the same trick to build relationships, things would get much harder for him in the future. So, Nan and Gu Jiu had to die. Director Fang's eyes were sharp as knives, fixed on them, his malice barely concealed. And Nan wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Her hand rested on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. If anyone dared to make a move, her bad aim would accidentally blow Director Fang's head off. Director Fang could see exactly what she was thinking. He gestured for his men to stand down, signaling them not to act rashly. But he didn't order them to step aside and let Nan and Gu Jiu leave either. Neither side wanted to make the first move. Both were waiting for the other to act, so they'd have an excuse to kill. The atmosphere was tense, a standoff on the verge of exploding. Sensing things were about to spiral out of control, Xiangyang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Hey, what's all this? We're all friends here. Let's talk this out. Director Fang seized the opportunity. Ayang, for your sake, I'll let this go. Like I said, I'm not short on money. As long as they show sincerity and drink to apologize, this matter is over. And Nan curled her lips and looked back at Director Fang, her attitude unwavering. Director Fang, when it comes to drinking as an apology, one person is enough. If you think that's not sincere enough, I can drink 4 bottles myself. Director Fang narrowed his eyes. Little girl, that's high-proof baijiu. Drinking 4 bottles at once could kill you. And Nan smiled. Didn't you want sincerity, Director Fang? Isn't this sincere enough? Director Fang understood her meaning. She'd rather drink herself to death than let the 4 of them drink together. Her resolve left him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Xiangyang leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Brother Fang, deal with the toughest one first. The others aren't a threat." Director Fang nodded, finally giving up on bargaining. "Fine. For Ing's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. You drink alone." He paused, then added, "I'm not trying to bully you. No need for 4 bottles, just 1 is enough. As long as you show your sincerity." As if he'd waste 4 bottles of good baijiu when 1 would do the trick. And Nan didn't say anything, just gave Xiangyang a faint, meaningful smile. She hadn't heard exactly what he'd whispered, but she could guess. He'd advised Director Fang to take care of the hardest problem first. Back when this man was poisoned by Wei Yingdi's ice blade, she'd warned him about the toxic hail. He'd been so grateful, bringing gifts to Villa Number 1 to thank her. Now he was turning on her and Au. Just goes to show, meddling in other people's business never pays. Do too many bad things, and the one time you do something good, it turns into a farmer and the snake story. While they spoke, the person sent to fetch the wine had already returned. Seeing that Nan really intended to drink the wine, Zhao Ping'an and Long Tsong'an grew anxious and tried to stop her. "Idol/savior, you can't drink that. Who knows if it's poisoned?" Director Fang, hearing this, flew into a rage. "What nonsense! In front of everyone, how could I possibly poison the wine?" He waved his hand sharply. "If you're not sincere about apologizing, then just pay up. The amount I said before, not a cent less." As the argument continued, more and more people gathered in the lobby, craning their necks to watch the commotion. By now, everyone had a pretty clear idea of what was going on. Many couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Who are those people anyway? They were clearly in the wrong, and Director Fang has already been more than reasonable. Yet they're still putting on airs. Exactly. Just because they know someone important, they think they can act all high and mighty. Anyone who can stay here must have some kind of background. Probably more to it than meets the eye. Background or not, you still have to follow the rules. This is the suites area. People here respect order. If you break something, you should apologize and make amends. Right? And with so many of us watching, do you really think a director would stoop so low as to poison someone? That's just ungrateful. Many of the onlookers were former minor leaders from the old Western base, so naturally, they sided with Chief Fang. The others, unaware of the inside story, were swayed by them and also began to speak up for Chief Fang. Zhao Ping'an was fuming inside, wishing he could just rush over and give that Fang guy a good beating, but Long Tsong'an held him back. And Nan stayed silent. She glanced at Chief Fang, who was speaking so righteously, then at the wine he'd brought. She knew very well that Chief Fang was unlikely to have put something as blatant as arsenic or pesticide in the wine. If he really wanted her dead, he might as well just shoot her in public. Why go through all this trouble? But to say the wine was perfectly clean, with nothing in it at all, was also impossible. He wouldn't have gone to all this effort for nothing. So there was only one possibility. Whatever poison was in the wine would take effect slowly, not killing her right away. Even if something happened to her later, no one would be able to pin it on him. Zhao Ping'an was still trying to persuade her not to drink. And Nan shot him a look, signaling him to calm down. She was determined to see this little drama through with Chief Fang today. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Instead of waiting for his next move, she might as well take this chance to finish him off in one go. Seeing her resolve, Zhao Ping'an and Long Tsong'an exchanged a glance and said no more. They knew Nan wasn't reckless, she must have a plan. Even though they couldn't imagine what it could be, Gu Jiyu, the infamous wife protector, hadn't said a word this whole time. Clearly, the couple already had something up their sleeves. So the two of them simply stood silently behind Nan, one on each side. Nan walked over to the man holding the wine, glanced at the bottle and praised, "Wow, nice wine." Wuliang, is it? Chief Feng grinned smugly, his chubby face bunching up. Entertaining friends calls for good wine, of course. After all these years in the apocalypse, even cheap, blended liquor was expensive, let alone Wuliang. He was worried Nan and her group wouldn't drink, so he'd brought out the best stuff. In times like these, who could say no to Mao Dai or Wuliang? Sure enough, people around them started whispering. Chief Feng is really generous, bringing out this wine. Oh my god, this used to be my favorite. How many years has it been since I had any? If I could just have a sip, I wouldn't even care if Blue Star exploded the next second. And Nan put on a satisfied look and opened the bottle right away. The man with the wine had brought a tray with several glasses on it. The glasses were originally meant for Zhao Ping'an and the others, but Nan took them, poured herself a glass, and said, Chief Feng, a toast to you. Chief Feng looked at the glass she handed him and hesitated. Oh, I'll pass, Before he could finish refusing, Nan cut him off. Chief Feng, are you refusing my apology? She set the bottle down as she spoke. Chief Feng frowned. It was obvious what she meant. If he didn't drink this glass, she wouldn't drink either. He knew she wouldn't be easy to deal with. Someone nearby egged him on. Chief Feng, the young lady's drinking a whole bottle by herself, and you're hesitating over a tiny glass? Surely you can handle it. Yeah, this doesn't look like making peace at all. It looks like bullying her instead. Chief Feng glanced over. The two speaking were from Chief Chi's faction, who'd always been at odds with him. He couldn't be bothered to deal with them now, so he just shot Nan a dark look. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to trick her into drinking. Fortunately, he and Xiangyang had anticipated this and already had a backup plan. Who says I'm not drinking? It's just that one glass is hardly enough. He waved his hand. Xiaolu, bring another bottle. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Chief Feng, you're going to drink a whole bottle too? Chief Feng waved it off heartily. If you're sincere enough to apologize, I can't do less. One bottle each, let's drink and let bygones be bygones. After today, we're friends. The second bottle was quickly brought over. But before Chief Feng could take it, Nan snatched it up first. Another bottle of Wuliang. Chief Feng, you're really generous. Chief Feng was startled by her. Seeing her holding two identical bottles, he instinctively snatched his own bottle back, as if afraid she'd swap them. He quickly unscrewed the cap and clinked bottles with Nan. Let's do it, missin'. He'd been prepared for her to insist on swapping bottles and was ready to deal with it, but to his surprise, she simply picked up her own bottle and started chugging it down. Chief Feng was stunned. Xiangyang was stunned too. She just drank it. And Nan kept her hand over her mouth, so they couldn't see exactly what she was doing, but the bottle was clear, and everyone could see the liquid rapidly disappearing. She really was gulping it down. Soon, Nan tipped the empty bottle upside down to show she'd finished, and gestured, Chief Feng, your turn. Chief Feng eyed her suspiciously. This woman just drank a whole bottle of baijiu without batting an eye? Not only was her face not red, she didn't even burp. But with everyone watching, and the bottle clearly empty, and not a drop spilled, she must have really drunk it all. So he said nothing more, picked up his own bottle, and downed it in one go. He'd always been a heavy drinker. Never a meal without baijiu, so a bottle like this was nothing to him. And Nan watched him gulp down the liquor, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. With 2 bottles down, the matter was settled. Chief Feng was visibly pleased and no longer quibbled about the billiards incident. After a few polite words, he let Nan and her group go. On the way back, Zhao Ping'an followed behind Nan, worried. Idol, are you okay? He'd watched her drink a whole bottle of baijiu with his own eyes, and felt both guilty and anxious. Even if the wine wasn't poisoned, you can't drink like that. What if you end up with a bleeding stomach? Besides, was her alcohol tolerance really that good? He remembered that at every gathering, she'd only ever sipped a little, never drinking much. And Nan walked steadily at the front, calm and collected, a faint smile on her lips. I'm fine. Let's go home. Not far away, Xiangyang watched their group leave, a hint of vengeful satisfaction flickering in his eyes. And Nan, when you realize you've been poisoned, will you regret what you did to me? After Nan and her group left, Chief Feng dispersed the crowd and took Xiangyang back to his room. Just as Nan had guessed, Xiangyang was indeed living in Chief Feng's house. The two had only known each other for about half a month. Being able to please the chief, move into his room, and stay long-term was already quite an achievement. How could he possibly have gotten his own room so quickly? Xiangyang followed Chief Feng into the house, casting a disdainful glance at his fat back. Before the other man could turn around, he quickly put on a gentle, friendly expression. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on getting your wish. That in Nan and Gujiu won't last much longer. Chief Feng burst out laughing, pulling Xiangyang close and brazenly grabbing his waist. It's all thanks to your clever idea. I knew you were my confidant, my muse. Ha ha. Xiangyang glanced at the hand groping him, lowered his eyes obediently, and said, It's my honor to serve you, Brother Feng. Everything had gone as planned, and Chief Feng was in a great mood. Humming a little tune, he took a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the cabinet, pecking Xiangyang on the cheek. Come on, let's celebrate. Xiangyang looked at the reeking, drunken chief and forced a smile, suppressing his disgust. Brother, maybe you shouldn't drink anymore. You just finished a whole bottle of baijiu. Let me get you something to eat first. Chief Feng waved him off dismissively. A bottle of wine is nothing. I've been to countless drinking parties in my life. I could drink 1,000 cups and not get drunk. 1 bottle? I could handle 2 more easy. He reached for Xiangyang again. This red wine is light, come on, let's drink together. Xiangyang had no intention of drinking with him. Back in his nightclub days, drinking with rich women had left him with a psychological aversion to alcohol. Besides, he hadn't even had dinner yet. Drinking on an empty stomach would just be asking for trouble. So he hugged Chief Feng back, massaging his shoulders and coaxing him softly. Brother, I know you can hold your liquor, but you still need to take care of your health. What if you mess up your stomach? Let me make you something to eat. Warm up your belly, and if you still want to drink, we can eat and drink together. Chief Feng was very pleased with Xiangyang's gentle attentiveness. Seeing that I care about you look on his face, he didn't insist. He set the wine aside and praised him. No one gets me like you do, Yang. All right, make some beef noodles. I'm actually a bit hungry. Okay. Xiangyang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly shaking off the old fat man and heading to the kitchen. Noodles. And beef noodles, no less. This Feng guy's house had all sorts of good stuff, even rare things like beef. Following him around was disgusting, sure, but he never had to worry about food or drink. Even his clothes changed daily, with someone dedicated to washing and ironing them. You could say he enjoyed all the top-tier privileges on the Ark, right alongside Old Feng. In the apocalypse, he had unlimited electricity, fresh water, and food, only his personal freedom was lacking. Chief Feng lounged contentedly on the sofa, watching Xiangyang busy in the kitchen, feeling as if he were admiring a beautiful painting. His fingers were long and slender, his hands as attractive as his face. Watching him cook was like watching someone play the piano, so elegant it was mesmerizing. After watching for a while, Chief Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, what did that group do to you to make you hate them so much? Earlier, when he'd heard his subordinates report on Nan and Gujiu and was discussing how to get rid of them, Xiangyang had suddenly spoken up, saying he knew them and even offered a plan. He'd only known there was some grudge between them and hadn't bothered to ask for details, figuring it was just the usual neighborly disputes. After all, in the apocalypse, most fights over resources were between neighbors. Having a grudge with your neighbors was normal, getting along would be the real surprise. Now, with nothing else to do, he suddenly found himself curious about Xiangyang's past. Hearing the question, Xiangyang's hands paused for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The kitchen was open, so he'd heard Chief Feng's question loud and clear. He had to answer seriously. Without stopping his work, Xiangyang replied, "At first, we got along pretty well. You could even call us friends." In Xiangyang's view, during his days at Luoan Mountain, he'd gotten along decently with that group. They searched for supplies together, gathered firewood, looked out for each other. When he was injured, Chupe and the others often came to visit him. Before Aunt Hu moved away, she'd even come by to warn him to leave early. Even the coldest one from Villa Number 1 had warned him about the poisonous hail when his life was in danger. How could that not count as friendship? Of course, Xiangyang had always had friends who looked out for each other. Surviving this long in the apocalypse was all thanks to constantly making powerful friends. But this was the first time he'd been so heartlessly abandoned by friends. Before leaving the mountainside, he'd even given Nan and Gujiu his address at the official base, agreeing to meet again there. But they never came to see him, not once. Not just those two, but Chupe and Hu, Long Songin, none of them showed up. Later, when the villa district was built at the base, everyone wanted a piece of it, and so did he. After some digging, Xiangyang was delighted to discover that the owners of the villa district were Nan and Gujiu. He'd been excited, thinking he could be neighbors with them again, just like before. But when he went to visit, he wasn't even allowed through the gate. Thinking of this, Xiangyang gritted his teeth. They had a bunch of guard dogs at the entrance. They wouldn't let me in, no matter what. He told them he was a friend of the villa owners, but the guards said plenty of people tried to use that excuse to freeload. No matter what he said, they wouldn't let him in. What really pissed him off was that the guards rotated daily, over 100 people went in and out. Which meant it wasn't just Chupe's group living there. So many random people got in, but he was the one left out. With all those villas, and Nan and the others never thought to save one for him. Fuming, Xiangyang waited outside the villa district for days, but never managed to see any of them. They acted all high and mighty, coming and going in cars. When he tried to stop one, a soldier at the side gate pointed a gun at his head. Later, when eternal night fell and the official base descended into chaos, with robbers everywhere, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone keep waiting outside the villas. Ever since moving to the official base, Xiangyang hadn't found any outstanding or reliable neighbors, so he'd always kept to himself. With his delicate looks, abundant supplies, and living alone, he naturally became one of the first targets for trouble. It didn't take long after the riots broke out for disaster to befall him. His house was broken into, all his supplies stolen, and he was tormented for 2 days and nights by a group of burly, disgusting men who made his life a living hell. They even forced him at knife point to transfer all his points to them. In the end, he was left physically and mentally shattered, with nothing but half a life left. He blamed it all on Annan and the others. If only he'd moved into the villa district, none of this would have happened. After the riots died down, he barely survived by risking his life to steal supplies from others. But with so little to go around, his quality of life was worlds apart from before. While he was living in misery, the villa district was always filled with singing and dancing. Even when rioters attacked or mutant beasts invaded, it never affected them in the slightest. When the new natural disaster, a tsunami, hit, they were the first to evacuate. By the time he heard about the evacuation, the villa district was already deserted. Even at the brink of life and death, they never thought of him. He hated them. All that help he gave them moving their things was for nothing. Might as well have fed it to the dogs. He could only work hard, trading labor for bus and boat tickets, earning points through back-breaking work. He finally managed to settle down on the Ark, but his life was still worse than death. The crowded dormitory beds reeked, the snoring was deafening, and he could barely sleep at all. Even when he managed to doze off, he was often groped by filthy, disgusting men for no reason. These beasts at the bottom of society had been deprived of women for so long that they didn't even spare men anymore. Someone like him, good-looking, young, and slender, was naturally the first target. He suffered a lot of indignities until he heard that a young man in the next room had caught the eye of someone powerful and been taken away. Only then did he see a glimmer of hope. He immediately spent all the points he'd painstakingly saved, used a few tricks, and finally bribed a soldier to give him a chance to meet Commander Fang. After that, everything went smoothly.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Xiangyang had always been good at flattering and serving powerful people. To his surprise, the enemy Commander Fang wanted to deal with just happened to be Anan and the others, the very people Xiangyang cursed every night in his bunk. Revenge and currying favor, he could kill two birds with one stone. He racked his brains to come up with ideas, determined to send Anan and the others straight to hell. Of course, Xiangyang didn't mention his relationship with Commander Fang. He only talked about the grievances he'd suffered in the past, which made Commander Fang sigh with sympathy. But in reality, this wasn't the first time Xiangyang had experienced being abandoned by his companions. Only, in the past, he was always the one doing the abandoning. This time, he was the one left behind. The reason it hurt so much was because, for once, he genuinely wanted to be friends with them. And who was warm and considerate, Chupe was generous and gentle, Long Tsongin and his wife were attentive and kind. Even Zhao Ping'an, who always seemed to be at odds with him, was talented in research and not a bad person, just a bit jealous for no reason. He truly admired this group and wanted to stick with them, but never expected that they never really saw him as one of their own. That sense of defeat was unforgettable. He had to make them suffer to vent his anger. Xiangyang stared at the boiling noodles in the pot, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Anan, Gujiyu, I want you to die in agony, in the most humiliating way possible. And your precious companions, I'll wipe them out one by one too. Meanwhile, Anan and Gujiyu had just gotten home when Chupe rushed over with Aunt Hu. Anan was startled by the urgent knocking. As soon as she opened the door, her wrist was grabbed. Chupe didn't even bother coming inside before she started checking Anan's pulse with a serious expression. A minute later, the worry on her face eased a little. From your pulse, everything seems fine. Anan knew they'd come after hearing Zhao Ping'an explain what happened, worried that the wine she drank was poisoned. She was about to say something to reassure them when Hu Tsuelon anxiously interjected. Is just checking the pulse enough? Shouldn't we do a blood test or a full-body checkup? Chupe nodded, still tense. It's best to check. But the hospital's conditions are limited now, we can only do basic tests. As she spoke, she carefully examined Anan's complexion. Nan, tell me, do you feel unwell anywhere? Anan, looking rosy and healthier than ever, smiled. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Hu Tsuelon sighed. It's all Ping'an's fault for being careless and causing this mess. I won't let him play that stupid billiards anymore. Anan shook her head. It has nothing to do with billiards. That Feng guy was targeting me. Even without billiards, he'd have found another excuse. As they spoke, Sherhan, whom they hadn't seen in a while, rushed in looking pale. Anan saw how weak she was and sighed. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Go back and lie down. Ever since boarding the Ark, Sherhan had been seasick every few days, barely daring to walk around. She spent most of her time in bed. She looked at Anan anxiously. I'm fine, Pepe's been helping me recover, and I'm much better now. You're the one we should worry about. How do you feel? Hurry and try to induce vomiting. That Feng guy went to such lengths, there's no way he'd give you normal wine. There must be something wrong with it. Seeing how worried they were, Anan pulled them into the room, closed the door tightly, and quietly explained. Relax, I already switched the wine. That poison bottle. Commander Fang drank it himself. Not only had she switched the wine, but she hadn't drunk the replacement bottle either. She just pretended to, and poured it all into her space. You switched it. The three women stared in shock. How is that possible? Chupe was incredulous. Zhao Ping'an said he saw you drink that poisoned wine with his own eyes. Didn't Commander Fang drink the bottle that was brought out later? Fang wasn't stupid. He wouldn't have poisoned the wine in the bottle brought out later. Annan smiled and shook her head. Sometimes seeing isn't believing. She then sneered. Just relax and wait for the show. Meanwhile, Xiangyang finished cooking the noodles and called for Commander Fang to eat. He called twice with no answer. Turning around, he saw Commander Fang, face flushed, staring straight at him. Xiangyang shivered in fear, realizing with horror that at some point, the man had stripped off all his clothes, layers of greasy fat fully exposed. Xiangyang quickly averted his eyes, nervously saying, "F Fang, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat first?" Before he could finish, Commander Fang pounced on him like a starving beast. Xiangyang, both hungry and disgusted, tried to calm him down and get him to eat first. But Fang's eyes were bloodshot, completely deaf to Xiangyang's words, and he pinned Xiangyang down with crazed force, all the while letting out chilling laughter. Xiangyang was terrified by Director Fang's crazed and abnormal behavior, struggling desperately to break free. But the more he resisted, the stranger Director Fang became, like he'd been injected with some stimulant, so excited that drool was running down his chin. Director Fang was a lazy man who rarely brushed his teeth, and now that he was getting older, his breath was especially foul. Pinned to the table, subjected to both the stench and the drool, Xiangyang's disgust reached its peak. Seeing the other man's eyes growing bloodshot and his expression more and more twisted, Xiangyang finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table and smashed it hard against Director Fang's head. As the bottle shattered, Director Fang's eyes cleared for a split second, as if he'd regained his senses. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You, how dare you?" Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the floor. Xiangyang clutched his wildly heaving chest, dry heaving for a long while before he could steady his breath. As he fumbled to put his clothes back on, a wave of fear washed over him. Did he really just knock the director out? Ever since he'd started following Director Fang, Xiangyang had always been obedient, working hard to win the man's favor and secure his place in the suite area. It wasn't the first time they'd done this sort of thing, and he'd always performed well. By rights, he really shouldn't have defied the man just now. But it was all that old bastard's fault for acting so terrifying, like he was possessed by a vengeful ghost. Xiangyang's instincts had kicked in, making him fight back for self-preservation. He'd even forgotten to play along. A dignified director, knocked out cold by him, once the man woke up, wouldn't Xiangyang be in deep trouble? Annoyed, Xiangyang slapped himself and hurried over to check on Director Fang. The old man was lying naked on the floor, surrounded by a pool of red liquid, a gruesome sight. Xiangyang gingerly reached out and felt for a pulse under the man's nose. Thankfully, he was still alive. The red liquid was just spilled wine. Xiangyang carefully checked him over and confirmed there was no bleeding or obvious wounds. It was probably just a mild concussion, not too serious. He let out a sigh of relief and collapsed weakly to the side, mind racing for a solution. Once Director Fang woke up, a beating was inevitable. If things got really bad, he might be kicked out of the suite area or even executed. That would be a disaster. What to do? What should he do now? Xiangyang glanced coldly at Director Fang, sprawled on the floor like a pig waiting for slaughter. Should he just kill him and be done with it? But reason quickly returned. No, that would leave no room for maneuver. The arc was only so big if he killed the director, there'd be nowhere to run. He couldn't hide his identity here, and without an ID card or points, he wouldn't even have a place to sleep. His only option was to beg for forgiveness. Frowning in thought, Xiangyang was startled when Director Fang suddenly opened his eyes, groaning and clutching his head as he slowly came to. Xiangyang's heart skipped a beat. He quickly forced a smile, rushing over with feigned concern. "Brother Fang, you're awake. Are you feeling okay? Does anything hurt?" Director Fang's head was ringing. He stared at Xiangyang for a long moment before his eyes finally managed to focus. Before he could say anything, Xiangyang, feeling guilty, grabbed his arm, squeezed out a couple of tears, and tearfully apologized, looking as pitiful as possible. "Brother Fang, I didn't mean it. You just scared me so badly, Thank goodness you're okay. If something happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either." Xiangyong's greatest strength was his ability to act sincere. No matter how fake his words, paired with his carefully trained expressions, he could make anyone believe him. Right now, the concern on his face was so genuine, it was as if the fat old man in front of him really was his one true love. Usually, Director Fang ate this up. But this time, he seemed not to hear a word, nor did he bother to scold Xiangyong. Instead, he urgently pulled Xiangyong back into his arms. Cursing inwardly, Xiangyong didn't dare resist this time. He cooperated, letting Director Fang, yellow teeth and all, kiss his face. Soon, ambiguous and passionate noises filled the room. Next door, a woman, in the middle of dinner, put down her chopsticks with a sour expression. Unbelievable. It's not even bedtime and they're already at it. The man beside her gagged a few times and pushed his plate away. "I can't eat anymore. It's disgusting." The woman sighed. "Nothing we can do, just bear with it." Anyway, Director Fang rarely lasts more than 3 minutes. The man covered his ears, annoyed. Those 3 minutes feel longer than 3 years. For a straight man, nothing was more nauseating than listening to two men making love. Director Fang was loud and uninhibited, always shouting and hollering. And now that he'd found a new puppy he liked, he was at it almost every day, disturbing the neighbors. But since he was the director, the couple didn't dare complain no matter how annoyed they were. 10 minutes later, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? Did Director Fang take something? How come it's still going?" The man was surprised too. "Yeah. Why is it taking so long today?" The woman leaned closer to the wall, eavesdropping as she gossiped. "Honey, doesn't it sound a bit off today?" The man frowned. "I was just thinking. Old Fang sounds crazy today, shouting and laughing like a madman. It's even more. Seeing he couldn't find the words, the woman finished for him, even more unbearable. "Exactly." The man, no longer bothered by the disgust, perked up his ears and listened closely. "That little puppy was all coy and flirty at first, but now he's gone completely silent." The woman twitched her lips. "It's only been 10 minutes. Can it really be that bad?" The man shook his head. "It's not about the time. Old Fang's playing extra rough today." Before he could finish, a sudden scream came from next door. The woman's hair stood on end. That was the puppy. My God, he sounded miserable. What's going on in there? Before they could figure it out, the noises next door grew even more bizarre. It no longer sounded like an X-rated film, but more like a gruesome American horror movie. Another half-hour passed before things finally quieted down. The couple exchanged glances, opened their mouths to speak, but couldn't say a word. They both rushed to the bathroom and threw up. Just one wall away, Xiangyong lay on the floor, clutching his backside, face ashen. He'd been tormented all over, his lips bitten bloody, his neck covered in bruises, chunks of flesh torn from his shoulders, his entire body a mess. As for Director Fang, he'd passed out from overexcitement, but even unconscious, a certain part of him remained stubbornly upright. Even someone as slow to react as Xiangyong could sense something was wrong by now. When Director Fang first had his episode, Xiangyong had been so tense and focused on coming up with a countermeasure that he hadn't had time to consider what had caused the sudden change. But thinking back now, it was obvious old Fang had been drugged. And judging by the symptoms, it was eerily similar to the aphrodisiac-laced soul-severing powder they'd used on Nan. This was a particularly vicious poison. Colorless, tasteless, and when mixed into alcohol, it would cause uncontrollable physiological reactions, heightened excitement, violent mania. The victim would become insatiable, unable to feel hunger or fatigue, and would eventually die of exhaustion in bed. The most terrifying part was that this poison could be transmitted to a partner through intimate contact. According to the original plan, as long as Nan, Zhao Pingin, or Long Songlin were poisoned, their partners would be infected as well, and all of them would die in this utterly humiliating way. Back then, Nan had insisted on drinking alone. Xiangyang figured that since Gujiu would be affected too, once those two were dead, Zhao Pingin and the rest would be no threat. Who could have guessed that in the end, it was Old Feng who got poisoned? Xiangyang racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. There was only one bottle of poison wine he'd seen with his own eyes that Nan drank it, never blinking once. There was absolutely no way a mistake had been made. So why was it Director Fang who ended up poisoned? As he pondered, Xiangyang felt his own body gradually heating up. At the same time, all the aches and pains in his body vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable urge. He glanced at the still unconscious Director Fang beside him, taking deep breaths, desperately trying to calm himself down. Right now, regret flooded his heart. If he'd known this would happen, he'd have killed Feng when he had the chance. At least then, he wouldn't have been humiliated and poisoned, and might have had a sliver of hope left. But now, it was too late for regrets. Old Feng had said before, there was no cure for this poison. Even if there was, in his current state, he'd never last long enough to get it. Soon, Xiangyang's willpower completely collapsed. Unable to control himself, he crawled toward the unconscious, fat old man, eyes bloodshot, a greedy and terrifying laugh spilling from his lips. Meanwhile, Chupe and the other two women were still curiously pressing Nan for details. How had she managed to switch the wine right under everyone's noses? Naturally, Nan couldn't reveal it was thanks to her spatial ability, so she casually made up an excuse. I've been really into magic tricks lately, so I've been practicing my sleight of hand. Sleight of hand? The three women looked amazed. How fast do you have to be to swap the wine without anyone noticing? Gu Jiu chimed in from the side. It's like those card tricks or coin-through-the-table illusions. Magicians use hand speed to misdirect the audience. And Nan nodded, picked up 2 candies from the coffee table, and demonstrated. Like this. She held a milk candy in her left hand and a fruit candy in her right, palms closed. With a flick of her wrists, she opened her hands again. The 2 candies had swapped places. Aunt Hu slapped her thigh in amazement. Oh my, that's incredible. Li Sherhan exclaimed, I didn't even blink. How did you do that? And Nan replied calmly, just a quick hand switch. I was so fast you didn't notice, that's all. After a pause, she added, that's how I swapped the 2 bottles of wine too. Of course, she would never admit that the so-called magic was just her putting both items into her spatial storage and taking them out in swapped positions. The whole process was controlled by her mind and took less than a fraction of a second. No one could possibly notice. Chupe and the others applauded, relieved to know Nan hadn't drunk the poison wine. Hutsuelon laughed heartily, serves them right. That old Feng is reaping what he sowed, good. Serves him right. Chupe was curious, I wonder what kind of poison was in that wine? How long does it take to kick in? And Nan curled her lips. Who cares? Let's just wait for the good news. And the good news came quickly. Early the next morning, chaos erupted in the suite area. At dawn, Director Fang's personal housekeeper, who cleaned his room and did his laundry every day, entered as usual. Only to be greeted by a bloody, horrifying scene. Soon, screams echoed throughout the suite area. Neighbors, including Nan and her group, all rushed over to see what had happened. Inside, the room was a complete mess. Director Fang and Xiangyang were both covered in wounds, lying on the floor in a shameful, entangled position, their bodies below the waist a bloody, mangled mess. Both faces were ashen, clearly dead, but their eyes were wide open in a death stare, their expressions a twisted mix of excitement and agony, truly bizarre and unsettling. Neighbors from adjacent rooms were the first to react, babbling about the noises they'd heard the night before. At first, Director Fang was laughing excitedly. Then that young guy started laughing. After that, they were both laughing like maniacs, with all sorts of weird noises. It was wild. I don't know if it was the bed or the dining table, but they were banging against my wall all night. Yeah, first they were, then. It was unbearable. I had to wear earplugs just to get some sleep. This is insane. Did they really just play themselves to death? With their vivid descriptions, everyone could practically picture the scene. Looking closer, they saw Xiang Yang's intestines had been pulled out. Instantly, the room was filled with the sound of retching. People died every day in the apocalypse, but no one had ever seen such an undignified way to go. The indescribable stench and the sight of the two men's corpses tangled together made everyone nauseous. And Nan stood in the corner, her face cold as she watched the scene inside. So this was the humiliating, brutal death old Feng had planned for her and Ayu. Although karma had come for him instead, she still felt utterly disgusted. Truly, while people even poison others in the vilest ways. How much of this had been Xiang Yang's idea? She'd originally planned to deal with Xiang Yang after Director Fang died from the poison. Now, it seemed, he'd gone down with him. And Nan shot a cold glance at the two corpses, then pulled Gu Jiyu away. She'd won this round, but it had left her thoroughly disgusted. She'd need to go home and wash her eyes out. Director Fang's death caused a huge stir, not just because of his high status, but because the manner of his death was so bizarre. The suite area was gripped by panic. The officials who had supported Fang were especially uneasy, demanding a thorough investigation. Soon, Nan and her group, who'd had a conflict with Fang the night before, were summoned for questioning. Questioning was putting it mildly. It was more like an interrogation. Anyone with eyes could see they were the prime suspects. The scene was intense. Song Guiqiang, Li Mingqing, and several other top officials were present, along with a crowd of lesser leaders and staff. The large room was packed, countless scrutinizing eyes fixed on Nan, Gu Jiyu, Long Songin, and Zhao Ping'an. The former Western base leaders were especially agitated and aggressive, their glares at Nan practically dripping with venom. And Nan's whole attitude was basically, I'm in the right. What do I have to fear? She lounged comfortably in her chair the entire time, leaning back, tilting slightly to the right, one arm propped on the armrest, and her legs crossed nonchalantly. She didn't look like someone being interrogated at all. If anything, she looked more like the examiner conducting an interview. The officials sitting stiffly across from her. Who's interrogating whom here, exactly? Someone couldn't help but reprimand her, Miss, please show some respect and adjust your attitude. And Nan raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was wrong with her attitude? She was already being so cooperative, she came as soon as they called. She couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Glancing at her watch, she said directly, Hello, everyone. If you have anything to say, just talk to my lawyer. It was 10:30 now. She could only stay here for another hour at most. Her little puppy at home had to be fed right on time at 11:30. The people across from her were all dumbfounded by her words. She is a lawyer? Just as they were reeling from surprise, Long Songin, dressed in a sharp suit, stood up. Hello, everyone. I am Long Songin, the lawyer representing Miss In and Mr. Gu. He then introduced the person beside him, Zhao Ping'an. This is my assistant. Zhao Ping'an stood up as well, giving a shy smile. Hello, my name is Zhao Ping'an. The leaders from the Western base, who had been glaring at the four of them in anger, froze for a moment, their expressions turning to disbelief. You're lawyers now? Aren't you both suspects too? In the front row, Li Mingqing pressed his lips together, trying hard not to laugh. As expected, no matter the situation, this girl in Nan was never the one at a disadvantage. Just like her mother, she could sit there calm and collected and drive a whole group of people up the wall. Wu, the secretary standing behind Li Mingqing, noticed his boss's expression and immediately sniffed, ready to cover up with a loud sneeze if the leader couldn't hold back his laughter. Sitting in the middle, Song Guiqiang, however, greeted Long Songin and Zhao Ping'an with perfect seriousness. Hello, Lawyer Long. Hello, Assistant Zhao. The other staff members at the judge's table. Is this for real? They're the suspects, for crying out loud. Long Songin acted as if he hadn't noticed their reactions, maintaining a professional and composed demeanor. If you have any questions, please ask. I will answer truthfully. He even nodded at Nan and Gujiu, signaling for them to relax. And Nan, indeed, felt perfectly at ease, slouching off to the side without a care. That phone guy poisoned himself. What did it have to do with them? No matter how you argued it, they were in the right. She didn't even need to step in. Assistant Long could explain everything clearly. All she needed to do was quietly observe from the sidelines, take note of whoever was most hostile toward them, and wait for a chance to get back at them later. Long Songin straightened his tie with his head held high. If you didn't know better, you'd think he really had been a lawyer before the apocalypse. As the Gu Group's top assistant, he'd spent years at the president's side, handling all sorts of random affairs. Naturally, he knew a little bit about everything. He couldn't compare to a real lawyer, of course, but when it came to presence, he was second to none. He'd even dug out his old battle armor, a suit he hadn't worn in ages, just for this occasion. Ever since the extreme heat, he hadn't worn a suit, but putting it on today brought back all the feelings of being the #1 assistant. He unconsciously straightened his back, ready for battle at any moment. The officials across the table all wore different expressions, but they quickly dropped the issue of Long Songin and Zhao Pingin's identities and cut straight to the point, launching into aggressive questioning. Why did something happen to Chief Feng right after drinking with you? Did you poison him? The speaker was the former deputy chief of the Western Base, one of Chief Feng's most trusted aides. Having spent years in officialdom, his gaze was sharp and intimidating as he stared at Long Songin. But Long Songin didn't flinch at all, meeting his eyes directly. Yes, we drank together, but all the alcohol was brought by Chief Feng himself. How could we have poisoned him? The man pressed further. Poison doesn't have to be in the wine. Who knows what other tricks you might have used? Long Songin replied. Chief Feng was surrounded by his own people the whole time. With so many eyes on us, what could we possibly have done? The man insisted. There are ways to poison someone without anyone noticing. Someone else chimed in. Exactly. Who knows if you used some kind of airborne poison, colorless and odorless, so that when Chief Feng got close to you, he was poisoned without anyone realizing. Long Songin snorted. By that logic, anyone could have poisoned him. For all I know, maybe you poisoned him when you brushed past him. The man was furious. How could that be? Why would I poison the chief? Long Songin mimicked him, and why would we poison the chief? He paused, then countered, besides, what makes you so sure Chief Feng died of poisoning? Plenty of people saw, and even heard, what happened. He and Xiang Yang were, well, overexerting themselves, and that's what killed him. The other side immediately slammed the table. Nonsense. Don't you dare slander our chief. He wasn't that kind of person. He must have been poisoned. That's the only explanation. Long Songin shrugged. I don't know if he was poisoned or not, but everyone saw how he died. It's not like I'm making things up. He paused again, then added, you're the ones slandering us. If you insist we poisoned Chief Feng, then show us the evidence. You can't just accuse people without proof. The two sides went back and forth, volleying arguments. Long Songin knew they had no evidence, so he remained calm and unruffled, while the officials across from him grew increasingly agitated by his composure. At first, only 1 or 2 people questioned him, but as it became clear Long Songin wasn't backing down, more and more people joined in, almost all of them from the original Western Base administration. The Western Base's power structure was deeply entrenched. Chief Feng had been lifelong friends, distant relatives, or business partners with many of them. Their interests were all intertwined. Taking down Chief Feng meant threatening a lot of people's interests. That's why, even though Chief Chi and Liu had won the people's support and gathered a large following over the years, they still couldn't manage to oust the reckless Chief Feng. This whole group is basically in the same boat. Many of them had already gone toe-to-toe with Chief Chi before, following Fang's lead, and things had escalated to the point where there was no turning back. Now that Feng was gone, those who had opposed Chief Chi were suddenly leaderless, terrified they'd be the next to die. Their anger boiled over, and they vented all their frustration on Annan and her friends. Of course, part of the reason was that they knew Anan had a good relationship with Liu. They wanted to use this chance to drag Chief Chi and his wife down with them. Since Chief Feng was dead, then Chief Chi and Liu had to go too. Otherwise, how could they ever have a good life again? Someone spoke up, hinting, "Did someone order you to poison Chief Feng? If so, confess now and tell us who's behind it. If you cooperate, your punishment will be lighter." Long Tsongan just sneered, "I already said it has nothing to do with us. Either show us some evidence or apologize to us right now. I'm going to hold you accountable for damaging our reputations." Seeing Long Tsongan wasn't easy to deal with, and with Anan and Gu Jiyu acting all "my lawyer will speak for me," completely detached from the situation, the crowd turned their attention to the seemingly honest Zhao Ping'an. But to their surprise, the honest guy was even more unyielding. No matter what they asked, his only response was, "So what? You're the one who broke Chief Feng's personal pool cue last night, right?" Zhao Ping'an, "Yeah. So what? You guys did argue with Chief Feng." Zhao Ping'an, "Right. So what? So what? I'm saying you had a grudge with him. That means you had a motive to kill." "Oh. So what?" Zhao Ping'an looked completely justified. Having a motive and actually committing murder are two different things. The others. "You drank with him, didn't you? And then something happened to him right after." Zhao Ping'an nodded. "So what?" A string of "so what"s left the other side completely flustered. "Are you brain dead? Is that all you can say?" Zhao Ping'an frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then replied, "So what?" He could say whatever he wanted. Who said he had to answer differently? A bunch of leading questions, trying to pin something on them? Huh. No evidence, and they wanted him to confess? No way. Even if there was evidence, they wouldn't admit to it. The interrogation quickly hit a deadlock. The people from the Western base clearly had no way to deal with Anan and her group. After all, this was the Ark, not the Western base. They couldn't just execute whoever they wanted. No matter how much they kicked up a fuss, all they had was the right to interrogate. The final decision would still be up to the chiefs. Anan and her friends were from the northern base to begin with and had connections there. Li Mingcheng naturally protected them. Chief Chi and Liu, wanting to protect themselves, were even less likely to help frame Anan or let things get dragged onto themselves. Song Guiqiang, though outwardly impartial, was actually biased in favor of Anan's group. He'd been in charge for so many years. What kind of people and situations hadn't he seen? After understanding the whole story, he quickly realized that the pool cue incident was a trap set by Chief Feng for Anan, trying to poison her and Gu Jiyu. He didn't know exactly how Anan had switched the drinks, but it was clear Chief Feng had brought this on himself. So, after going through the motions, Song Guiqiang and the others quickly decided to let Anan and her group go. The 4 of them came swaggering in and left just as swaggeringly. Some people were still dissatisfied and wanted to keep making trouble, but Song Guiqiang, as the top leader, simply stepped back and handed the matter over to Li Mingcheng. This attitude made it clear. He was siding with Anan and wanted to close the case quickly. After all, everyone knew Anan and her group were placed in the suite area by Li Mingcheng himself. Li Mingcheng interrogated everyone close to Chief Feng, went through the procedures, and then closed the case as an accident. Over the next few days, he used an iron fist to deal with a few more troublemakers, and even used Chief Feng as a negative example to warn all staff to keep their private lives in check. From then on, no one mentioned Chief Feng again, and no one tried to mess with Anan or Gu Jiyu. Of course, just because they left Anan alone didn't mean Anan left them alone. Those who had been the most aggressive during the interrogation were quietly dealt with by her. Before long, life in the suite area returned to complete peace. Zhao Ping'an and the others went back to work and lived as usual. Anan and Gu Jiyu were the same as always, watching movies, practicing their skills, and taking good care of their little puppy, Fuxing. As for Liu, ever since she'd given birth, she was much more mobile. She often left the baby with the nanny and brought Sheng Xia and Fang Yaoyao to visit Anan for chats and mahjong. But after the incident with Chief Feng, Anan didn't want to get involved in official factional struggles anymore, so she deliberately kept her distance from Liu, politely turning down 8 out of 10 invitations. Liu was smart and understood Annen's intentions. She wasn't offended, just reduced the frequency of her invitations to avoid being a bother, but still maintained a friendly relationship. And so, the days passed peacefully and harmoniously. When Annen and Gu Jiu got tired of staying in the villa or their room, they'd sometimes go out for a walk. Of course, their favorite place was still the hair salon in the main hall. That Tony guy charged a lot, but his skills were truly top-notch. The couple didn't lack money, so Gu Jiu would often go there for a new hairstyle, and Annen would join him for perms and styling. One day, Annen had just changed her hair color and was happily leaving the salon arm-in-arm with Gu Jiu when they accidentally bumped into 2 lobby attendants. It was also a man and a woman, both walking with their heads down, sneaking around and not noticing Annen and Gu Jiu coming from the side. After bumping into each other, the man immediately bowed his head and apologized, and the woman kept saying sorry over and over. Annen waved it off casually and was about to drag Gu Jiu away, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Why did these two look so familiar? Their figures looked just like the 2 acquaintances she'd met on the shuttle bus before. Thinking of this, Annen immediately stepped back a few paces to get a closer look at who they were. The man was startled by her, instinctively pulling his baseball cap down to cover most of his face. But the part of his face that was visible was quite distinctive. To be precise, it was distinctively ugly. The last time she'd seen someone this ugly was at the hillside villa, Qi Jishan's bodyguard, At that moment, the woman across from her suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Sister Annen?" At the same time, Annen finally recognized them. "Chintingting Yuan? It's you two. What were they doing here, and why did they look so sneaky?" And Nan glanced over the 2 people's outfits. "Are you working in the main hall?" Chintingting, who had been looking at Nan with a happy expression, froze for a moment. Her face suddenly turned awkward. Yeah, we're working." Seeing how flustered she was, and Nan immediately understood, the 2 of them must have snuck in. She and Yu had been hanging around the main hall a lot lately, but she'd never seen these 2 before. Yuan's looks were so distinctive, there was no way she wouldn't have noticed him. Besides, she'd even run into them outside once while wandering around. Normally, staff working in the main hall weren't allowed to leave the suite area during work hours. Even on their days off, they had to stay on standby in the staff dorms in the suite area and could only go out after their shifts ended. But Nan didn't expose their fake identities right away. After all, they'd once been pretty decent neighbors, and the 2 of them had even attended her and Yu's wedding. She figured she'd wait and see what they were up to. If they were just curious and sneaked in without any bad intentions, she wouldn't bother them. These 2 were different from Xiangyang. Even though they hadn't seen each other in ages and people's personalities and mindsets could change, Chintingting's first reaction when she saw Nan was genuine kindness. That kind of instinctive reaction couldn't be faked. Take Xiangyang, for example. He always acted friendly on the surface, but there was always a flash of resentment in his eyes. Chintingting clearly still remembered the time Nan had saved her life. She looked at Nan warmly. "Big sister, I never thought we'd meet again. I still have to thank you and Brother Gu for wiping out the Tsanglong gang and rescuing us from the brothel," she murmured, "and letting my father finally rest in peace." After seeing so much death over the years, the things that used to haunt her dreams every night could now be spoken of calmly. And Nan smiled. "It was nothing. You've already thanked me before, no need to keep bringing it up." As she spoke, she glanced at Yuan beside her. The 2 of them looked almost exactly the same as when they'd left Banshan. They even seemed to be in pretty good spirits. It looked like their lives were going well. Yuan was more composed than Chintingting. Realizing he'd been recognized, he stopped hiding under his baseball cap, lifted the brim, and greeted them calmly. "Missin, Mr. Gu, it's been a long time." And Nan and Gu Jiu nodded in response. Yuan discreetly sized them up, then glanced at the barber shop behind them. "You too? Here for a haircut?" And Nan gave a simple catching the flash of surprise in his eyes. That reaction was just like when she and Zhao Ping'an had first seen the barbershop. Who would expect a barbershop on a ship in the apocalypse? Anyone seeing it for the first time would be shocked. Once again, and Nan was sure He Yuan and Chen Tingting definitely weren't from around here. She looked at Chen Tingting and asked tentatively, "Which area are you working in?" Chen Tingting didn't answer, glancing nervously at He Yuan. He Yuan looked around, apparently still unfamiliar with the suite area's layout, and replied vaguely, "We just got here a few days ago. Haven't been assigned yet, so we're helping out wherever we're needed." Oh, and Nan didn't call them out. "Well, you'd better get back to work. We won't keep you." He Yuan nodded and immediately led Chen Tingting away. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Nan and Gu Jiyu, as if hesitating. After 2 seconds, he finally said, "It hasn't been very peaceful on the Ark lately. You two should be careful." And Nan and Gu Jiyu exchanged glances. Not peaceful on the Ark? Ever since Chief Feng's faction fell, life had been getting better by the day for the past 6 months. They hadn't noticed anything amiss. But looking at He Yuan's serious face, he didn't seem to be joking. After a moment's thought, he added something even stranger. "If you really run into trouble, you can mention my name." And Nan immediately pressed, "What do you mean? What kind of danger? Why would mentioning you help?" But He Yuan just shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just pretty good in a fight." Chen Tingting, hearing his awkward answer, quickly tried to explain. "What brother he means is, he's dealt with a lot of troublemakers on the Ark this past year. Maybe his name will scare off some bad guys." Their explanations were both a bit forced. And Nan frowned slightly. No matter how skilled He Yuan was, he was an outsider. If she ran into danger in the suit area, how would mentioning him help? Could it be the danger was coming from outsiders? What kind of danger? And what were these two really up to, acting all mysterious? And Nan wanted to get to the bottom of it, but He Yuan clammed up and wouldn't say another word. Chen Tingting seemed like she wanted to say more, but He Yuan tugged her sleeve and shook his head slightly. So she fell silent too, just repeating, "Be careful," before hurrying off with He Yuan. And Nan watched them leave in a rush, but didn't say anything more. If they didn't want to talk, there was no point in pressing them. She'd have to investigate herself. So, not long after they left, and Nan exchanged a look with Gu Jiyu, and the two of them quietly followed. They watched as He Yuan and Chen Tingting wandered all around the main hall, checking out every area before finally leaving and heading into the residential section of the suites. The residential area was full of branching corridors, a real maze. It was easy to lose someone or take a wrong turn. But if they followed too closely, they'd be spotted. And Nan could only trail from a distance, and soon enough, He Yuan gave them the slip. While searching, and Nan whispered, "He Yuan's counter-surveillance skills are really sharp." They'd nearly been caught several times, and now they'd lost them completely. Gu Jiyu pressed his lips together. He was a top bodyguard, after all. As the chief family's chief bodyguard, he'd been famous internationally back in the day. His skills were no joke. Otherwise, with Chen Tingting being so timid and naive, she'd never have survived this long, let alone snuck into the heavily guarded suite area. And Nan frowned thoughtfully. From the way they acted just now, it didn't seem like they had a specific target. At first, she'd thought they were looking for someone or trying to steal something, but after following them for a while, she realized they weren't doing anything, just wandering around. But wandering wasn't quite right. They were being very thorough, checking every corner, and they even had paper and pens, jotting things down and sketching as they went. They didn't seem to be after anyone. Instead, it looked more like. Gu Jiyu said firmly, "They're drawing a map of the suite area." And Nan nodded. "Yes, they're scouting things out." She thought for a moment, but didn't pursue the matter further. They'd just been drawing maps. There was no point in following them any longer. Rather than watching them scribble away, it was better to figure out what exactly those two were up to, sneaking in here to investigate. After pondering for a bit, and Nan tugged Gu Jiyu and headed out. "Come on, let's go check out the main gate." The security in the suite area was notoriously strict. In theory, it should be impossible for anyone to slip in unnoticed. Having lived on the Ark for so long, there had been countless attempts to sneak in, but no one had ever succeeded. No matter how skilled Yuan was, there was no way he could get past 2 checkpoints without a sound, right? Maybe they'd find some clues if they checked out the gate. But when the 2 of them arrived, they found chaos. The innermost checkpoint was completely unattended. All the security personnel had rushed to reinforce the outermost gate. Outside, a huge crowd of survivors was shouting and clamoring to be let in. "Let us in. Why can't we go inside? I heard the people in there live like gods, while we're suffering every day. Why? We want to see for ourselves if the rumors are true. The 100-person dorms are unlivable. Even a train bunk is better. I'm stuck in the middle tier. I'm about to lose my mind. We want better conditions. Equal distribution of resources. Better conditions. Equal resources. There are no secrets that last forever." Even though survivors couldn't get into the suite area, plenty of staff worked there. Even with confidentiality agreements, it was inevitable that some would let things slip to family or friends. Plus, most of the technical experts in the suite area only got 1 suite each. Their relatives and friends outside would have some idea of what life was like inside. So, over time, word about the suite area was bound to get out. But what Nan didn't understand was how all these people had suddenly united and risen up together. From a distance, she saw a sea of people outside, the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. No wonder all the inner guards had come out to help. The scale of this protest was massive. The soldiers looked overwhelmed. After all, you can't punish everyone. There was no way they could kill all the survivors. All they could do was randomly shoot a few of those at the front as a warning. From afar, Nan could see that quite a few bodies had already fallen at the front of the crowd. But judging by the furious mood outside, the warning had done nothing. Instead of scaring them off, it had only made the crowd more united and defiant. Most likely, Yuan and Chintingding had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. And Nan and Gujiu stayed where they were, not daring to get closer. Even if they went over, there was nothing they could do to help. The soldiers were far more intimidating than they were, and even that wasn't working. If they recklessly approached, they might get caught in the crossfire. So the 2 of them hid in a corner near the inner checkpoint, watching from a distance. After a while, Gu Jiu suddenly reached out and pulled Nan further into the shadows. And Nan turned to look and saw the missing Chintingding and Yuan appear. She shrank back, hiding with Gu Jiu as they quietly observed. The 2 didn't notice them. They hurried out from inside, quickly stripped off their outermost staff uniforms, and soon looked just like ordinary survivors. Then, sticking close to the wall, they crept toward the crowd, taking advantage of the fact that the soldiers weren't watching their backs. And Nan frowned. How did they plan to get out? The soldiers were lined up shoulder to shoulder, forming a human barrier and blocking the entrance completely. And although the soldiers had their backs to the 2, the survivors on the other side could see everything clearly. Wasn't Yuan worried someone would point them out? But to her surprise, not a single person in the crowd gave them away. In fact, as the 2 approached, the crowd suddenly went wild, shouting and surging forward, drawing all the soldiers' attention. Seizing the moment, Yuan quietly tapped 2 of the soldiers on the back. The 2 soldiers didn't turn around, but quickly shifted aside, making room for Yuan and Chintingding to slip through. And Nan clicked her tongue. Did they bribe those soldiers? Gu Jiu stared at the scene. Not just that. Everyone outside causing a commotion is covering for them. He'd thought the 2 had just taken advantage of the chaos, but now it was clear this had all been planned in advance. Everyone had their role, and the operation was tightly coordinated. And Nan glanced at the bodies left as a warning and frowned. Were those deaths part of the plan too? Surely they knew there would be casualties if they stirred up trouble? Gu Jiu was silent for a couple of seconds, then said, "Every rebellion and uprising in history has come with sacrifices. They must have been prepared for this." And Nan fell silent. Yu was right, they were rebelling. Yuan and Chintingding weren't just petty thieves, they were part of a well-organized uprising. By now, the two had melted into the crowd, and everyone around them was doing their best to shield them. Before long, they'd moved from the very front to the middle of the group. Just then, the second wave of reinforcements sent by Song Guoqiang arrived. The crowd suddenly quieted. Whether it was the show of force or because He Yuan and Qin Tingting had rejoined them, the previously agitated survivors quickly calmed down and began to disperse. And Nan let out a small sigh of relief. It looked like they weren't planning to make a move just yet. For now, what they wanted was probably just the map He Yuan had drawn earlier. She kept her eyes fixed on He Yuan and Qin Tingting in the crowd. After a moment's thought, she made a decision. Let's quietly follow them. The immediate crisis might be over, but who knew what they'd do next or when they'd act? She and Ayu were both residents of the Sweet area. Their own safety was at stake, so they had to find out what was going on. The simplest way in was through He Yuan and Qin Tingting. If the two of them had been sent out alone, their status in the group was definitely not ordinary. And Nan and Gu Jiu followed behind He Yuan and Qin Tingting, making their way to the residential area. Because there were so many rioting survivors, and Nan and Gu Jiu blended into the crowd, making their tailing relatively inconspicuous. However, most of the troublemakers were from the dormitory rooms, while He Yuan and Qin Tingting headed toward the partitioned rooms instead. Once they reached the partitioned rooms, things immediately grew much quieter. Most of the people living here had jobs, and since it was working hours, there was hardly anyone outside. If Nan and Gu Jiu kept following as closely as before, He Yuan would easily spot them. They had no choice but to widen the distance, only sneaking closer after watching He Yuan and Qin Tingting enter one of the partitioned rooms and not come out for a while. By the time Nan pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop, the conversation inside had already been going on for a bit. Judging by the voices, aside from He Yuan and Qin Tingting, there was another man present. The man sounded extremely excited. Good. It's settled then. Our days of suffering are finally coming to an end. I believe a new world of freedom and equality is on its way. Outside the door, and Nan frowned at his words. Settled? Settled what? How did they settle it? It seemed she'd arrived too late and missed the key details of their plan. Still, this so-called new world of freedom and equality was obviously aimed at people like her, those living in the Sweet area. After all, only by getting rid of those living in comfort and enjoying privileges like her could the others hope to achieve so-called equality. And Nan quietly took a weapon out of her space, hesitating over whether to burst in and capture everyone inside for interrogation. Judging by the earlier commotion and the man's words, these people were clearly determined to overthrow the current authorities, drive out the Sweet residents, and seize and divide up those resources. Only by finding out their specific plan could she report it to Song Guoqiang and Li Mingqing so they could prepare a response. Inside, the conversation continued. This time, the voice was familiar. It was He Yuan. I want to emphasize again, the supplies on the Ark must be divided equally among all survivors. None of us leaders can take more than our share. The man immediately replied, of course. Our goal is equality for all. From now on, there won't be a single poor person or a single rich person. All of us will live exactly the same. He grew even more impassioned as he spoke. What we couldn't achieve before the apocalypse, we're going to accomplish now in the end times. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Outside the door, and Nan looked a little stunned. These people weren't just planning to violently seize resources, they wanted to divide all the Ark supplies equally. No poor, no rich, everyone owning exactly the same things. Was that even possible? Well, there was no way she was going to hand over all her supplies to be split up among everyone else. Inside, He Yuan said, the key is to finish compiling and drawing the wiring diagrams as soon as possible. The man replied, don't worry. Your draft is very clear. I'll have the official blueprints ready soon. The maps for the other areas are already done too, so there won't be any delay for next week's operation. And Nan immediately caught the crucial detail. The operation was scheduled for next week. She listened intently. Next, Qin Tingting spoke. Brother He, don't forget. Apparently reminded of something, He Yuan continued, Oh right. We saw 2 friends in the suite area today. Friends? The man sounded confused. How could you have friends in there? Yuan didn't elaborate. Friends from the north, from before. They once saved us. Outside, and Nan and Gujiu exchanged glances. They were talking about the 2 of them. Inside, Yuan emphasized, they're important friends of mine. I've already told them to mention my name if they're in danger. Spread the word, don't hurt them when the time comes. The man was silent for a moment, then replied, lifesavers, huh? I understand. Don't worry. After a pause, he added, but even if we spare their lives, in the future they might still. Yuan seemed to know what he was going to say and cut him off. Don't worry. They're not bad people at heart. When the time comes, I'll talk to them and help them raise their ideological awareness. You just make sure not to hurt them. Outside, eavesdropping, and Nan. Who says I'm not bad? I am. I'm super bad. There's no way my ideological awareness is going to improve. I don't want to split my assets equally. I want to be the world's richest person. Still, Yuan's words made her give up on the idea of barging in, tying him up, and handing him over to the authorities. Given their opposing positions, the fact that he was trying to protect her and Gujiu's lives meant she couldn't just go after Yuan and Chintingting without a second thought. Inside, after a few more words, Yuan said his goodbyes and prepared to leave with Chintingting. The moment the door opened, and Nan quickly pulled Gujiu into her space to hide. Once inside the villa, and Nan sighed. The arc is about to descend into chaos. Gujiu nodded, speculating, this time, it looks like all the lower-level survivors are involved. There had been so many rioters today, but from what Yuan and the others said, those people were just a small part of the whole. Doing the math, aside from the official staff and active soldiers, all the other survivors were probably involved. And among the soldiers, some had clearly already been won over. If it hadn't been for those 2 soldiers helping, Yuan wouldn't have escaped the suite area so easily. Gujiu lowered his eyes. When social resources are distributed unequally, after a while, the people at the bottom will always find a way to resist. And Nan frowned. Complete equal distribution has never been possible, not since ancient times. She sighed. But the living conditions here really are oppressive. If I had to live in a 100-person dorm, I'd rebel too. There was no clear right or wrong in this matter, just different perspectives. Samyeon. Like Yuan, skilled and capable, could never be content to live under others and muddle through life. Judging from today's events, he was probably a minor leader in this uprising. For a moment, and Nan didn't know how to deal with this old acquaintance. As she pondered, she realized it was about time Yuan and his group should have already left. She and Gujiu slipped out of their hiding place, planning to go home and discuss their next steps. By the time they returned to the suite area, order had already been restored. The bodies and bloodstains had been cleaned up thoroughly, and the soldiers at the 2 checkpoints were back at their posts. And Nan headed straight to her room, wanting to continue the discussion with Gujiu, but suddenly noticed something was off. Huh? Where's Lucky Star? Usually, whenever they came home, before they even opened the door, the little dog would be barking and greeting them. But today, it was unusually quiet. Gujiu was also taken aback. The 2 of them immediately conducted a thorough search of their connected rooms, but there was no sign of Lucky Star anywhere. And Nan glanced at the 4 little ones basking comfortably in the sun on the pet room's balcony, and, speechless, nudged Fuguay. Hey, silly dog, stop sleeping. Where's your kid? Fuguay, half squinting and enjoying the sunshine, lifted her head. Huh? And Nan. Your kid is missing. Not in the room. The 4 little ones scrambled off the balcony in a panic. Because Lucky Star was so mischievous, the others, including Fuguay, the mother, usually tried to avoid it as much as possible, leaving it to Nan and Gujiu to look after, while they hid away for some peace and quiet. They'd gotten used to shirking responsibility and hadn't even noticed that the little troublemaker was missing. But since it was her own pup, Fuguay immediately grew anxious and started sniffing around. She sniffed all the way to the entryway, then stood at the door with a worried look. It opened the door and ran out. And Nan rubbed her forehead. One headache after another. Come on, let's go find the dog. Although the neighbors here all lived pretty well and, in the spirit of harmony, would hardly covet her pets, today the sweet area had been in chaos. Who knew if that mischievous dog had run off somewhere? The survivors outside wouldn't turn down the temptation of dog meat soup. Fortunately, Fuguay had a sharp nose, and tracking sense was a piece of cake for her. Head down, she sniffed her way along, quickly leading in Nan and Gujiu to a door, where she started sniffing around intently. And Nan glanced at the room number. This was Liu and Chief Chi's room she'd visited before. Lucky Star is at Liu's place? But Fuguay shook her head. Not anymore. It only stayed here for a short while, then left. She kept sniffing, finally stopping at another door. Here. This was the late Chief Fang's room. Since Fang's death, the room had been vacant. Although the housekeepers had cleaned it thoroughly, the suite area had strict residency requirements, so few newcomers moved in. Plus, everyone thought the place was unlucky, so no one ever came by. The room had just stayed empty. And Nan grabbed the doorknob, planning to go in and grab the dog, but the door wouldn't open. It's locked? She tried the handle a few more times, surprised, but it still wouldn't budge. Gujiu immediately frowned. Someone's inside. Fuguay sniffed and nodded. Yes, there are 2 people. And Nan's heart tightened. Had Lucky Star been kidnapped? She started pounding on the door. Barking came from inside, followed by an impatient female voice. Who is it? And Nan didn't answer, just kept banging on the door. She had no idea what was going on inside. If they opened the door, she could talk. If not, she'd have to teleport in and rescue the dog. Luckily, the door soon opened. A man in his 40s, brows furrowed, looked at them. What do you want? And Nan pushed past him to look inside, calling loudly, Lucky Star. Come out. She was answered by a few barks, but from her limited view, she couldn't see the dog. Clearly, the dog's movement was being restrained. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? The man tried to block them, eyeing in Nan and Gujiu with displeasure. This is my home. Are you trying to break in? The relationships in the suite area were complicated, and anyone who could still live here had a special status. And Nan forced herself to stay calm and squeezed out a bit of patience. My dog is in your room. We don't have to come in, just give us back our dog. The man shot her a reluctant look. You say it's your dog, so it's yours? This is my home. How could a dog in my home be yours? Your home. And Nan sneered. You're a new resident, aren't you? The man nodded, full of self-righteousness. That's right. We just moved in. This is my home, so please leave at once. Seeing he wouldn't cooperate, and Nan narrowed her eyes and pulled out her gun. If you won't drink the toast, you'll have to drink the punishment wine. After so long living in peace, someone was finally asking for trouble again. The man was startled when she pointed her gun at his head. His eyes widened instinctively, and he stammered nervously, What are you doing? But he quickly straightened up and tried to regain his composure. I advise you to show some respect. Do you even know who I am? This isn't a place where you can just cause trouble. Judging by his tone, his identity was clearly not ordinary. But Annan didn't care who he was. Whoever dared to bully her dog was asking for death, no matter who they were. She just looked at him expressionlessly. You're nothing more than a corpse who will be dead at my hands in 3 seconds. As she spoke, she pressed the gun closer to his forehead and raised her voice. I'll count to 3. If I don't see my dog, none of you in this house will leave here alive. Behind her, Fuguay bared its teeth and let out a low, menacing growl. Because Annan and Gujiu were blocking the door, the man hadn't noticed the big dog behind them. Now, hearing Fuguay's growl, he shuddered instinctively. That was the sound of a beast. But he didn't have time to see what kind of beast it was, because Annan had already started counting. 3. A few beads of sweat appeared on the man's forehead. He took a step back, his attitude softening. Don't be rash. Annan, 2. As he retreated, he raised his hands, but still tried to argue. We're 1. As soon as the word left her mouth, Annan pulled the trigger. The man's pupils shrank in terror. He tried to dodge, but his legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor. The bullet whizzed past his scalp, barely missing him. He'd just escaped death by hair, but a strip of hair on his head was now missing, making him look rather ridiculous. His face was ashen, his heart pounding like a drum. He trembled and stammered in disbelief. "You actually fired." Annan hadn't expected him to dodge in time. She thought to herself that the guy was lucky and raised her hand to fire again. At that critical moment, a woman burst out of the bedroom. "Wait. Don't shoot. The dog is here. The dog is here." Annan paused and glanced at her. The woman looked to be in her 40s, wore glasses, and had a gentle, scholarly air. She looked a bit like a schoolteacher. But she was alone and there was no sign of Lucky. Annan frowned and turned her gun on the woman. Gu Jiu quickly moved to restrain the man on the floor. The woman raised her hands. "Please don't hurt us. I'll let the dog out right away." She hurried back into the bedroom. Annan kept her gun trained in that direction. Listening to the sounds inside, the woman seemed to be opening the balcony door. Soon, little Lucky came bounding out, full of energy. "Woof! Woof woof! Master! I'm here!" Annan breathed a sigh of relief. "Come here, quick!" But then she was startled by the dog's appearance. What on earth? Lucky was wearing sunglasses on his face, a gold chain around his neck, and a bow tied to his tail. When he saw Annan and Gu Jiu, his tail wagged furiously, making the pink bow bounce around. Annan's mouth twitched. She'd thought the dog was about to be cooked, but instead, he'd been playing dress-up. And was that oil shining at the corners of his mouth? Had he just eaten a big meal? The woman came out of the bedroom with her hands still raised. "Please, don't be angry. We didn't hurt him, really. I just like him so much. I wanted to keep him and take good care of him." Annan looked Lucky over carefully. He didn't have a scratch on him and seemed to be in great shape. He really didn't look like he'd been mistreated. If they'd meant him harm, even if he couldn't fight back, he would have struggled. There was no way he'd let them put all those weird accessories on him without a fuss. So Annan didn't pull the trigger again, but said unhappily, "No matter how much you like him, he's not yours." The woman kept her hands up, glanced at the man Gu Jiu was holding down, and apologized. "Sorry, he just looked so much like our Lele, and he was so cute." Annan glanced into the house. "Lele? Was there another dog here?" The woman explained, "Lele was our old dog. He passed away from illness a year before the apocalypse. Your dog looks exactly like him." She emphasized again, "We really didn't hurt him. He came to our door on his own, and we just brought him inside and dressed him up like Lele." She pointed to the necklace on Lucky's neck. "Look, that necklace belonged to Lele. His name is engraved on it." Annan took off the necklace and examined it. Hanging from the chain was a solid gold safety lock, and the back was indeed engraved with the characters Lele. There were lots of dents and scratches, showing it was quite old. After all these years, and through the chaos of the apocalypse, they'd still kept their deceased dog's keepsake. It was clear they truly loved dogs. Annan looked at little Lucky and asked again, "Are you okay?" The dog barked out a full explanation. The couple didn't understand, but Annan and Gu Jiu, who'd been transformed by the spiritual spring water, understood every word. It was just as the woman had said. Annan finally relaxed. She tossed the necklace, sunglasses, and bowed back to the woman. Then she grabbed Lucky by the ear and scolded him, "Don't you dare run off again." This time they'd run into dog lovers, and she'd had time to come and save him. But if he'd run into someone who liked eating dog meat, this silly dog would already be in the pot. Sensing how worried his master was, the usually mischievous Lucky nodded obediently for once. Fuguay, who'd been stuck outside the door all this time, finally got her chance. She rushed over and gave Lucky a couple of bites, not too hard, but enough to make him yelp. Annan knew Fuguay would be gentle, so she didn't interfere. She planned to leave as soon as Fuguay finished disciplining her wayward pup. The man and woman in the house were startled by Fuguay's sudden appearance, but when they saw it was just a dog, their fear quickly faded. As Annan and her 2 dogs were about to leave, the man called after them. "Sir, miss, since you have another dog, could you let us keep this one? We really love him." Annan turned to look at him. Sensing the coldness in her eyes, the man shrank back, but quickly added, "Name your price. Whatever amount of points you want, I'll pay. My wife and I don't have children. Lele was our child, and your dog looks just like him." The woman didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of hope. Annan couldn't be bothered to respond. She called her dogs and left. What a joke. Lucky was Fuguay's child, the youngest and most spoiled member of her family. How could she possibly sell him for money? Just as they were about to leave, the woman clutched the necklace in her hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she called out to Fuxing, "Lele." She instinctively rushed over. "Miss, please don't take Lele away. I beg you, let's talk." And Nan dodged her outstretched hand with a swift movement, then raised her gun again. "Step back." Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, the woman calmed down considerably. She quickly raised her hands and backed away, but her eyes still lingered longingly on Fuxing. "Please, just let us have the dog. I have money. I'm a highly paid official marine pharmaceutical researcher. My salary is very generous. I can give you all my settlement allowance. It's a considerable sum." The man beside her chimed in, "That's right. We're well off, and our family atmosphere is good. The dog wouldn't suffer with us." "A marine pharmaceutical researcher?" And Nan glanced at them. No wonder they could stay in the sweet area. This was a highly valued, top-tier technical talent. Not only could they develop medicines, but they specialized in extracting and synthesizing drugs from marine organisms, which was exactly what humanity needed right now. Medical resources were already extremely scarce. If Nan really killed someone like this, she'd be condemned for generations. But regardless of their status, she would never sell Fuxing to anyone, unless Fuxing wanted it himself. She looked down. The dog was clearly unwilling, pressing tightly against her leg and gazing up at her pitifully, afraid of being abandoned. But the couple, even with a gun pointed at them, still refused to give up, which gave Nan a headache. It's not thieves you should fear, but those who keep coveting what you have. She had to put an end to their thoughts once and for all so they'd never dare approach her family again. These 2 both loved dogs and saw them through cute filters. Fuguay was so fierce that most people would stay 3 feet away, yet they still dared to approach. Not afraid of guns, not afraid of dogs, what would scare them off? And Nan's eyes flickered. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "Neither this dog nor its mother can be given away. But if you really want a pet, you can have its uncle." She paused, then pointed at Fuxing. "He looks a lot like his uncle." The couple exchanged glances. She actually had so many dogs at home? 2 wasn't enough, there was even an uncle? But if he looked like Fuxing, then he'd look like Lele. So they quickly nodded. If he really looks similar, his uncle is fine too. You can name your price. We'd just like to see him first. Gujiu, standing nearby, immediately patted Fuguay's head. "Go, bring the pup's uncle here." Fuguay dashed home at once, not forgetting to drag her own rebellious son along. When they returned, Fuxing had already been locked up at home, and the only one brought back was the pup's uncle, Big Cat. The couple, who had been waiting eagerly, stared in shock as a majestic white tiger strode down the hallway toward them. This is his uncle? How is this anything like the dog from before? They weren't even the same species. They actually kept a tiger in their room. And Nan nodded solemnly. "That's right. If you like him, you can have him." No problem at all. Fuguay's little brother was indeed Fuxing's uncle. The man's mouth twitched. It took him a while to find his voice. "Oh, on second thought, never mind. He doesn't look like Lele at all." "Are you kidding? Who would dare keep a tiger? Do I look like I have a death wish?" This was a tiger. That imposing body, taut muscles, sharp eyes, and whip-like tail. Every step it took made their hearts tremble. The woman beside him had turned pale with fright, unable to say a word. And Nan shrugged. "Doesn't look like him?" "I think he does. Big head, fat paws, the only difference is the fur color." She turned to leave. Since you don't want him, forget it. And don't come near us again. When he's in a bad mood, he doesn't know his own strength. The white tiger, playing along, let out a mighty roar at the couple. A tiger's roar could shake the earth in a valley, let alone when you're standing right next to it. This time, the couple finally gave up and didn't dare follow. And Nan relaxed and, together with Gu Jiu, took Fuguay and the tiger home. As they passed Liu's room, she paused, glancing thoughtfully at the tightly closed door. When Fuguay brought Fuxing home earlier, she'd noticed that little Fuxing had stopped in front of Liu's door and wagged his tail. Why was that? And Nan remembered that when Fuguay had taken them out to look for the dog, she'd also mentioned that Fuxing seemed to have lingered at Liu's room. There must be a reason for this unusual behavior. Frowning, she quickened her pace, planning to ask Fuxing what had happened. Soon, little Fuxing explained everything clearly. It turned out that after sneaking out of the house, he just wanted to wander around and have some fun, but hadn't gone far before Liu, who was about to go out, called him over. Fuxing knew Liu and didn't resist her. She petted his head, spent a little time with him, then led him toward the couple's room. While telling him there were lots of fun things inside, she knocked on the door. When someone answered, she left Fuxing there and slipped away. After that, as the couple had said, they opened the door, found Fuxing, and happily brought him inside. And Nan listened, her brow furrowing deeper. Liu had found the runaway Fuxing, but instead of bringing him back, she deliberately led him to the couple. What was she trying to do? And Nan's expression darkened. There were no surveillance cameras here. If she couldn't understand dog speak, she'd never have figured this out. This was truly unexpected. There was no grudge or conflict of interest between them. They'd gotten along reasonably well during their time on the ship. Why would Liu suddenly pull something like this? Gu Jiu was also puzzled. The two discussed it for a while but couldn't figure it out. Liu was a deeply shrewd person and now held a special status with the authorities. After thinking it over, Nan decided not to act rashly. If she confronted Liu directly, the other woman would deny everything. It was better to stay in the shadows and quietly investigate. This incident targeted not only her, but also the couple. If she could find out more about them, she might be able to figure out what was going on. Soon, it was time to get off work. And Nan and Gu Jiu called Long Tsongan over. After Chief Fang's death, he'd made a point of befriending the butlers in the lobby, making him the perfect person to gather information. But the news he brought back was truly shocking. And Nan stared at Long Tsongan in disbelief. You're saying that man is Li Mingqing's younger brother? How could that be? She'd known Chief Li for years and had never heard he had a brother. Long Tsongan spoke with certainty. He really is Director Li's cousin, distantly related. And Nan raised her eyebrows. A distant cousin? They'd all been on the ship for so long. How did a cousin suddenly appear out of nowhere? Long Tsongan recounted everything he'd managed to find out. His name is Li Guang, a child from Director Li's mother's side of the family. He got into university in the south and stayed there after graduating, settling in Wuyu City. He's a rather well-known local businessman. Wuyu City? And Nan remembered that year when the southern seas flooded, wiping out several provinces. The disaster seemed to have stopped only after reaching Wuyu City. That meant this couple was quite lucky, just barely escaping that catastrophe. Long Tsongan added, their family was fortunate and survived the first tsunami. But once Wuyu City turned from an inland city into a coastal one, they felt it wasn't safe anymore. So they quickly moved the whole family north. The couple had considerable assets and capable bodyguards, so despite the long and perilous journey, they managed to survive. But just as they were about to settle down, the Ark project began. The two of them had no choice but to join the main group of survivors and board the ship at Maple City. Afterward, they dismissed their household staff and bodyguards and rented a partitioned room. Long Tsongan had thoroughly investigated their background. And Nan thought for a moment and asked, they've been living on the Ark for so long, why did they only just now get in touch with Li Mingqing? Long Tsongan shook his head. This Li Guang had no idea his own relative was the Ark's deputy director. They're distantly related and only met a few times when they were young. They'd long lost contact. The reason the couple could move into the suite area was actually thanks to Li Guang's wife. After they moved in and met the leadership, Li Guang happened to run into Director Li, and that's how they recognized each other. And Nan nodded. So that's how it was. That woman had indeed mentioned she was an expert in marine pharmaceuticals. With those credentials, she's certainly qualified to live in the suite area. But then Nan couldn't help but frown. So, one is Director Li's relative, and the other is an important scientific researcher, both with unusual backgrounds. As the director's wife, Liu must have known all this from the start. So what was her motive in deliberately setting her up to clash with them? Seeing both Nan and Gu Jiyu frowning in silence, Long Song-in thought he hadn't explained thoroughly enough and dutifully continued his report. The woman's name is Shinqing, apparently some kind of pharmaceutical expert. She has a student working in the ARC's pharmaceutical department who recognized her while shopping at the supermarket and immediately recommended her to the higher-ups. Within 3 days, Shinqing was put to good use. He sighed, gold will shine no matter where it is. And Nan wasn't too concerned about that and simply asked, do Li Guang and his wife have any conflicts with Director Chi's family? Long Song-in quickly shook his head. I looked into it. Their family is well respected by the leadership. Before this, they'd always lived in the regular residential area and never went to the northwest, so it's unlikely they have any conflict with Director Chi's family. And Nan pondered for a moment. If Li wasn't targeting Li Guang and his wife, then her real aim must be Li Mingcheng. Did she want to set her and Jiyu against Li Mingcheng? Gu Jiyu, beside her, seemed to have thought of the same thing. I remember Ping'an mentioning a while back that Li Mingcheng and Director Chi have some disagreements over work. Long Song-in thought for a moment and replied, it's not a major conflict. It's just about the future direction of the ARC. Director Li and Director Chi both submitted proposals to Chief Song Guiqiang, and apparently, their plans are very different. And Nan's tightly furrowed brow relaxed a little. That's it, that's the key. This wasn't just a difference of opinion. From the looks of it, Liu and her group had already turned this into a factional struggle. Although everyone had gotten along fairly well before, there are no eternal enemies or friends in the workplace, let alone in the complex world of officialdom. Over time, conflict is inevitable. And with conflict comes the need to pick sides. She and Jiyu hadn't intended to take sides, but in terms of relationships, they were indeed closer to Li Mingcheng. After all, they'd come from the north together, and her mother had ties with him. Thinking this through, Liu's actions weren't strange at all. She simply wanted to use Li Guang to drive a wedge between her and Li Mingcheng. If she and Li Guang became enemies over Little Lucky Star and started butting heads, Li Mingcheng would be caught in the middle, forced to please both sides. At that point, a rift between the two factions would be inevitable. Having figured it out, and Nan couldn't help but feel speechless. Liu really overestimates us. She and Jiyu weren't some powerful warlords. Sure, they had Ma Chong's men at their disposal, but it was only about 100 people, and not all of them were truly loyal. Did it really matter which side they chose? Gu Jiyu pressed his lips together. She doesn't care about us, she cares about Song Guiqiang. And Nan suddenly understood. Of course. In Liu's eyes, their relationship with Song Guiqiang was also very good. She was worried they'd become the glue between Song Guiqiang and Li Mingcheng, causing the chief to favor Li Mingcheng's side. She and Gu Jiyu couldn't influence the bigger picture within the leadership, but Song Guiqiang was a different story. Long Song-in, listening to all this, was completely confused. What do you mean? He had no idea what had happened today, only that Boss Gu and his benefactor had suddenly asked him to investigate Li Guang and his wife. And Nan didn't explain further. She just warned him to be careful around Director Chi and Liu, then sent him home. Soon, only Nan and Gu Jiyu were left in the room. She leaned against the sofa and said to Gu Jiyu with a wry smile, Liu is really overthinking things. How could Song Guiqiang possibly favor Li Mingcheng just because of us? They were really underestimating Song Guiqiang. When it came to work, he was meticulous to a fault. Forget her and Jiyu. Even Neo Gondang probably couldn't sway his decisions. But Gu Jiu said, everyone is capable of being swayed by personal feelings. From Liu's perspective, she doesn't want to gamble on our friendship with Song Guiqiang. Directly sowing discord and making them fall out with Li Mingqing was the simplest and most straightforward method. Nan let out a sigh. She was truly fed up with these endless, complicated political struggles. First it was Li Mingqing and Deputy Chief Yao, then Chief Qi and Chief Feng, and now it had turned into a face-off between Chief Qi and Li Mingqing. There was never a moment of peace. And somehow, every single time, she and Yu got dragged into the mess. Oh, right, there was also He Yuan's Survivor Alliance, who were still plotting an uprising. Thinking of He Yuan and Chen Tingting only made Nan's headache worse. As expected, wherever there are people, conflict never ends. Natural disasters were exhausting enough, but what really drained people's spirits was the endless scheming and power struggles between humans. Before coming back, she'd been racking her brain over how to handle He Yuan's group, but now she just felt tired. She wasn't afraid of fighting or battles. Whether it was a large gang, a mob of rioters, or even a rampaging beast horde, she had the strength to face them head-on. But this never-ending struggle for power among people, she was truly sick of it. She grumbled a few complaints to her man, then stared blankly at the white wall opposite her. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She sat up straight and proposed. Ayu, why don't we just leave the Ark? All that trouble they'd gone through to get the submarine was so they'd have more cards to play more ways out. The yacht and nuclear submarine they'd stored away were finally about to come in handy. With their own space, their own boats, and abundant supplies, where couldn't they live freely? Why stay holed up here, playing ostrich, when there was a whole wide world outside waiting for her to explore? Gu Jiu was momentarily stunned, but quickly started considering the feasibility. Soon, he gave his answer, all right, let's go. And Nan was right, human conflict was endless. It was nearly impossible to stay uninvolved when you were in the thick of it. The apocalypse was already hard enough. If they wanted a peaceful life, the only way was to stay far away from people, far away from the whirlpool of strife. The two of them hit it off immediately and began making preparations. But before leaving, there were still a few things to take care of. First was He Yuan and the other's conspiracy. To be honest, Nan didn't really think He Yuan and his group were in the wrong. After all, they were just fighting for a better life for themselves and the masses. But on the other side were the authorities and the people in the Sweet District, many of whom were her friends. Not just her companions like Chupe and Zhao Ping'an, but also Li Mingqing, Song Guiqiang, Ma Qiangzhuang, and others. She couldn't just stand by and watch if something happened to them. So she organized the information she'd overheard at He Yuan's and reported the situation. Of course, she only revealed the concrete plans, not He Yuan or Chen Tingting's names or identities. She even specifically asked Li Mingqing to spare her two friends in the regular housing district when the time came. Li Mingqing readily agreed. He also expressed his understanding of the lower-class people's plight, promising not only to spare He Yuan and Chen Tingting, but also to resolve the matter as peacefully as possible and minimize casualties. After all, as someone who'd been in charge for so many years, he knew that brute force wasn't a real solution. The root of the problem was to improve the quality of life and happiness of the survivors at the bottom as soon as possible. As for the final outcome, whether the authorities would win or He Yuan's group would succeed, that was no longer in Nan's concern. Since she and Gu Jiu had decided to leave the Ark and withdraw from the power struggle, all they could do was offer a little warning like this. Of course, in the process, Nan didn't forget to give Liu a hard time. Wasn't that woman worried about which side she and Yu would take? Well, she'd show her exactly which side she was on. And Nan could have reported He Yuan's plans directly to Song Guiqiang, but just to spite Liu, she deliberately sent the information to Li Mingqing and let him handle it. Once the authorities resolved the crisis, Li Mingqing would be credited with the achievement, and he'd definitely have the upper hand over Chief Qi. Of course, that alone wasn't enough for Nan. And to vent her anger, if Li Guang and his wife hadn't been dog lovers, Little Lucky might have ended up as dog stew, thanks to Liu's scheming. And Nan was determined to make her feel the panic of losing a loved one. So, in the dead of night, she teleported straight into Liu's room. While the couple slept soundly, she snatched their baby. Before dawn the next day, the sweet district was in chaos. Chief Chi mobilized a huge crowd to search for the child. Even sitting in her own room, and Nan could hear Liu's wailing outside. That woman was always so clever and composed, but this was the first time she'd ever lost her cool. After all, having a child in the apocalypse wasn't easy. Both Chief Chi and Liu weren't young anymore, and this hard-won child was more precious than their own lives. With the baby missing, they couldn't care less about appearances. They turned the entire sweet district upside down, and in Nan's place was no exception. Liu even came to search her room personally. Logically, how could it be such a coincidence? She just tripped up in Nan during the day, and her child went missing that very night? But it was just her own guilty conscience. She couldn't really suspect in Nan. After all, dogs couldn't talk, and Nan couldn't possibly know what she'd done to Lucky, let alone come after her for revenge. And Nan's expression was as calm as ever, betraying nothing. After a few polite exchanges, and seeing that the child wasn't there, Liu hurried off to check the next house. The chaos lasted a whole day and night. Early the next morning, they finally found the child on the sofa in Chief Chi's office. After so long, Liu's voice was hoarse from crying, and she'd fainted and needed emergency care several times. Strangely enough, the place where the child was found had been searched several times before, but the baby had never been seen. He just seemed to appear out of thin air. Of course, no one realized that the child had been within Nan the whole time, and only after scaring the couple enough did she return him. The child was innocent, and Lucky was unharmed. And Nan would never take it out on a baby. She just wanted to give Liu and her husband a good scare. The baby was completely unharmed, just hungry and crying. When they found him, Liu's heart nearly broke. With her revenge complete, and Nan felt much better. Next, she just needed to settle their personal affairs on the Ark, say goodbye to their friends, and they could leave. What she didn't expect was that her friends' reactions were much stronger than she'd imagined. Especially Chupe, who acted as if the sky was falling. While everyone else was chattering away, asking questions or trying to persuade her to stay, only Chupe stood there in stunned silence, her eyes filled with an unprecedented tension and panic. After a long moment, she suddenly spoke up with determination. "I'm coming with you." Everyone turned to look at her. But she only stared at Nan. "It's so dangerous out there. The sea is like a giant abyssal beast, and the weather is unpredictable. I'm a doctor. If you get sick or hurt, I'll be there to help." And Nan saw that, although Pepe's face was expressionless, her eyes were locked onto her like spotlights, and her lips were trembling slightly. She knew Pepe was truly anxious. So she patted Pepe's hand and tried to comfort her gently. "It's okay. I have a boat, plenty of medicine, and the emergency manual you gave me. We'll be fine surviving outside the Arkansas." But Chupe wouldn't back down. She bit her lip and insisted stubbornly, "Can't you take me with you?" And Nan was a little surprised. Pepe had always known when to advance and when to retreat. She might joke around sometimes, but she always had a sense of boundaries when it came to serious matters. She'd never even wanted to tag along with a Nan and a Yu on their travels. She was always careful not to be a third wheel or intrude on their time together. But now, despite Nan's clear refusal, she insisted on going with her and Gujiu. This was so unlike her. And Nan chose her words carefully and tried again to persuade her. "Pepe, life after we leave won't be nearly as safe or stable as it is here on the Ark." Just as Pepe had said, the weather at sea was unpredictable. If a storm hit, how could a small boat compare to a giant Ark? If she didn't have her spatial ability, she and Yu wouldn't dare leave either. Besides, Pepe had a job and a steady income here. There was no reason for her to follow them and wander the seas. All good things must come to an end. Even the closest friends eventually go their separate ways. She couldn't ask Pepe to give up her stable life just to stay with her. But Chupe remained resolute. I know it's dangerous out there. I'm not afraid. If we live together. If we die together. She gripped in Nan's hand tightly. Nan, I'm not afraid of hardship. And don't think of me as a burden, trust me, I've saved up plenty of supplies and points over the years. Even if we just live off what I have, we could last more than a decade. She paused, then added, besides, I'm great at swimming and fishing and I can grow sweet potatoes. We won't even need to dip into the reserves. I definitely won't drag you down. Seeing Nan open her mouth to say something, Pepe hurried on. Remember what we talked about before? Living isn't just about surviving. You need to be with family and like-minded friends to be truly happy. This isn't before the disasters, when we could say goodbye and meet again someday. This is the apocalypse, the endless sea. You know as well as I do, if we say goodbye now, chances are we'll never see each other again. That was the real point, the thing Chupe truly cared about. She didn't want to part ways with Nan and lose contact forever. And Nan fell silent. What Pepe said was true. Back on land, at least they had addresses. If she and Yu left Limbay, they could always come back to visit. But now, there were no addresses. If they parted, they'd be truly worlds apart. In their previous lives, both she and Pepe had died young. This time, they'd changed their fates together, sharing hardships and supporting each other for so many years. Their bond ran deep. She could bring herself to say goodbye, but not goodbye forever. Seeing Nan's resolve waver, Chupe pressed her advantage. Nan, if you're gone, I'll miss you so much. I'm not trying to change your mind about leaving or make you stay on the Ark. I just want to go with you. Pepe had said all she could. And Nan didn't know what else to say, and glanced awkwardly at Zhao Ping'an. Ever since those two got together, they'd been inseparable. Now what was this? She was leaving, and nearly taking someone's wife with her. Pepe kept insisting on going with her, but hadn't considered Zhao Ping'an. But to her surprise, Zhao Ping'an didn't seem upset at all. In fact, she chimed in enthusiastically idle. I'm coming with you too. Even Hu Tsuelon slapped her thigh and declared, aren't we a team? Since we're a team, there's no reason to split up. Good times or bad, we stick together. Zhao Ping'an pushed up her glasses. Mom, it's called a team, not a gang. Hu Tsuelon rolled her eyes. Weren't you the one who called us a gang before? Xiaogu even agreed, saying the residents of Maplewood called us a criminal gang. Thinking of the past, everyone smiled, remembering the days they fought side by side. The mood instantly lightened. Across from them, Long Tsongan whispered a few words to Li Sherhan, then looked firmly at Gu Jiu. President Gu, ever since I started working, I've always followed you. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't have survived all those disasters. He glanced at Nan. And you, my benefactor, you saved my life at the water market. My family's future is all thanks to you both. Wherever you go, we'll go too. Li Sherhan, standing to the side, nodded earnestly. You really don't have to worry about us. We have plenty of supplies at home, and we definitely won't be a burden. And is great at fishing, and Xiaobao can now take care of himself. Before she could finish, Long Aotian, immediately raised his hand and said in a slightly mature, serious tone, I'm not a kid anymore. My combat skills are just as good as Dad's. He was obsessed with martial arts, and all those years of training hadn't gone to waste. Though he was still underage, he could easily take on several strong men by himself. Li Sherhan patted her son's head, a little embarrassed. I'm not as skilled as Xiaobao, but thanks to Pepe, my seasickness is cured now. I can handle all the logistics work on my own. Everyone started talking at once, not giving Nan a chance to respond, all volunteering themselves to go along. And Nan exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu, then looked at the group in front of her. In the end, she didn't know what to say, so she could only pause the conversation and ask them to give her some time to think it over. As everyone was leaving, they repeatedly reminded Nan to think carefully and not to sneak off on her own. After seeing her friends off, Nan collapsed onto the sofa with a long sigh. This is a tough one. Even Gu Jiu, for once, was at a loss. Leaving their friends behind was truly difficult, but if they brought everyone along, there was no way to keep the secret of her space. After all, both the yacht and the submarine had to be taken out from her space, and if they ran into danger at sea, and Nan would inevitably have to pull everyone and the boat into her space to escape. So, if everyone left the Ark together, sooner or later, the secret of her portable space would have to be revealed. Over the years, they'd all gotten along well, sharing almost everything with each other, but the space had always been in Nan's secret. No one else knew about it. Now that leaving together was tied to the secret of her space, and Nan naturally hesitated. But she didn't agonize over it for long. By the next afternoon, she'd made up her mind. "I've decided. We'll all go together." Sister Pepe and the others could have stayed on the ship, with jobs and relatively stable lives, and much more safety. But they'd rather follow her into an unknown, dangerous future. If they were willing to risk their lives and futures for this friendship, and Nan's heart wasn't made of stone. Her space was indeed a very important secret, but Chupe was someone who had once been willing to give her life for her. There was that time when a subordinate of Director Fang, who'd been marginalized and kicked out of the suite area after Fang's downfall, bore a grudge against Nan and the others. Once, when Nan and Chupe were shopping, he pulled a gun on them out of spite. The gun was aimed at Nan, and although Chupe could have dodged, she instinctively threw herself in front of Nan. If Nan hadn't been able to teleport them away, Chupe wouldn't have survived. And it wasn't just Chupe, Zhao Ping'an, Aunt Hu, and the others had all weathered storms with her. They were partners who'd entrusted their backs to each other. Since they were friends through life and death, what harm was there in letting them know the secret of her space? Besides, she could simply tell them about the existence of the space, without revealing its connection to the bracelet. That way, she could avoid the tragedy of killing for the bracelet from her previous life. If she said the space suddenly appeared in her mind and could only be accessed through her consciousness, then no one could take it from her. If it couldn't be taken, there'd be no greed. And she didn't have to worry about them betraying her to the authorities for human experimentation. Not that Pepe and the others were that kind of people, but even if they were, once they left the Ark, they wouldn't be able to contact the authorities anyway. After much thought, and with Gu Jiu's agreement, Nan quickly went to tell Chupe and the others, if they wanted, they could leave the Ark with her and Ao. Not to mention the 2 submarines, just the yacht alone was more than enough for 3 families. Everyone immediately agreed, especially Chupe, who looked as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Once everyone was on the same page, they began preparing to leave. It wouldn't be long before Yuan's Survivor Alliance staged an uprising, and no one knew what would happen to the Ark then, so they had to handle their assets as quickly as possible. All their points had to be exchanged for supplies, and the vehicles they'd left with the authorities couldn't be forgotten. Everyone's belongings together were like a small mountain, making it impossible to move them all off the Ark by normal means. So, each family made a list of their supplies and handed everything over to Nan to store in her space. The lists were like bank books, and Nan was the bank manager. Everyone could withdraw what they needed, whenever they needed it. They knew Nan's secret, and Nan held their supplies. With mutual trust and leverage, their bonds would only grow stronger. Everyone worked efficiently, and within 3 days, all the supplies had been transferred. Chupe and the others went to hand over their remaining work, while Nan wrote farewell letters to Song Guoqiang and Li Mingqing. Both leaders had treated her well. It wouldn't be right to just disappear without a word. Especially Li Mingqing, he truly lived up to the title Uncle Li, always helping her for her mother's sake. So she honestly told Li Mingqing how tired she was of all the scheming and infighting. While she was off pursuing a freer life, she wished him well, too. She also asked him to help her continue the lease agreements with the Yu family and Ma Qiangzhuang, so they could keep living in the suite area as before. As for how she left, or where her boat had been docked, these were things she couldn't explain, and they involved her space, so she left them unsaid. By the time Li Mingqing read her letter, she was already gone without a trace. As for Song Guqiang, she simply expressed her gratitude and didn't forget to say goodbye to the talkative, warm-hearted Neo Gondang. She quoted something he'd once said to her. "Mountains and rivers may meet again, who knows, maybe we'll see each other someday. Take care." Feeling sentimental, and Nan left the letters behind. But just when she thought everything was ready and she could leave in style, she unexpectedly ran into Yuchin. He'd been obsessively searching for Tang Chiun for a long time, and his mental state was already unstable. Seeing Nan and the others heading out in the middle of the night, he stared at them blankly. "Where are you going? Are you going to look for Xiao Yangkai?" Everyone was startled by that eerie voice. And who even cursed instinctively, "Shit, this guy's like a ghost." Yuchin turned his head and glanced at her, but said nothing. He just looked at Nan and asked again, "Are you going to look for Xiao Yangkai?" And Nan frowned and replied, "No." Yuchin stood his ground, refusing to let it go. "Then why are you going out so late?" And Nan was getting impatient. "What's it got to do with you?" Yuchin fell silent for a few seconds, then stared at Nan with a strange intensity. "You've all been acting weird lately. Are you planning to leave? Are you going to find Xiao Yangkai?" And Nan couldn't help but roll her eyes. How did he even come up with that? What made him think they were going to look for Tang Chiun? Chupe sighed. He's way too obsessed. There's nothing in his head except Miss Tang now. Honestly, he looks kind of pitiful. Pitiful? And Nan just found him annoying. When he should have cared, he didn't. Now that she's gone, he's suddenly a lovesick fool. If he really liked Xiao Tang that much, he should have treated her child well, instead of running around all day and dumping the kid on his parents. Honestly, the old couple from the Yu family were even more pitiful. At their age, not only did they have to look after their grandson, but they also had to worry about their mentally unstable son every day. Seeing Yuchin stubbornly blocking in Nan's way, Gu Jiu stepped forward and stopped him with a firm tone. "We're not looking for Tang Chiun. Go back to your room." Yuchin stared back, still refusing to give up. "Take me with you. Wherever you're going, take me too." In his mind, these people sneaking out together in the middle of the night was definitely suspicious. He had to follow them. Maybe he'd find the mysteriously vanished Xiao Yangkai. Whether it was the dim lighting or just nerves, everyone present felt that Yuchin's gaze was a little creepy. Seeing him stubbornly blocking the hallway, eyes glazed and muttering, "I want to go," over and over, Hu Tsuelon nervously pulled out her self-defense weapon. This guy's acting possessed. Didn't his family think to get a priest or something to check him out? And Nan, saying nothing, stepped forward, ready to just knock him out. But despite his mental state, Yuchin's reflexes were still sharp. Before Nan could hit his neck, he dodged away quickly. Not only did he dodge Nan, he even avoided Gu Jiu, who struck at the same time. After dodging 2 attacks in a row, Yuchin looked a little smug, his eyes regaining some of their old spirit. But he completely overlooked the inconspicuous Long Xiaobao beside him. The kid had been watching for a while. Seizing the moment when Yuchin let his guard down, he jumped up and punched him hard in the neck. With just one blow, Yuchin's eyes rolled back and he passed out. There was a brief silence, then everyone started praising. "Long Aotian, you're awesome. Nice one, Xiaobao. Took him down in one move." Haha, Xiaobao's appearance is so misleading. With all us adults here, who'd expect to guard against a little kid? Chupe glanced nervously around and reminded everyone, "Let's go." "Don't wake everyone up." Sherhan pointed at the unconscious Yuchin. "What about this guy?" And Nan pushed him aside. "Don't worry about it. Since he's sleeping so soundly, let him sleep." The suite area was still safe for now. Sleeping in the hallway wasn't dangerous. His family would find him in the morning and take him home. So the group quickly skirted around Yuchin and left. Before leaving, Gu Jiu looked back at him. This man had once been a formidable opponent. Famous from a young age, sharp and capable. But he was always too obsessive, always fixating on the wrong things at the wrong time. When Tang Chiun was around, he was obsessed with animal experiments, neglecting the person in front of him. After Tang Chiun left, He became obsessed with finding his lost lover, making a mess of his and his family's lives. Truly foolish. He was better off back when he was obsessed with defeating the Gu family. At least he lived more freely. Thinking this, Gu Jiu glanced at Nan. The thing people should be most persistent about is cherishing what's in front of them. He didn't look at Yuchin again, but quickened his pace to catch up with Nan, walking side by side with her as they left. The next morning, Yuchin was woken up by his mother. "Xiaochen, what happened to you? Why are you sleeping out here?" Yuchin woke up groggily, then immediately jumped up and ran to Nan and Gu Jiu's door, pounding on it frantically despite Kong Si's attempts to stop him. When no one answered, he went door to door, knocking on Chupe's, Long Tsongen's, and the others. Of course, he got nothing. Frustrated, he slapped himself. Damn, I missed my chance to follow them. Then he just stood there, lost and helpless. Kong Si watched her son's dazed, broken look, feeling confused but ultimately unable to do anything. After trying to comfort him for a bit, she gave up and went home to take care of her grandson. Her son had been crazy for a while now. There was nothing she could do, so she just focused on the next generation. Yuchin, however, stubbornly stayed by Nan's door. He had a strange premonition. Maybe Nan and the others, just like Tang Chiun, were going to disappear forever. He was filled with regret, terrified that he'd missed his last chance to find Tang Chiun. Day and night, he kept vigil in the hallway, refusing to give up. It wasn't until an uprising broke out outside and chaos spread to the sweet area that Old Man Yu finally dragged him home. By then, Nan and the others were long gone from that troubled place. Thanks to their golden finger, the space ability. They'd slipped away quietly, and within just 2 days, had already settled down on another peaceful stretch of ocean. Annen's luxury yacht, the Wandering Dragon, finally didn't have to gather dust in storage anymore. After settling down, the group threw a lively yacht party that lasted 2 days straight. Zhao Pingyan sang into the microphone until his voice was hoarse, shouting that he'd never had so much fun. With no neighbors for 100 miles around, they didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone, nor did they have to fear being targeted or having their supplies coveted. Besides, the Wandering Dragon was bigger than most villas, and the scenery surrounding it was far better than anything you'd find on land. During the day, the yacht drifted across the sea, the ocean breeze carrying with it a taste of freedom. At night, though the deep sea felt a bit eerie and intimidating, the crowd on board made it easy to dispel any fear or loneliness, whether playing mahjong in the game room or singing karaoke in the media room. Aside from the master bedroom for Annen and Gu Jiu, there were 4 other cabins, one for Fuguay and the animals, one for Zhao Pingyan and Chupe, one for Aunt Hu, and one for the Long Tsongen family. Each room was spacious and had its own bathroom, so everyone lived together in lively comfort without feeling crowded. Long Tsongen and his wife took charge of all the housekeeping, keeping the yacht spotless. Chupe was responsible for everyone's health, regularly checking pulses and conducting physical exams, and even preparing medicinal meals and tonics for each family. Aunt Hu, meanwhile, took a keen interest in learning to pilot the yacht from Gu Jiu, and within half a month, she'd become the chief helmsman. Zhao Pingyan, aside from his regular maintenance checks on the yacht, was busy modifying the submarines. Annen had 2 submarines, the Divine Turtle and Submarine No. 2. Back when Song Guiqiang gave her Submarine No. 2, Annen had thought it might come in handy for her friends, and now it truly did. The weather at sea could change in an instant, and the yacht wasn't always the safest place to be. When the surface was too rough, hiding out underwater in a submarine was the best option. She, Gu Jiu, and the animals would take the Divine Turtle, while Pepe and the others could use Submarine No. 2. The submarine had not only shared spaces like a bathroom, kitchen, and dining area, but also 2 small bedrooms and a storage room. The storage room could be converted into another bedroom, making 3 in total, enough for Pepe and the other 5 to live comfortably. However, when the yacht was first built, it was designed to accommodate as many survivors as possible, so all the rooms had metal bunk beds, which weren't exactly comfortable now. Annan planned to remodel the rooms to make them more like regular bedrooms and add more storage space for basic supplies. This job was handed to Zhao Ping'an. For a master of mechanics, such modifications were a piece of cake. In addition, Annan and Gu Jiu started a submarine training course, teaching Long Songin and the others how to operate and pilot the submarines, following the methods instructor Zhou had taught them before. That way, submarine number 2 could truly be put to use. Everyone took the lessons seriously, even little Long Xiaobao studied diligently. Perhaps because there were more students, or maybe Annan's teaching wasn't as professional as instructor Zhou's, but what had taken her and Gu Jiu just over 10 days to learn took the group a full month to master. Fortunately, the weather at sea stayed good during this time, giving everyone plenty of time to practice. From then on, life became especially peaceful and smooth. Whenever the waves got too rough, everyone would retreat into the submarine for a while. When the weather was good, they'd stay on the yacht, each doing their part, some fishing, some planting sweet potatoes, some drying fish, and sometimes gathering together for fun and games. When the urge to play cards hit, they could spend an entire day in the game room, living so freely that it was easy to forget they were in the apocalypse. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been over 4 months since they'd left the Ark. One day, Annan was sipping red wine on the deck, watching the sunset in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh, "I wonder how Li Mingqing and He Yuan are doing." She hoped Li Mingqing, Song Guiqiang, and the others were safe, but also wished for a happy ending for He Yuan and Chen Tingting. Gu Jiu, leaning against the white tiger, looked up at her when he heard this, then put down his wine glass and said lazily, "Since you've already left the mortal world behind, why dwell on the past?" Annan was silent for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. "Did you sneak a look at my copy of Transmigrating, snagging a cold Buddhist guy into the mortal world?" Gu Jiu arched his sword-like brows. "Why sneak? I read it openly." Annan burst out laughing. "Bro, you're the most devoted fan of melodramatic romance novels I've ever met." With that, Annan's thoughts drifted away from the Ark. After all, worrying was pointless. Everyone has their own fate, and she couldn't control what happened to those on the Ark. She glanced at the sunset again, then put down her wine glass. "Come on, let's head back inside. It'll be dark soon." Gu Jiu grunted in agreement and got up to follow her. But as he turned to wake the sleeping white tiger, he suddenly noticed something moving toward them in the distance. He immediately stopped and called out to Annan, "Annan, something's up." Annan quickly sensed something was wrong and pulled out her binoculars to take a look. "It's a ship. 2 of them." Through the binoculars, she could just make out 2 large ships speeding toward them, one behind the other. Not daring to look too long, Annan immediately called out to Hutsuelan and Hu, "Get ready to move. 2 ships are heading straight for us." They had no idea what the other side's intentions were, so they had to be ready to evade. A collision at sea was no joke. Fortunately, ever since Aunt Hu had learned to pilot the yacht, she liked to stay in the control room. At that moment, she happened to be at the outdoor console not far from Annan, and upon hearing the shout, she immediately went on high alert and started up the yacht. Because the ships were still far away, and Hu couldn't see what was happening without binoculars, so she simply followed Annan's instructions and steered the yacht diagonally backward. The 2 distant ships were moving fast, and before long, they'd drawn much closer. Even without binoculars, their outlines were now visible. One was an ordinary small cruise ship, with a dozen or so people on deck, shouting something in their direction. But the other ship looked strange. Squinting into the distance, Hutsuelan suddenly cried out in shock. "Whoa, is that a ghost ship?" It wasn't just Aunt Hu was shocked, and Nan and Gu Jiu were both startled as well. This ship was nothing like the modern cruise liner ahead of them. Instead, it was a battered, dilapidated wooden vessel. The ship was huge, about the same size as the cruise liner in front, but it was entirely made of wood, giving it a distinctly old-fashioned appearance. After all, modern large ships are almost always constructed from steel. It's rare to see a wooden ship of this size nowadays. Moreover, many of the planks on the ship had already rotted away, leaving it little more than a skeletal frame. The sails were tattered, as if they'd been through several massive storms. The hull was covered in seaweed and barnacles, clear evidence that it had spent a long time underwater. Somehow, it had resurfaced and was now floating again. The entire ship exuded an eerie, unsettling aura. It looked just like a ghost ship straight out of a movie or TV show. Of course, the strangest thing wasn't just its appearance, but the fact that it was moving at such an incredible speed, fast enough to keep up with the cruise liner ahead, which was going at full throttle. You could see right through the skeletal frame of the ship. It was obviously empty, with no one aboard to steer it, no visible propulsion system, and barely any wind around. Yet, it was speeding straight toward them. It truly lived up to the name Ghost Ship. Once he got a clear look at the situation, Gu Jiu immediately ran to the outdoor control station to help Aunt Hu, while Nan furrowed her brows and rummaged through her storage space for suitable weapons. She still had plenty of explosives. Blowing that rickety wooden ship to smithereens shouldn't be a problem. There were also enough guns and bullets to handle any trouble from the people on the cruise liner, if it came to that. Meanwhile, the two ships ahead were drawing closer and closer. And Nan could finally make out what the people on the cruise liner's deck were shouting. It was help. They were crying for help. These people were of all different skin tones, likely from various countries, gathered on this cruise ship for reasons unknown. At this moment, they were all equally terrified. And Nan snapped to full alert. Clearly, that strange wooden ship wasn't with the cruise liner. Which meant the ghost ship was chasing them. The thought made the hairs on Nan's arms stand on end. A broken, unmanned wooden ship, as if it had eyes, was chasing a cruise liner at full speed, and Nan had seen her fair share of bizarre things, but nothing quite this strange. Still, she couldn't understand why the people on the cruise liner were so terrified. They sounded on the verge of hysteria. So, what if the wooden ship was a little creepy? Even if it caught up, could it really ram the cruise liner and sink it? That ship was already falling apart. Forget ramming the cruise liner. It would probably shatter if it hit their little yacht. But she didn't let her guard down. If those people were that scared, they must have a reason. Maybe they'd seen something even more terrifying. By now, Aunt Hu and Gu Jiu were already steering the yacht in the opposite direction, accelerating away from the two ships. And Nan stayed on the deck, keeping a close eye on the situation in the distance. The two ships were locked in a chase, the gap between them shrinking rapidly. The people on the cruise liner were growing more frantic, their screams and cries for help echoing across the water. Soon, Long Song-in and the others, who had been inside the cabin, were drawn outside by the commotion. Sherhan and Chupe rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is that a ghost ship? There really was no end to the strange things you'd see at sea. After sailing for so long, even a ghost ship had appeared. Zhao Ping'an frowned, raising his voice to reassure the group. Everyone, don't panic. Scientifically speaking, so-called ghost ships are just ordinary shipwrecks from the sea floor. Sometimes, gases produced by microorganisms decomposing inside the hull, or geological activity on the seabed, can push them back to the surface. They just look creepy, but they won't actually harm us. Chupe remained tense. Are you sure? Gases from decomposition can make a ship chase after another one on the surface. Zhao Ping'an looked carefully at the two ships in the distance, then fell silent. Of course, the answer was no. Given what he was seeing, he couldn't come up with any scientific explanation. As they spoke, their yacht, now at full speed, had put some distance between them and the other ships. The people on the cruise liner were growing smaller and smaller in the distance, their voices fading, but Nan and the others could still clearly see the outlines of the two ships. They watched as the ghost ship drew closer and closer to the cruise liner, finally catching up and slamming into it. But to their shock, the battered wooden ship didn't fall apart on impact. Instead, the sturdy steel cruise liner vanished the instant it was struck by the ghost ship. That's right, it didn't sink, and it wasn't knocked aside. It simply disappeared into thin air. and Nan and the others were dumbfounded. Long Xiaobao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, while Chupe and Zhao Ping'an scrambled for Nan's binoculars to double-check. No matter how they looked, the cruise liner, along with everyone on it, had truly vanished. Even the terrified cries of the people aboard had been cut off in an instant. The sea was dead silent. Even the usually unflappable Gu Zhiyu's expression changed, and he quickly pushed the yacht to accelerate even more. Aunt Hu, stunned at first, quickly snapped out of it and helped him, pushing the yacht to its absolute limit. On the deck, and Nan stared at the spot where the cruise liner had disappeared, her palms sweating. No wonder those people were so terrified. They must have witnessed this exact scene before, and that's why they were desperately fleeing the ghost ship. Which meant they might be next. Sure enough, in the next second, the ghost ship turned and headed straight for them. Fortunately, Gu Zhiyu had reacted quickly and already sped up the yacht, so they weren't easy to catch. But the ghost ship was relentless, picking up speed as well. In just half an hour, the gap between the two vessels had visibly shrunk. As the sinister wooden ship drew closer, everyone on the yacht broke out in a cold sweat, including Nan. Normally, in a dangerous situation, she would simply hide everyone and the yacht in her storage space. But this ship was just too strange, as if it could sense the location of other vessels. She didn't dare enter her space lightly, afraid that when she came out, she might reappear right in the ghost ship's path. If they couldn't hide, then they'd have to fight. And Nan glanced at the explosives she'd taken out earlier. Chupe looked at the explosives too, her lips trembling. Nan, will this even work? And Nan pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Everyone knew that physical attacks were useless against ghosts or evil spirits. She had no idea what this so-called ghost ship really was. But she had a strong feeling that if she threw a bomb at it, it would probably just disappear like the cruise liner. As she pondered, the relentless ghost ship was already almost upon them. The once comfortable temperature noticeably dropped several degrees as the wooden boat drew near. There was no sign of any living person on the boat, only the creaking and groaning of wooden planks pressing against each other, unnervingly clear on the silent sea, sending chills down everyone's spine. Standing on the deck, Annan and the others were especially close to the wooden boat. Everyone could distinctly hear their own pounding heartbeats. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Gu Zhiyu skillfully spun the yacht, sharply changing direction and darting away. The ghost ship, which had been right upon them, lunged and missed. As they brushed past, Annan steadied herself and, together with Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an, lit the fuse on a large bundle of explosives and hurled it at the wooden boat. Just as Annan had predicted, the explosives barely touched the hull of the ghost ship before. Just like what had happened to the cruise ship earlier, they inexplicably vanished before the fuse could even burn out. Zhao Ping'an shuddered. This makes no sense. Annan, however, just stared silently at the wooden boat. Damn it, it stole my explosives. Unwilling to give up, Chupe pulled out her rifle and fired a burst at the boat. But the wooden ship remained completely unscathed, and every bullet disappeared without exception. Everyone was dumbfounded. What do we do now? That ship could attack others, but no one could attack it. At that moment, the ghost ship, as if it had eyes, silently turned around and started chasing after the yacht's new direction. It stuck to the Yulong like a piece of stubborn glue, relentlessly pursuing them. Long Song'an's face was grim as he recalled a horror story he'd read online. They say that if you see a ghost ship, your soul will be bound to it until you give up your life. Could it be true? Zhao Ping'an frowned. Legends can't be trusted. There must be some explanation. Sherhan looked tense. What should we do now? Annan, who had been silent, kept her eyes fixed thoughtfully on the approaching derelict ship, then glanced over at Gu Zhiyu. As if he understood what she was thinking, Gu Zhiyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, though a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He handed full control of the yacht to Aunt Hu, then quietly walked over to Annan. Annan, after withdrawing her gaze, quickly moved toward the edge of the boat. Chupe was startled. Nan, what are you doing? That's dangerous. If the ghost ship hit them, they'd vanish without a trace. Worried, she tried to stop Anan, but forced herself to suppress her fear and followed her anyway. No matter what, she couldn't let Anan face danger alone. By now, the ghost ship was drawing ever closer. In just a short while, it would catch up again. Their only hope seemed to be relying on Gujiu's driving skills to shake it off once more. That's what Chupe was thinking when she turned and saw Gujiu had also come to the deck, standing right beside Anan at the very edge. Huh? Why wasn't he piloting the yacht? What was he doing here? Chupe anxiously glanced toward the flybridge. Could Anhu really outmaneuver the ghost ship on her own? But what she didn't know was that Anan had no intention of running anymore. Constantly dodging wasn't a solution. They'd have to stop and rest eventually. Rather than being chased all over, it was better to take the initiative. Gujiu understood her plan and came to stand by her side. If anything went wrong, at least he'd be with his wife. The ghost ship closed in again. Just as a collision seemed imminent, Anhu, whose piloting skills were now up to par, pulled off a sharp turn just like Gujiu had done before, narrowly avoiding the impact. But this time, Anan, standing at the very edge of the yacht, didn't dodge. Instead, she leaned out and reached directly toward the ghost ship. To Chupe's alarm, Anan's fingertips made direct contact with the wooden boat. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The next second, the eerie ghost ship suddenly vanished without a trace. But Anan, unlike the cruise ship and the explosives, didn't disappear. She stood there, completely unharmed. Success. Gujiu visibly let out a sigh of relief. Long Tsongin and the others were stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Zhao Pingan's eyes sparkled. Idol. Did you put it into your space? Anan also breathed a sigh of relief, nodding with a smile. Damn ghost ship. Wasn't it determined to chase her? Fine, let it stay in her space. If physical attacks don't work, then it's time for some supernatural versus supernatural. She had her own cheat, after all. Her space wasn't to be underestimated. Zhao Pingan slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? They'd been away from the Ark for so long, he was used to seeing Anan use her space, but when faced with the ghost ship, it hadn't occurred to him that even something so bizarre could be stored away. After all, when faced with something so creepy, people's first instinct is to run. Anan had taken a gamble. The way the ghost ship made things disappear was a lot like her own portable space. Maybe it was transferring whatever it touched into another dimension. But who knew where that dimension was? It could be the depths of the ocean, a black hole in space, or some terrifying alternate reality. So Anan's move had been risky. With both sides in contact, it could have gone either way. She might have stored the ship, or she might have been transported somewhere unknown. Luckily, her space was stronger. And with Ao right beside her, holding her hand, she'd found the courage she needed. No matter what happened, at least they'd be together. Once they were safe, night had fully fallen. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest, while Anan used her mind to carefully examine her space. If the ghost ship really had supernatural powers, maybe absorbing it would upgrade her space again? But as it turned out, she was overthinking it. The ghost ship hadn't been absorbed, it was just sitting quietly in the storage area, and her space hadn't changed at all. The next day, Anan tested the duration items could stay in her space, but there was no change. It seemed this thing couldn't upgrade her space like the Jade had. Once she was sure the ship had no effect on her space, Anan tried releasing it again. Strangely, this time the ghost ship didn't chase them, but floated quietly on the water, as if it had been tamed. Still, Anan didn't leave it drifting on the sea, she put it back into her space. After all, who knew if it would suddenly go berserk again? If it attacked their boat in the middle of the night, that would be a disaster. It was safer to keep it under her control. Though she never figured out exactly how this strange thing worked, or where it sent the ship and people it touched, after some fruitless research, Anan decided not to dwell on it. There are always some bizarre mysteries in this world that can't be solved. What she didn't expect was that this ghost ship would later become her unstoppable new weapon. After drifting at sea for so long, it was only natural that they would encounter more than just that one cruise ship. The Yulong carried Anan and the others, and over time, they happened to come across several other vessels. The people on these ships all had different mindsets. Some were simply overjoyed to finally see other humans, while others kept their distance, faces wary and guarded. Of course, most were driven by malicious intent, hoping to seize the Yulong, claiming the luxury yacht and its supplies for themselves. Annan regarded them as pirates, and naturally, she showed no mercy. A sudden flash of inspiration led her to discover a far more efficient way to deal with them than wasting bullets. She released the ghost ship. Annan had tested it. Although the ghost ship no longer chased after her, when it came to other vessels, it behaved just as before, pursuing them until they vanished without a trace. So from then on, whenever any ruthless troublemakers came to harass them, Annan would simply unleash the ghost ship. Even when they encountered ships armed with cannons and formidable combat power, victory came effortlessly. For a time, they sailed the seas like true overlords, unimpeded. Still, Annan and her group never let down their guard. The ghost ship incident had left everyone with a renewed sense of awe for the ocean. They set up a watch schedule, making sure 2 people stood guard every night, ensuring someone was awake on board 24/7 in case of any further strange emergencies. Of course, nothing particularly bizarre happened after that. At most, they ran into a few major storms at sea. They would either hide in the spatial pocket in time, or take the nuclear submarine to live underwater for a while. Each time, they made it through safely. And so, 2 peaceful years passed. Annan and the others had fully adapted to life at sea, settling into a steady daily routine. Until one day, an unexpected event shattered their calm. Chupe was pregnant. At first, she could hardly believe it. After all, she was nearly 40, had previously miscarried due to injury, and she and Zhao Ping'an had always taken precautions. How could she possibly be pregnant? But Annan tested her several times with pregnancy kits from different brands, and the result was clear: she was indeed expecting. Zhao Ping'an, the father, and Hu Tsuelan, the grandmother, were both shocked and overjoyed, but their happiness was quickly overshadowed by worry for Chupe. After all, at her age, she was considered a high-risk pregnancy, and given their current circumstances, any complications during childbirth could be fatal. So, after their initial excitement, the 2 sighed and tried to persuade Chupe to give up the baby. They would rather have no child than lose Pepe. It would be safer to terminate the pregnancy while the embryo was still the size of a soybean, rather than risk her life giving birth. But after careful consideration, Chupe decided to keep the baby. She had always loved children and longed for motherhood. Having once lost her unborn child, she never dreamed she'd have another chance to be a mother. Most importantly, she felt, deep down, that this was her little one coming back to find her. After all, getting pregnant under these circumstances was a miracle in itself. Of course, she wasn't acting purely on emotion. As a doctor, she trusted her professional judgment and knew her own health well. After years of herbal remedies, acupuncture, and regular exercise, she was in no worse shape than a woman in her 20s. And during her pregnancy, she would value her own life. If anything went wrong with the baby or her own health, she would not hesitate to put her own safety first. Annan didn't agree with her decision, but she understood that everyone had their own beliefs and perspectives. To her, a child was a burden, but to Pepe, the baby was her love and emotional anchor. A woman has absolute autonomy over her own body. Every woman has the right to decide whether or not to have a child. No one else, not friends, lovers, or family, has the right to interfere. All Annan could do was offer help whenever Pepe needed it. After deciding to keep the baby, Chupe carried on with life as usual. It was Zhao Ping'an who became a bundle of nerves. He insisted on following her everywhere to protect her, personally planned her meals for nutrition, and even stood guard outside the bathroom door whenever she went in. Having a child of his own didn't make him more excited or joyful. If anything, he became even more anxious, as if terrified something might happen to Chupe. One afternoon, while Chupe was napping, Zhao Ping'an went up to the deck as usual to fish for her, hoping to add some extra nutrition to her meals. But just as he hooked a fish, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. He stood on tiptoe for a better look, put down his fishing rod, and pointed, shouting, "Hey, is that a person?" Anan and Gujiu, who had been lounging on deck chairs sunbathing, sat up at the sound and looked in the direction he was pointing. On the shimmering surface of the sea, something vaguely human-shaped was bobbing up and down with the waves. To be safe, Anan quickly grabbed her binoculars and took a closer look. It was indeed a person, lying face up on the water, their features unclear. Judging by the stillness, it looked like a corpse, floating motionless on the waves. Fuguay, who had been curled up at Anan's feet, heard the commotion and glanced over, but soon lost interest and lay back down. But not long after, its nose twitched, and suddenly it sprang up and ran to the edge of the boat, sniffing hard in the direction of the corpse. Seeing this, Anan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Fuguay sniffed and replied, "The scent over there is kind of familiar." "Familiar? Could it be someone they knew?" Anan immediately asked, "Whose scent is it?" Because of the angle, her binoculars couldn't make out the person's features. She could only tell it was a man. Fuguay sniffed again. "The scent's too faint. I can't remember who it is." The distance was too great, and the sea air was full of confusing smells. Even Fuguay's sharp nose couldn't identify the person for sure. But if the scent was familiar, it had to be someone they knew. Anan thought for a moment, then told Gujiu to start the yacht and steer closer. She herself readied her weapon, just in case. Even if it was someone familiar, their identity was still uncertain, better to be cautious. As the yacht drew nearer, the corpse's features gradually came into focus. When Anan finally saw his face clearly, her eyes widened. Neo Gondang. How could it be him? Back then, Anan had left a note saying, "Mountains and rivers always meet again," but she never imagined their reunion would happen like this. Was Neo Gondang dead? Zhao Ping'an frowned and said, "He looks like he's covered in wounds. Isn't this guy a relative of Commander Song?" How could a family member of the commander end up floating on the sea, battered like this? Could it be that Yuan's uprising succeeded, and Song Guoqiang has gone from commander to just another survivor? Or maybe things are even worse. And Nan looked at Neo Gondang, whose face was bloodless, eyes tightly shut, and completely unresponsive, and said, "Let's pull him up first." After all, they'd gotten along well before, and he could be called a friend. No matter what happened, they couldn't just watch his body get eaten by the fish and shrimp in the sea. Gujiu parked the yacht and came over to help. The three of them managed to haul Neo Gondang onto the boat, and to their surprise and delight, discovered he was still breathing, albeit barely. And Nan's brows relaxed a little, and she immediately patted his face. "Brother Neo, wake up." When he didn't respond, she started chest compressions for CPR, while Zhao Ping'an helped with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a lot of effort, Neo Gondang finally coughed up a huge mouthful of water and slowly came to, and Nan let out a sigh of relief and leaned in to check on him. "Brother Neo, are you all right?" Neo Gondang seemed to be in a lot of pain. He furrowed his brow and groaned a few times, then looked around blankly. When his gaze landed on Nan, he stared at her in shock for several seconds before finally exclaiming in delight, "Holy crap! And Nan!" But before Nan could reply, his head lolled to the side and he fainted again. Gujiu carefully checked him over and found that, aside from his serious external injuries, he was also running a high fever. He was alive for now, but without prompt treatment, he wouldn't last long. This was a matter of life and death, so Zhao Ping'an immediately went to get Chupe. Dr. Chu's diagnosis was naturally more precise and professional. He's got bite and tear wounds from a large fish and some deep cuts from sharp metal. His internal organs seem fine, and the fever is most likely due to infection. We need to disinfect and stitch up the wounds, then give him medication. As long as the fever subsides, he should be okay. Fortunately, Nan had everything they needed. Tetanus vaccines, all kinds of special medicines, everything was available in her storage space. With Chupe's expert stitching, by that evening, Color had returned to Neo Gondang's face. He was lucky. After sleeping for a day and a night, when he woke up again, he was already joking around with Nan and Gu Jiyu. And Nan, brother Gu, it's been over 2 years since we parted. I missed you guys so much. As he spoke, he suddenly struggled up despite his illness, knelt on the bed, and gave 2 loud kowtows. You saved me again. You gave me another life. And Nan hurried to stop him, half laughing, half crying. You really haven't changed a bit. She remembered when they first met, he'd kowtowed to them too. Now, after all these years, he was still the same, quick-tempered and straightforward as always. She pushed him back onto the bed and told him not to get so worked up, then asked, How did you get so badly hurt? Did something happen on the Ark? Did the rebels win? The rebels? Neo Gondang was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. That was ages ago. Thanks to your warning, Guoqiang was well prepared. It only took a few days to put down the uprising. And Nan nodded, then thought of Yuan. So, what happened to the survivors and their leaders? They were forgiven. Neo Gondang said energetically. Guoqiang said their rebellion was ultimately due to problems with the Ark's management, so he didn't blame them. After that, he launched a sweeping reform on the Ark. The more Neo Gondang spoke, the brighter his eyes became. It might not be the absolute fairness those people dreamed of, but in just over a year, living conditions improved, resources increased, and everyone was able to live and work in peace. You should see it. The place is thriving, just like before the disaster. And Nan's eyes lit up as she listened. Really? Neo Gondang nodded and continued. Even the business environment is better now. Lots of people not only have enough to eat and wear, they've started their own businesses. Remember those Jiang brothers who rented your house? And Nan nodded. Of course she remembered Jiang Tian and Jiang Weiming. Neo Gondang gave a thumbs up. Those two are real entrepreneurs. They're now the richest people on the Ark. And Nan was surprised. The richest? Neo Gondang nodded. Yep. They started a small company with quite a few employees. Even your friend Ma, what's his name? And Nan supplied, Ma Qiangzhuang. Neo Gondang clapped. That's right, Ma Qiangzhuang. He's got a bunch of guys working for him, all following the Jiang brothers, and the company's doing great. The rich are helping the less well-off, and now the whole Ark's market is booming. And Nan and Gu Jiyu exchanged glances, both feeling emotional. It seemed everyone was doing well. Song Guoqiang really was a good leader. Not only did he not mistreat Yuan and the other survivors, he managed to develop the Ark into what it was now. Thinking of this, and Nan asked with concern, How are Commander Song and Commander Li doing? Neo Gondang answered honestly, they're both fine. Guoqiang retired this year. He's been overworked for years and needs a break. Now Commander Li is in charge. And Nan nodded in relief and listened as he told more stories about the Arkansas. Then she looked at his wounds and asked, So what happened to you? Neo Gondang grimaced and sighed. It's all because of Commander Chi and Liu, that couple. And Nan was surprised. Liu. Neo Gondang nodded and made a face. I accidentally overheard them plotting a rebellion. They caught me, knocked me out, and tossed me into the sea. He took a deep breath. So vicious. When I woke up, I was all alone, floating in the middle of the ocean, couldn't see the Ark or any other boats. I had no idea where I drifted to. As he spoke, he pointed to his injuries. See this one? Got bitten by a shark while I was drifting. Luckily, that shark didn't seem to like human meat. After tasting me, it spat me out in disgust. And this one got cut by a piece of scrap metal in the water. Any deeper and you'd see bone. And this one. He rambled on about his injuries, and after Nan comforted him, she got to the main point. So Liu and her husband were plotting a rebellion? Neo Gondang nodded. Before Nan left, Commander Chi had already been eyeing Commander Li's position, but for the past 2 years, the couple hadn't gotten anywhere. Now, seeing the Ark thriving and Li Mingqing taking over as the top leader, Liu and her husband, driven by the idea of winner takes all, finally decided to make their move. Seeing Nan frown, Neo Gondang curled his lips and said, Don't worry, They won't be able to stir up any trouble. Although on the surface, Li Mingcheng and Chief Chi's factions seemed evenly matched, in reality, Song Guiqiang had secretly handed over a considerable amount of hidden military power to Li Mingcheng. For example, just among the things Neo Gondang knew about, there was a nuclear submarine unit separate from the active-duty ARC forces, which Song Guiqiang had personally entrusted to Li Mingcheng when he stepped down. In short, whether in terms of military strength or prestige, Chief Chi couldn't compare to Li Mingcheng. As he spoke, Neo Gondang grumbled, "Chief Li and my boss Guiqiang won't suffer any losses. The only one who's lost out is me. If I hadn't run into you guys, I'd be finished." He himself felt it was nothing short of a miracle that he'd survived. You just happened to leave the Ark, just happened to show up in these waters at this time, and just happened to spot me floating in the sea. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became, almost getting up to kowtow again. "I was completely hopeless before. You have no idea how terrifying the deep sea is at night." And Nan, half amused and half exasperated, pressed him down. All right. Surviving a disaster means good fortune to come. Just focus on recovering your health." Once Neo Gondang calmed down and drifted back to sleep, and Nan and Gu Jiu quietly closed the door and left. The two discussed that they needed to find the Ark's location and send Neo Gondang back. First, to reassure his family, and second, because they couldn't keep him with them forever. What Nan didn't expect was that, even after searching for a long time around the yacht's current location, they couldn't find the Ark at all. No one knew how Neo Gondang had drifted so far, or how long he'd been adrift, but he was now so far from the Ark that they simply couldn't find their way back. After searching for over a month, during which Neo Gondang had fully recovered, they still hadn't managed to send him home. Not knowing where the Ark was, they couldn't just throw him overboard to drown. And Nan sighed and decided to keep him with them for the time being. On a boat, isolated like an island, his fate was in the hands of the captain, so there was no real threat. Neo Gondang was quick to adapt, quietly settling into the storage room. Knowing he had nothing to his name, he eagerly volunteered for any chores he could do. And Nan gave him a set of fishing gear, some soil, and sweet potato seedlings, so he could at least be self-sufficient. Meanwhile, Nan never gave up on searching for the Ark. Months passed in a flash. Before they knew it, Chupe, who had been pregnant for 10 months, went into labor. As soon as it began, the whole atmosphere aboard the Yulong became tense. Fortunately, Aunt Hu and Li Sherhan, who were assisting with the delivery, both had experience, and Chupe herself was a doctor. She was strong and had studied a lot about obstetrics during her pregnancy, so the birth went smoothly. Soon, she delivered a healthy baby girl weighing 6 Jin and 4 Liang, about 3.2 kilograms. But just as the baby's first cries rang out, before Zhao Ping'an, the new father, could shout in excitement, Neo Gondang's voice rang out from outside. "Oh my god. It's a branch. A bird actually dropped a leafy branch." Inside the delivery room, Nan was momentarily stunned, then a look of joy appeared on her face. The sea had covered the land for over 3 years. How could there possibly be a leafy branch? If there was, it could only mean one thing: land had reappeared. Once she confirmed that Chupe and the baby were fine, Nan hurried over to Neo Gondang. Before she even got close, she saw Neo Gondang clutching an olive branch, ecstatic, tugging at Long Song'an and Gu Jiu. "That bird just dropped this on our boat. Look at these fresh green leaves." Gu Jiu immediately understood the significance, and even his usually calm face couldn't hide his joy. Smiling at Nan as she approached, he said, "Land has reappeared." And Nan nodded, unable to hide her excitement. Though they had adapted to life on the yacht, who would want to drift on the sea forever if they could return to solid ground? Today truly was a day of double happiness. Sister Pepe had given birth safely, and now they had hope of returning to land and living a grounded life. No one wanted to wait a moment longer. They immediately began preparing to head for land. Even Chupe, who should have been weak after giving birth, was bursting with energy. Let's go. I want my daughter to see what real land looks like. And Nan and Gujiu went to the cockpit together. If the sea level was receding, then the first land to emerge would surely be the Qinghaidabat Plateau. The Qinghaidabat Plateau, known as the roof of the world, has an average elevation of over 4,000 meters. Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, is located there. If the waters were receding, the first land they could set foot on would definitely be there. In the days that followed, everyone was immersed in joy, and the journey didn't feel tiring at all. Especially Zhao Ping'an, who was now a proud new father. He was full of energy every day. Whenever Chupe napped, he'd bring his baby girl to chat with Nan and Gujiu. Idol, look, isn't my daughter beautiful? She's the spitting image of Pepe. Brother Gu, do you think we'll be the first people to set foot on the new continent? Is the apocalypse really over? After we land, will there be any more disasters? He even answered his own question. I don't think so. We've survived just about every disaster there is, and now even the land is new. Our lives should start over, too. By the way, Idol, have you two thought about having a baby while you're still young? If it's a boy, he can be betrothed to my daughter. If it's a girl, they can be best friends. I'll tell you, at first I really didn't want Pepe to have a baby, but now that she's here, we've experienced a happiness we never knew before. I can't even describe it to you, it's just. For once, and Nan listened patiently to his endless chatter, not finding him annoying at all. In her good mood, she felt infected by the happiness radiating from Zhao Ping'an's face. After Zhao Ping'an left, she glanced thoughtfully at the mountain of supplies in her space. She wasn't particularly fond of children, but she was incredibly wealthy. If the child looked like Gujiu, maybe she'd wear the same blissful expression as Zhao Ping'an. Thinking out loud, she turned to Gujiu and asked, when the apocalypse is really over, should I have a kid for fun? Gujiu gazed at Nan's face, which in his eyes gradually transformed into the features of a child. He couldn't help but smile, pulling her into his arms. Sure. Hopefully a girl, just like you. No one knew what the future would hold, but at this moment, the Yulong was filled with hope and happiness, sailing toward the rising sun. The ripples trailing behind the boat sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The end.